Everybody, welcome back, and to all my friends and enemies. We're torturing ourselves another episode of Wheel on Prime, Season 2, Episode 6. And I'm not giving it any hope of it being better since it's gotten nothing but worse. So we're just going to jump into it and be destroyed by our own insanity. So either way, so door openings with distant screaming. Woohoo!
Nice.
And they're just dragging Egwene. Why is she grunting like that?
I mean, it seems like a bit of an overreaction, but who knows?
Well, it is because the collar's like a harness. They wouldn't choke her.
Mm-hmm. What an
Oh, so
idiot.
this is now they're introducing Soldom. That's nice. That's a terrible representation of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, something Lori.
But she didn't feel anything.
I'm going to stop this for a second.
Go for it.
So, just
anything to stop my misery.
There ain't much to talk about in the scene, but if an actual Aes Sedai were collared, right, and before they messed with her mind too much, she would have swear something like because if she says certain things under oath, she has to obey them, right? Because of the three oaths, right? So, could in theory an Aes Sedai use that knowledge to prevent the Soldam from manipulating her?
I mean, that seems like
How so?
quite the loophole there.
Explain what you mean, Matt.
Well, I'm thinking because the three oaths are basically tell no lies, right? Make no weapons, and
yeah, but when it says make no weapons, it means
but
weapons.
does tell no lies mean that if you say something, you have to obey it?
No,
that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I don't think it retroactively turns into
it's not an oath thing. You can't create oaths out of telling the truth.
You can, however, state that at that point in time, the Aes Sedai is intending to fulfill that oath.
Well, that's the thing is they would, and you'd think that as soon as you find out the Shan, basically capture, people, and you understand how it works. Like as soon as word gets back, which we obviously know that word gets back, you'd be like, okay, how about every Aes Sedai go to the Oath Rod and basically says cannot be controlled by, a secondary person like a Suldam or a collar or something like that, cannot be controlled to do magic, and then they take that oath. Then when they go to use them, they can't. They're just duds. It's like, well, there's a good way to counter them.
Well, what's coming to mind?
Yeah, but just saying it doesn't work, I think.
What's coming to mind is
if you make an oath to not do something, you can't do that thing. So, I make an oath to tell no.
If you do it on the oath roll, but if you
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But I think what Matt here means is that if you have the three oaths, one of which is say no word that is not true, and you then say, I will not be obeying any Suldam or whatever, then that doesn't actually affect anything. No.
But think about the oath Aes Sedai swore to Rand, who and it's everyone thinks, I never mentioned in mankind, every single person thinks that oath is binding.
Well, that's because I
think that's more of the Tetheran effect.
Yeah, that's an oath that you would expect. It's an oath to the light. There's no actual oath to the light that under the light I swear. There's nothing actually holding you. I think when he does it, he puts kind of an oath on them. It's almost like a bonding. Where
I guess he oath rods them or something with his power.
He essentially does that, which I don't. It's not like a physical oath rod. It's not like that. But when they swear that oath, they have to obey it more or less, even though there were a couple blacks among the group. So I'm not sure how that works because I think it holds them.
I think it's unrelated to the oath rod.
Yeah, it's not going to be an oath rod thing, but it's an oath thing that is added by Rand in that regard. I just like that's funny because like she goes to punch and just gets blasted by a force backwards. And I'm like, that's not how the IDOM work. All it would do is cause you to hurt really bad. You would have the feeling of being.
Well, no, but in this case,
Immediately after, the Sodam says, whatever hurt you give me goes back twice as strong, right?
That's true, though.
But she didn't get any damage because Egwene got
true.
force fielded before she even was close.
That is true.
In this
So
show, they
how
do
does
need a
this work?
visual way to depict that she can't hurt the Soldam. So I'm not complaining too much about the shield.
I mean, there are clever ways you could do it.
They could have done
but-
better. I'm just not.
When she punches, she
They
just
could
goes
have
like,
done better, yes. But
just
in
makes-
this case, they have in the same scene two things that directly contradict each other, like much of the rest of the show.
Go figure.
Well,
Yeah.
again,
you get
on
dealt
the-
twice the damage. She's like, but I didn't even hit you.
on the scale of things to complain about, you know what I mean? It's like in Ahsoka, people complaining about what's his face's gut.
Thrawn
yeah.
his beer belly.
Yeah, and like I'm like, guys, on the scale of things to complain about, that's number 742 on the
No,
list.
I mean, personally,
I mean, this
considering
is
I'm a
just
fan
the
of Thrawn,
first thing
I
we-
take that I take that very personally because he's supposed to be like a very stern.
But that's
you
not
know-
even the top thing to complain with Thrawn about in that show. You know what I mean? Like
Yes, but it's appearances of a character. If a character can't even make the appearance of their persona, like, are you telling me that Thrawn from Ahsoka is really terrorizing people with that kind of appearance? It's like, oh yes, the beer belly Elon Musk looking guy.
I'm telling you that
That's really
there
terrifying.
are
Let me tell you.
750 other things in that show that are worse than that.
Well, I'm not saying there aren't things that are worse,
Yeah.
but I'm saying that when it comes to that specific character, his appearance is what makes him.
And
terrifying
it's the same thing here. We'll see this with this show too. Like I just prioritize the complaints, like what I call like tier A complaints and tier Z complaints, which is like someone having a beer gut or a shield effect or whatever. There's so much else wrong with these scenes. You know what I mean?
Well, I put all of them equally on the same tier. They all are problems. And a problem is there's not necessarily a greater problem or a lesser problem because they're all problems. If they weren't problems, they wouldn't be on the list at all. If they're on the list, then they're all equally valid. It's just which one people will personally take one higher than the other. I just say, well, that's a crime against the books. And if there's multiple crimes against the books, it's not like, well, this one's a greater crime than this one. Per se.
So,
now, if this was more or less a true adaptation and they were holding to the source material with a minor tweak, it's like it's still a problem, but it doesn't take away from the quality of the show. We don't have the quality of the show for it to take away from, though. So
now back to the 3 oaths, right? So the third oath is you can't harm other people with the power unless you're defending yourself, defending your water and whatever.
which is why Aes Sedai are duds for
Yeah,
Lashawn
they're
and
basically
Trent
useless.
Yeah. So do they actually have the Soldam thinking she's in danger every single time to use that power eventually?
But that wouldn't work for Aes Sedai either way, because it's in the defense of an Aes Sedai, her warder, or her sister. That's it.
Yeah.
And obviously Soldam aren't their sisters because sisters doesn't mean blood related. It means other Aes Sedai. So you have to put an Aes Sedai in harm's way for that to work. But by that point, they'd probably be dead. So there's no point of it because they can't actively cast things. And what makes the ever victorious army so effective is that they hit first. They're like, oh, the enemy's lining up their horses to attack us. It's not like, all right, we're going to wait until half of our military is trampled for the Aes Sedai,
I would say,
trapped to feel danger.
I would say what makes the ever victorious army successful is they never fought the Aiel. I would say that.
Yeah, no,
that's true.
That's
I mean,
true, I think.
One clan of the Aiel would probably wipe the floor with virtually any army that the ever victorious did, which is why it's very confusing that after the last battle and everything, and the Avienda's organizing the whatever truces between all the nations and everything, that or the Aiel are like how Rand sets up the Aiel as the arbiters of justice or whatever, and it's like they're fighting with like, oh, it's so terrible. I'm like, why is it terrible? Like by that point, the Aes Sedai include men that aren't under the 3 oaths that could easily counter anything the Shan throws at them, because for one, the Shan have no way to sense the weaves. They're just like, we're walking, boom, we're dead. Like it's just like they're done. Where men have this strange ability to be able to sense women channeling, so they know when someone's nearby, where the women don't have that. They call it unfair, but I was like, I mean, considering how everything's been for the last 3,000 years, it's kind of fair.
It's not unfair. It's just different.
Exactly.
Women can form circles.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, men can be added in, but yeah, they can't.
Yeah,
they can't
but
form
you need the
themselves.
women.
Well, yes, but that's what I'm saying is that, like, we know that Aes Sedai and Ashaman will, like, link each other and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We also know through Brandon Sanderson's effect what happens if an Aes Sedai and an Ashaman bond each other backwards. Like, one bonds the other and the other one bonds the other, and they both get knocked out for however long. It's a big blow because that's not how the bond was expected.
Was that only in Brandon Sanderson's part?
Oh, it was Androl, and I'm pretty sure he's a creation of Brandon Sanderson, wasn't he?
No, I think it's someone else.
Someone else. There's only two people who created these characters. One was Robert Jordan, and one was Sanderson.
No, I mean the character in the book is not.
Well, it was Pavara and Androl, wasn't it? They're the ones that had like the double up. They initially had the double up because she bonds him, he bonds her, and then they both get like a punch in the gut because of it, because the bond wasn't supposed to be doubled up on.
It's the bond squared.
Well,
might just have mistaken the names.
Because the bond is supposed to place one above the other in authority. But if you have both of them being above the other in authority, it contradicts itself. But it still adds the thing. Now, here's the thing. Wouldn't that be hilarious if there's an Aes Sedai and an Ashaman both placing a bond on the other person, but you get the benefits of the first bond and the second bond, so you're like double superhuman. You know, like how Lan and the other warders get their bonuses and whatnot. So you turn that bonus into like a double bonus because you have the boost from somebody else, but you also get the boost from being part of it, the second one. That'd be kind of cool. But since the Ashaman have both martial skill weapons and magical, like channeling, they're technically an Aes Sedai and a warder in one. So they don't technically need the other stuff. Obviously, Taim was not a fan of learning the sword, but they still taught the sword under Rand's temporary control. But yeah, I believe it was Androl and Pavara that kind of like each other.
Taim didn't understand the old Jedi principle of when the Force powers cancel out, it comes down to the lightsaber.
It comes down to who kills the other one first, and you can't do it with the Force.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get further in this stupid thing. I think you had paused it, Matt.
Yep, there you go. I'm pausing.
It's just the whole like, oh, I'm receiving pain. Like what she's doing now would be perfectly fine. Okay, here's the other thing. The Soldom's acting really sympathetic, like, I'm so sorry for you. Then I'm like, that's not at all how Soldom behave. They're like really hot-headed and really...
I'm not sure about that. She seems kind of smug superior in this particular
Well, she's going like, don't you know that this is what happens if you do this? Like, I guess it's exposition. It technically was in the book as well.
I mean, but it sounds more like a silly girl. Why didn't you know this?
How could you people who haven't seen us in thousands of years not know these things? It's like, what? But I do find it funny because she's acting like this, even instead of being like, you will obey me and you're going to like it. Like, instead of telling you, like, you know, you are going to feel this if you try to strike me, so I wouldn't recommend it. She's like, you will feel pain if you try to strike me. I'm just like, it's a very odd way for her to give off the whole I'm superior to you kind of thing. It's just it's weird. But it is the first time we actually get like a Soldom do Soldom anything. True. Which is strange because we're
before they were just walking after the Damane, right?
Yeah.
But well, then again, I don't recall this particular outfit.
No, this is the same outfit.
Is it?
And even like where the scars, I don't know why there's scars on her face, but like that's where the whole thing was painted like blue or whatever, and the lower face. If you remember when Uno died,
maybe it's painted blue to disguise the scars.
But why would you scar the Soldom who are held in honor?
I don't know.
Exactly. You don't know because you haven't seen them in over 1,000 years. Just kidding. So anyway, you can't be removed by. and she's gonna try it again because she's stupid, right? Is she supposed to be imposing? Look at she's like being really friendly. She didn't say what's your name. She's like, I will call you blah. But she's probably gonna.
No, actually, in the book, first she asks her name and keeps cool and calling her Egwene. But then only afterwards, after she obeys, she changes it to the new one.
Suckered in. Egwene. No? Okay. That makes more sense. The rattling effect just kills me. I believe in cultivating friendship. Let me hurt you.
Almost nice. Wow. True though.
I do find it funny that it's like a BDSM torture chamber area where you just have all these women wailing left and right. I'm like, but why are there so many women wailing? Because it's supposed to be like a demone house where a whole bunch of demone are and they're training, but you're not hearing like constant screams of the tormented day in and day out. Like that's not. It's not hell per se. It's not like demons are poking you with a pitchfork. Well, I mean, it might be hell for the person who's there, but like. I mean,
because
like,
this is slavery.
What do you mean?
Because it's just slavery, they need to make this not to
it
make
must
slavery
look
good, but it needs to look like really, really horrible. You know?
It must be the worst thing in the world.
Well, yes, but the books did that perfectly fine without having like screams of agony and pain by the demons poking.
The books have this thing called subtlety that I don't think the writers.
The books were written by a great author, unlike this show.
Yes, there's that too. I'm sorry, I should never have competed the two.
Shame on you.
Welcome to hell. They also make the Shan Shan look creepy when they're not armored, which doesn't make sense because they're supposed to look like everybody else.
Yep.
So I don't understand. And she starts petting her. Well, that's just great. Are we gonna get the whole running away thing?
So was that chain even attached to before?
Well, Egwene's about to find out that you can't do anything. See, it's the same outfit.
Yeah.
They also didn't stick him in a dungeon. They stuck him in just a normal house. Okay, that was a pretty good scene. And Renna's just going to turn around and walk right back in. I hope you've learned your lesson. Okay, let's talk about that ground. I'm going to nitpick the crap out of this episode. That ground is really clean for having a torture chamber session for every single person.
Well, maybe they have someone who sweeps the floor every now and then.
You don't sweep vomit. You don't
They
blood.
have the demonic clean it out. That's all.
Also, maybe this is just used to be a super fancy place, and it's only recently been taken over by the Xianxun.
How many super fancy places you have bars of iron grills on the
I don't know.
windows?
Castles, maybe.
Don't you even notice that the outside, which is assumedly outside, there's nothing there.
Well, there is a grey void, I guess.
That's what nothing means. The void is nothing.
Maybe it's just really misty that day.
Yes, that's what Falma's freaking temperature and weather system is like. Just
yes.
Gray void. Oh yes, we get to see. I don't even know why they have a leash there. If you can do everything from just the freaking.
Yeah, the leash wasn't even attached to anything in the first place.
It was
just a chain that got dragged along.
Oh yeah, we're back to BDSM Rand and.
Oh yeah.
Lanfear.
Also, why does Egwene want to take the bracelet? It's not connected.
Why is she allowing Wind to push her hat?
Why not?
Everyone was going all mommy dom for her, and I don't understand.
What?
Who?
Oh no. Well.
Self-evidence. Uh-oh, the female gaze. The female gaze, guys. Yeah. Can't have pretty women in this show, but we can have good-looking dudes with abs and butts.
Mhm.
This is what you did in your previous life, and be like not getting BDSM'd by you.
Why not?
I'd also like to point out that Elaine hasn't met him yet, even though
Yeah, who's Elaine? Also, why did she say Rand told them he is dead?
well,
Wouldn't
proxy
the simple
from
fact of him telling that mean they
telling
know he's
Maureen
not?
to do it. Let's not forget that Maureen also murders people left and right, or causes their deaths by proxy.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, we know that. Thought that was common.
we got what, the ferryman, but Masoon, and who else we got? I'm trying to
The
think.
woman from last episode.
Well, I
Last
mean,
episode.
technically,
She's not technically dead. Well, see, here's the
Wasn't
thing. It's that
How is she going to eat her mouth shut?
Well, I mean, sheep shears can cut the things, so I mean, there's that. It's not like they're permanent per se, but she's going to be injured severely from it. But you could argue that she willingly, knowingly put her in harm's way, considering we saw that.
Yes, she did. She clearly did.
She clearly, obviously made that conscious decision, rather than just letting horses run down the thing and saying, "Stable person, come with us," which is another reason not to kill the horse. For one, nothing showed that Lanfear tracked them, so she would have just kept going until whenever, if they went somewhere else with the horses. Like, she wasn't watching their freaking horse tracks.
That headpiece she's wearing is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen.
Well, how else can you show that she's a big baby? All you need now is a little...
Yeah, that's a good point.
Pacifier thingamajigger.
That's actually an excellent point.
She's probably going to try to put him in her mouth just so she can freaking have some...
But you see, the reason the outfits are also bad, I'm guessing, is because...
Gucci.
Yeah, that too, probably. But it's the, I don't know, modern stuff, I guess.
Well, the entire thing is built for modern audiences, so why would you not have Gucci in the
True.
Like, have you seen the new, like the modern model stuff for men? It's just like dudes in dresses, and it's like, this is the modern artistic style, and it's like,
is it?
You don't see people like this walking down the street on a normal day unless they're usually mentally ill. And you can usually tell they're mentally ill because they have all the mentally ill signs.
They want people to do that, so they're trying to get it into the culture.
Exactly.
I don't see people watching this show going, "Oh my gosh, I want to wear this down the street. That'll be so much fun." Like, no one's going to do that.
It's a long process, right? We just need a few people at first.
A few good men.
A few good men, perhaps. Yes.
Did you?
And then slowly it will
cult.
trickle down.
Did you see like the white people washing black people's feet to apologize for slavery and all that sort of stuff?
Well, it's people like I've been accused of like, oh, your people owned slaves. I'm like, yeah, like how many years ago? Like 1,000 years ago, when Rome was in charge. Like, that's the last time my people had any slaves at all, and because my people didn't even show up in America until after slavery was well abolished and gone, and we were also the ones that were mostly hated with up there with the Irish. So like, I don't. What do you mean? What do you mean, you people?
I would say everyone owned slaves at some point or another.
More or less, yeah. I mean, even the ones that were, we can't talk about that though, because that's phobish.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it's also misogyny to tell women what to do. But if you tell those people not to do that, that makes you a phobe of something else. It's like Islamophobes or anti-feminist, anti-women. It's just like I don't understand how they ever could possibly coexist in the world, because they literally can't. It's hilarious. But either way, just there's so many stupid things about it, and it's just we're going on. She doesn't hold influence. That's the whole point. You had to fake it. She had to guesstimate that you dance on the strings.
Also, he wants to carry in full again, not Moraine.
You'd kill yourself. In Minecraft, obviously, but. Oh, don't do the lip biting thing. You don't have the face for it. I'm sick and tired of the female gaze already. I want to say this. I think we should do another video, and this time we're just going to complain about the female gaze the entire time for like 10 hours straight. Then we can be on par with the legendary Tots. Do you guys know who the Tots are? I'm asking.
Doesn't sound familiar.
The Twitter of Time groups.
Oh.
Okay.
The Tots. Like, they complain, oh, it's the male gaze. It's just like, but the female gaze, though. Like, literally, so far, this show has done nothing for the men, which obviously don't want to, and has done everything for the women, because obviously misandry. Whatever. If you want to work with me, I have one condition. We continue having sex? I don't know. Must kill Moraine. But you can't get him away from the main character. But if she's gonna kill you, she kind of has to. Like, the writers put them into a problem. Let me guess. They're in the Foregate. Anybody else find it hilarious how much fire is in the Foregate? Like, there are ungodly amounts of fire. Like, they're just like, oh, I'm spinning fire wheels. I'm like, yes. So when you lose control of it, it just goes off and hits a building. Boom! Dry wood everywhere. The whole place goes down because that's safe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I can understand maybe a Gleeman, like a specific Gleeman who is well known for his protection, but I don't think a Gleeman would be that careless or thoughtless to be like, I'm going to risk everyone in the Foregate just for entertainment value.
Well,
When in the story they used fireworks, like Galdrian and stuff used fireworks.
Yeah.
But they weren't shot in the Foregate, they were shot in the city.
well, they sort of were, but
They
for
sort
a
of were.
different reason.
Which one?
Well, when they break into the fireworks place and
The
accidentally
Illuminators
blow
Guild?
up. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's inside the city. That's not outside the city.
Is it?
Yeah, they had like
Yeah.
they
Okay.
had their own little embassy somewhere. So they were separated from everybody, but that was inside the walls because that's when Loyal and Rand were they were wandering away from the Trollocs that were inside the walls because of the parades.
Yeah.
So they hid in the Illuminators Guild area and then caused the explosion that blew up the Illuminators Guild. and all of Galdrian's fireworks. And then that's how they use that to escape. So they had like a little embassy that was off. It's kind of like a soul building with like a lot of emptiness kind of around it. So they had that, but that was inside the city of stone, not inside at the forward gate of wood. Even when they tried to, Oh, you thought it was in the forward gate?
Just my mistake.
You think the Illuminators Guild, with all their pride, are gonna be caught dead in the forward gate?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, there's no way. I also like Min's trying to go back on a Forsaken, and Matt doesn't have any. Like, he just randomly gets some alcohol. Like,
well, no, Leandrin's not Forsaken, right?
Well, no, because
I'm wasting time with these scenes.
Min had the conversation with the Shamael, didn't she?
No.
I vaguely remember her having a thing.
Yes, she did in her dreams.
It's a dream.
Oh, in a dream.
Don't worry. I forgot completely about it too. But I was reminded about it.
Min is now evil too. She's a dark friend.
Yeah.
Well,
but maybe she's
a hostage light friend. Is what
we should have expected it with that haircut for her to be a dark friend.
That's true. That's true.
We could expand it with their age as well, but that's a different story. Come on. And we're back to
someplace.
Oh, this is Falma.
Is it?
That?
Oh yeah, because Falma is in the desert. That's right.
We're all trying to stop it.
Right there.
That has to be the stupidest line of dialogue. Please stop pacing because how fracking sensitive is the hearing that you hear someone pacing in the middle.
Well, maybe
that's because it's a very empty city that people don't do anything.
Exactly.
There's no drinking, there's no carousing. The taverns are all closed because the Shan-Chan are worse than they can stop them.
What is Superman listening for them? Because Superman could certainly hear people pacing in space. But what? You're the daughter heir of Andor. How can you write a character that stupid?
No worldly.
It's easy because she was written to be that stupid.
Also, that yes.
Now, I'd like to point out. Does anybody else see the problem with this image?
Lots of lights.
Actually, there's not very many.
Wow.
That's not what I was talking about. Come on, Matt. You should know this one. You should catch this one right off the bat.
Nynaeve's braid is behind her?
Well, no.
Is that not supposed to be?
Not where we're paused.
Well, show Nynaeve always has the braid over here.
I thought it was always behind her back, but yeah.
The
image of Falma, because I paused on the image of Falma. Is that not what's showing for you guys?
No, we're looking at the inside of the house.
Okay, that doesn't make sense. Go to 910.
But are we talking about the deserts?
Around the desert shot of the city.
I'm going to 910. Hold on. Let me get the map. That's 99. Okay. Stop. Okay. We're fighting over it again.
Well,
it's really dark.
Stop. I hadn't clicked anything until then.
Oh.
Yeah, it is really dark. So I'll go back to 910. That's
I'm
910.
I'm at 911. So,
or I guess 909. It's right before we get to the spot with Nynaeve. Can you guys see the scene? Because I've already seen it, so you guys go find it wherever it is.
Well, I see a scene of Falma in the dark. What are we looking for?
Yes, that's what we're looking for. Okay, so you both can see this, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What about this picture is messed up? Besides the lights, obviously.
There's nothing outside the city.
Well,
but
yes, that is a problem, but that's not the main problem here. How is Falma described or not described in the books?
As not in a desert.
Besides that, yes.
I don't know the descriptions.
There are no walls around Falma.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, but is that? See, I'm looking at this as if looking at it from the sea. So there would be a seawall.
Where's the sea?
Well, it might be that this front bit below is the sea, but it's really not very obvious.
My brain's telling me that the sea is this bottom third of the.
But that makes no sense because then there would be a port here.
Well, there would be docks. There would be docks going out from the wall, but you'd have to have a seawall to prevent. Plus, remember they're probably using a real old city for this,
Yeah, no, that's fair, but very few
I would not be
cities have a
surprised if
wall on the side of the
CGI.
sea.
It would be very simple for them to CGI this because it's so dark you can't see the imperfections.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, how many cities you know are literally in the middle of a desert with this flat of terrain where the only hill is the city itself?
I don't know any cities in deserts. I've never been to one, so.
What? Oh, I'm just saying, like in terms of like
Probably not very likely.
Like, you go to Saudi Arabia, you go to Pakistan, Iraq, Iran, whatever, in the desertish places, even like in Africa, they're not going to have cities like this just sitting there with all of this, let alone if they do like an above shot of the entire city.
Well, they have to be near a water source, whether it's
but they're on the sea. Right?
That's the thing is that if this is an actual city, doubtful, press X to doubt that they are.
They
at
also
the
would have outside of
the
the walls. They'd have some buildings at least.
Well, yes, because the way Falm's described is it kind of descends to the ocean. So as you go down, that's when you get down to like the dock district.
It's built up on a hill, so to speak, downslope to the ocean.
Because it's like the rest of it's like a cliff thing that overhangs, but then the city itself has like a guidance down into where the ships are docked.
Wheel of Time.
I'm pretty sure they even have. I'm gonna see if I can find it, but I'm pretty sure they even have a map of this. Yeah, they have a map of the city.
They do. Damn.
They do. I'll post it in chat.
Oh yeah, I see.
And it's very ironically green.
Yeah, that's because it's not in the desert, right? In the
For whatever reason, this particular image, which I think is,
and you'd have farms outside of the wall, which you don't see here.
Well, the image I found looks like somebody made it up because there's walls on it. The other ones don't have walls. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is.
Well, it might be.
It's just from the Twitter. I'm gonna have to post it into Discord.
Most towns, regardless of size, would have at least a wooden palisade or something.
Well, yes, you can have a wooden palisade, but a wooden palisade is easy to get around, obviously. But you have to remember
it makes it a bit more.
Okay, so Falme is. I'm gonna mangle this. Ouarzate, Morocco. So I'm gonna get a map of that.
Oh, for the show is what it is.
Yeah, so I'm gonna. It's this place. I put it in the like the chat.
Yeah, because Morocco is famous for being relatively green, right?
Well, it is when you're taking a vacation there. I usually vacation where I can enjoy myself.
And that city has kind of a wall around it, so I guess that's what the wall is seeing.
It's also not actually near the sea.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is that we're in an angle, so if you were to like do a pan from a viewpoint, they could CGI in the ocean or something like that.
True.
But it's just like the reason they're doing it this low. It's funny because that's a city that even at night would be better well lit. Like,
it's
why
literally
would it be
in the middle of the fucking desert? Why would they go there for Falme?
Oh, because their idea it's literally the Star Wars syndrome where everywhere is a desert Tatooine planet. That's literally what it is.
I'm betting they filmed the tropical region stuff in the lake near the city as well.
They're gonna put freaking like the Siberia Saldea in freaking desert.
I mean, the whole of Randland is desert, right? Because Shinar was also desert.
Shinar was a desert.
The Aiel Waste is a desert, of course.
Well, it's not a desert; it's a wasteland. There's a difference. It's not sand and stuff. It's like dry rocks and stuff. Like it's
very closely.
Oh wow! Apparently, they film a lot of stuff in this city.
Deserts don't need sand; they just need to be dry.
Atlas Studios is located there. It's a movie studio. They filmed The Living Daylights there. They filmed Lawrence of Arabia there. They filmed The Mummy there. I'm skipping Kingdom of Heaven, Gladiator.
You're also picking very obvious desert-based films in this regard. It's like
no, but I mean, they're probably
got the Mummy, we've got the Scorpion King, we've got like you're picking all these places like deserts, Egypt, yep. Why is Falmouth there? Because Falmouth's in a very wealthy, luscious kind of area that's being fought over by both Terabon and Eradamon, because it's got vast resources and access points and stuff.
Yeah,
So
it's near the Almoth Plains, right?
Well,
Plains,
it's in
not
the Almoth
deserts.
Plains. It's in the
Yeah, but it's like off to the side, right? So you could argue
Well, it's right on the edge of the ocean. So it's like
yeah,
it's
but
a
it's
little
a peninsula, right? So maybe the peninsula is not counted as part of the plains.
If we're going to ask why they chose to do something
it's all
like
considered
this
one.
for every single thing,
it's not ruled by any particular nation.
We could do a whole videos about why they chose to do something stupid for this, why they for that.
I mean, that's what we do. Is the entire thing is us saying this is stupid.
Yeah. No, that's true.
All right, well let's get on with it because Elaine's obviously stupid. You guys, they'll hear us, and you can hear through the windows.
Yeah, let's go talk.
Were they going to hear your footsteps over people shouting? It's like,
yes,
I'm walking by. I'm just walking by a building. Oh, I hear footsteps and pacing.
inside the
building.
building.
Wait, people are in a house? What?
That
I'm
makes
not
no
pacing.
sense.
I'm investigating the same area over and over again. Oh, goodness. Princess. And she swore. 90s characters being assassinated as we see.
Well, I mean, it's part of the whole show, right?
Par for the course, yes. It is very much par for the course. Because they can't hear you at all. Hey, at least we got some fun out of that. Why is he constantly holding his sword? What's wrong with him?
Don't know.
I look, he's like, elderberry to strugglers. I'm like, they're in cups. How do you know what they are? It's like, I have this picture of liquid. It's elderberry. What?
Yes.
What?
It's yeah.
It's tea
Magic.
and biscuits. There's no biscuits on here, and it might be tea, but how would you know that? Like,
What else could it be?
obviously alcohol. I mean, like, spiced wine is very, very popular.
True.
I mean, like, it can literally be water. It can be anything. Like, we're supposed to be next to the sea. It's a seaport city. Like,
Yeah.
I gotta say, I am surprised that Aradamon, because
It's
I believe
abundant in tier, but we're not in
believe-
tier, are we?
Well, don't you know the Stone of Tears like 2 blocks down the road?
Is that the first time they mentioned
Fair
tier?
enough.
Second time because Swan came from Tier, remember? And they,
Yeah, I think they mentioned that.
even though, ironically, it was a non-desert place.
Oh God!
We didn't really see tier.
So Swan
did,
has
because-
disappeared.
Yeah,
for, like,
okay, but
she's on the
like,
river and
on
all
the
that
river,
greenery, and now we're
maybe
not.
it's like only the river that's green, and then when you come to tier, it's a desert again.
Well, maybe they're treating it like the Nile, where the Nile's really, really green because of all the water,
Exactly.
and then everything outside of the Nile's range is like just desert. It's like,
So Swan has disappeared for like 6 episodes, right, or more,
Uh-huh.
and she's from Tier, and so bet your bottom dollar she's the one who brings Rand Calendar.
Well, not unlikely.
I mean, considering they've already abolished every rule about the series already, then Aes Sedai probably rule Tier instead of High Lords. And it's probably Swan's sister. Or
Wait,
something.
maybe Tarth Allen is actually tier.
Well, I mean, it is made of stone, so. And it was done by Ogier. Well, I guess no. The Stone of Tyr was.
And
done
that
by
explains why Swan can go there in that little boat so quickly.
Little boat.
Yeah, in season
Which-
1.
or-
Oh, you mean like when she's a little 11-year-old girl or whatever?
She goes on the river boat to.
Yes. Go, my child. Go up the river with the river bandits and weather problems. And
exactly.
just take this
But
little mini rowboat. Go for it. You're good.
If Tar Valon and Tyr are
won't
the
get
same
tired.
place, it all makes sense.
Well, remember our
Maybe.
actual
You're
map.
wrong, kiddo, 'cause nothing about this makes sense.
Every place is very close to one another, right against the border of the Blight.
Oh yeah,
Except
that's
Gildan,
true.
which is
Except
way
for
down
Gildan.
on the Finger Peninsula.
True. I forgot about
You
that.
mean the Finger Peninsula?
Well, no, we had the map like this. Remember?
Oh yes.
Like
Well,
Gildan's
that-
down
that's-
here.
that's
Here's the
show.
Blight where my knuckles are, and here's all the other,
Well, yeah, I was going with the fingers of the dragon because it's like, what up?
Right, yeah.
I live here. Anyway, my favorite tonic. Okay. First off, tonic. That makes no sense.
Tonic.
Second, why are you wearing a wisdom belt as an accepted? They don't let you keep your stuff.
Is she wearing a belt?
She literally just said that belt. You're a wisdom. She's like, I am. I'm
Wait,
like,
do wisdoms have fancy belts? Are they restless now? I didn't know that.
yes.
Nynaeve is a world champion wisdom.
Well, I mean,
Three
have you
times,
seen
three
her?
times, three times.
She assassinated Rambo style a Trolloc. She
Oh,
could
that's
fight
true,
off
yes.
2 warriors essentially, almost successfully, with no training.
Corner, the champion, Nynaeve Almira.
Boo!
Stepping into the ring, the challenger, Egwene Almira.
Boo! Can you imagine going to a wrestling event where both sides are booed equally by everybody?
Oh,
That would be great.
oh, you've never seen a double heel face off?
No, I don't
No.
watch wrestling.
Okay, good.
Neither do I.
I grew up with taste, good sir.
I
grew
just
up
know
watching
the
the
memes,
Rings
right?
extended edition. Take that. I'm the world champion.
Like there was a match between what's called the Blue World Order, which is a parody of the New World Order from which is wrestling,
Anything, but yeah.
and the Impact players, who the two most hated factions, pretty much, like, not in a good sense hated, like, kill these motherfuckers, and people just throw their beers, and they had a tag match, and the fans were throwing their chairs at the ring, they were throwing their beers, they were screaming for blood. So that was so bad. In the background, they decided to send a 7-foot tall product to do a squash match on both of them. So he ran out there and just and basically beat both of them, like, with power, over and over, choke slamming them. And the fans were like, "Yeah, kill them all."
Nice.
Well, it's like every time I've seen clips of wrestling going on, and it's like, what's his name? Seth something.
Seth Rollins.
Yeah, Seth Rollins. Who's like betrays everybody he's ever come into contact with in
Yeah.
the team for him. And I'm just like, are the teams like literally the dumbest people in the world? Like, Seth Rollins is on our team until he isn't. Is like the joke, and it's just like
Pro wrestling. It's like a soap opera. How, like, you can sleep with one dude's wife 1 episode, and if we get 3 episodes later,
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, it is. Pro wrestling is a male soap opera.
I mean, I still wouldn't watch it, but
Oh, if you get into it, it's entertaining. It's gotta be
I will say it sounds way more entertaining than like soaps you see on the TV for women.
That's true.
Mostly because at least I can laugh at it.
Uh-huh.
I can't laugh at that stupidity in regular soaps, but I mean, at this point, I'd rather watch 100 hours of soaps than 1 episode of Wheel of Time. But here I am, killing myself.
Well, yeah.
And Minecraft. You know, the drink is a calming one. The assumptions. This is one thing I love about adults and stories, because like I was mentioning before, Sage, the what was it, Mironin Tenshin or whatever, the anime jobless reincarnation.
Oh yeah, Mushoku Tensei.
Mushoku Tensei. Like in that, he fights off some bullies picking on a girl, and then his dad like instantly assumes that he's doing the wrong thing, and I'm just like, this is just a thing adults do, but they like really overuse this trope. It's like, why are you two still dressed like accepted or novice and accepted? Why are you here running away? And it's like, do you expect the Aes Sedai from the White Tower to let us get this far and not get caught? Like,
Yep.
it's clearly obvious that's not the case. But
Mhm.
whole,
They're also acting super suspicious here. They're like,
well, it's the pacing. The pacing gives them away. It's very suspicious. Sorry,
Yeah.
Go ahead. But yeah, it's just like the whole like, why did you guys run away? And it's like, would you even like listen to us for a second? Like, we were
Well,
kidnapped, brought
will
here.
they
Which
explain it? I'm not sure.
we're about to find out. And probably not in a good way anyway.
They're going to do it super awkwardly. See, they're all silent.
You could trust me. The Aes Sedai Sisterhood. She brought us here. She broke the 3 O's. You can't break them if you ain't got them. Like,
No, of course, you must break them to not have them anymore, I guess.
But that means the Black Aja are real. Because
something you haven't told us in the show.
Oh, no.
But that can't be possible because, from what I understand of modern writers in television, if it's Black Aja, then they all have to be black because Black Numenorians are black.
Well, that's why
They're
this
not evil.
one's...
They're actually black, and Black Aja would mean they're all black. But black people can't be evil. I'm confused.
I don't know how we found ourselves.
What was the other one? There's another one where it's described. I don't know if it's in Tolkien or something else where they're the group's called Black something, and then the writers literally thought they were actually black instead of like evil, like as in black, like good and evil, like white and black, like the whole yin yang symbol thing. Like, well, there's another one because there's the Black Numenorians. Oh, the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are actually dark. They're not just the ones who haven't seen the light of the
To be fair, that one's probably mostly on D&D to blame.
Well, yes, but the thing is when you look at Tolkien, which is what they're writing for, they're assuming that that's what it means. They're saying the Dark Elves are black because they're dark, and no one else can be dark except black people, apparently.
Yeah, of course, that's not where the name comes from, right? Because everyone knows it's actually because they didn't see the light of Valinor. And so they are called the Dark Elves because they live in darkness. The edgy elves.
The edgy
Moriquendi, yes.
The pervert elves, yes, that's exactly it. But yeah, just like she's like the Black Aja.
I mean, even the name Moriquendi, it sounds edgy.
Knows of the Black Aja, they just don't want to admit that they exist. Like, the Black Aja isn't a new concept. It's very much... It is known.
Yes.
Anyway.
Well.
Okay. So, I like how she's so dejected. Like, oh no, the Black Aja exists. And it's like, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Like, at least you know that they exist. Like,
and no, you have to battle.
Sometimes. In this case, it's actually funny because she's like, I have 2 runaways, at least, that she knows of, right? Haven't taken any of the 3 oaths. Instantaneously just believes them because. Because, as far as I'm aware...
No, she doesn't. She says, if what you say is true.
Yes, but she's taking it... She's acting like it is true. She's like...
Well, because how else would
it's like,
get here, right?
Why are you... Like, you haven't even bothered testing it. You haven't gone back to the White Tower and been like, did you do this thing? Because obviously a novice and an accepted...
Yeah, because obviously you will ask a Black Aja if you already know that someone said they break the oath.
Well, yes, but like when this all goes down in the books, Leandrin and 12 other Aes Sedai absconded from the premises at the same time.
But did
basically
they happen
verifying guilt. But why would Leandrin leave the White Tower because she has a son there? None of it makes any sense. It's like
maybe their son dies from old stuff.
He should have been dead a long time ago because she's been poisoning the guy. Like,
that's true.
Like, I don't understand it, like any of it, because none of it makes sense. Like, we're gonna make a character who has to flee the White Tower,
and that, my friend, is the theme of this show. It doesn't make sense.
It just.
But I mean, like even non-Wheel of Time, like even if you were to take this out of Wheel of Time, like take the entire story of Wheel of Time, take it and just chuck it out. You have effectively stated that these people who are bad guys that are a hidden society are in this big, huge magic guild.
Mm-hmm.
I'm breaking out Wheel of Time terms, just like D&D basic terms. Like you have a magic guild, bad people in it. They're not allowed to be bad people in it. The bad person shows themselves as a bad person. The good guys are going to go back, find out that she's a bad person, or like exploit her as a bad person, and she has to flee because news travels that everything went south for the people that they're working for. And she probably has news through the Dark Friend network, or in this case, the Bad Guy network, telling her that everything went south, which she was already expecting because she cut the bonds and the shields. Like, it doesn't... I'm going to cause my own downfall. Poof! Like, that's literally what she does. So even in a story, like its own self-driven, story-driven nature, it doesn't make any form of logical sense for that matter. But even story-based, just poor writing story doesn't even make sense because now she has to flee. She has to. But she's anchored there by her kid, which everybody apparently now knows that she has a kid, so they'll just go to the kid to get to her because that's what a normal smart person would do. So is she going to flee with a stretcher with her son? Like, what the heck's going to happen?
Yes, maybe. But no one knows the son's there, right?
Except Nynaeve.
Except
and apparently
Nynaeve.
Moraine.
That's also true.
And both of them can be like, by the way, I know a guy. Literally a guy. That's Leandrin's son. You can get to her this way. Like, that would make perfect sense. So, I don't even know. And now we're getting Leandrin stroking her son's hand. He has a perfectly
hero,
trained
Leandrin.
Well, we have to get her talking time in because she's
the
an
dragon
character.
Leandrin.
Technically, Lanfear would do it anyway. Like, Lanfear could get it. Okay. Remember just last episode, Leandrin was like, or not Leandrin, Lanfear's like, horses are such an inferior form of travel. And then she kills a guy to take his horse. She's in Tarvalon from Kyrian overnight.
Yeah. To be fair, she is a Forsaken, and they probably know gateways.
Well, yes, but that hasn't been actually introduced into the story.
True.
Well, they sort of have. Remember the way that Shorain got to our assignation with us.
Oh yeah, but that's
Which one?
The.
Remember, Moraine went to a sort of gateway, teleporting gateway.
The White Tower to the fishing huts.
Well, that was Tirangriel to Tirangriel connection, like the little cup with the string to the cup. That's a very specific.
But they've established the concept that it's there, very badly. But
well, yeah, that's not explaining gateways. That's explaining.
But they're never going to explain it. They're just never going to do it.
Which is dumb because it would probably ruin the show more than it already is ruined because now you have to explain why people aren't using this as a regular form of entertainment instead of just saying there's the lost art of magic in certain areas. They just won't even basically.
None of that. I've said that several times. Then all that lost knowledge from the Age of Legends in the book doesn't exist in this show.
Well,
they actually haven't shown Balefire yet, have they?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Balefire, I'm not talking like all the little things.
Balefire is considered a lost talent or a lost.
But the point is, all the little things a Forsaken could do with the one power that make it so dangerous, right? Because Nynaeve and Rand are on the scaling wise similar to the Forsaken power levels of the corresponding genders, right?
Yeah.
But prior to getting trained by Forsaken, they have no way to compete with them, right? So all those little things they could do with the one power.
At the very least, Nynaeve can match Moghedien without any knowledge.
I mean, Nynaeve, all she has to do to kill all the Forsaken is just.
True.
I mean, she can bring back the dead. She can just.
That's the point.
I'm talking about the books, guys.
Oh, well,
yeah.
We
so in the books,
in the
Nynaeve and Rand need training from the Forsaken to get up to equivalency, right? In the show here, we're
Rand
never
has a
going to
good
see that.
reason to. Rand has a very good reason because he needs to
But
know how to channel. No one has the
the
ability.
point I'm getting at is in the show, none of that's going to exist. The only time you'll ever see something like traveling or whatever, or like name dropping Teleland Riyadh is for plot device purposes. They're never going to explain it.
That's
They're
fair.
never going to, you know.
But in the book, I'm pretty sure Nynaeve, without any teaching from the Forsaken, could match Moghedien in battle.
In raw strength, yes. That's what she does. She has
Yeah,
to.
she
She takes on
basically,
spaghetti in that way.
essentially, they're in a stalemate, right?
But Moghedien has more advanced knowledge. Had think on, she would have won one.
Well, she does, but Nynaeve just outsmarted her by using basics.
I mean, if Moghedien went to Bellfire right then and there, it would have been over.
True.
Not necessarily, because just because
But
you
could
use
she?
Bellfire doesn't mean it hits. We know this from the books.
Nynaeve had no knowledge of what Bellfire was.
No, but
Yes,
they were trying
you
to
see
shield
an
each
enemy
other,
go
right?
boom with a white bar of whatever.
They were in a
like, "Whoa."
struggle trying to shield the other person from the source.
Yeah.
So
Moghedien was trying to
Moghedien
capture Nynaeve.
wouldn't
She
have.
wasn't trying to kill her.
She also
That
wouldn't
caused
have
her
time
lose.
to think
Yeah, so
about Balefire
Moghedien-
because she was struggling
Here's-
with keeping herself not shielded.
This is the most like brain shattering thing about the series, even the book series, is that if Moghedien had just killed Nynaeve, Rand would have lost.
Yes.
Maybe.
Like literally, you don't even have to attack Rand. Just kill Nynaeve because Nynaeve was instrumental in his ability to fight in the last battle.
Mhm.
If you remove her, also to cleanse the
Mhm.
taint from Sidene. So if you remove that, you no longer have that. You don't get people. You never learn to fix people's severed things. So you lose Swan, and you lose Leanne. You lose everybody else's things. You
Oh yeah,
never get.
that's all correct.
You lose
That's
her
all I
game.
agree with. But I think there's other candidates for Rand. Not that again, Nynaeve is one of my two favorite book characters. So don't. But when I say this,
Oh yeah,
but
I mean,
To
there
be
were
fair,
other
though,
candidates.
she's my favorite
who
female
I
character.
did with though other, you know.
I consider Suan still sort of lost because she never really gets back up to.
Well, because
potential.
the way that she was reconnected to her ability with channeling and whatnot wasn't created in a hole. I
Yes.
believe because like Dahmer Flynn, when he does it,
Mhm.
he puts it back whole. When
Yeah,
Nynaeve did
and
it, it
Nynaeve
was
does the
partial.
same to Logain for full.
Yeah. That's why Logain goes straight to full power, and
Mhm.
Swan and Leanne only go back up a little bit. But Moraine, when she gets fed on by the Aelfin and the Eelfin, I think it was the Eelfin, the snake people, because the Aelfin are the fox
Eelfin,
and the
I think.
Eelfin are the snaky ones. So
Mhm.
the Eelfin were feeding off of her ability to channel, so she has a reduced, but she gets a bracelet, and the bracelet is what boosts her back up to where she
Yeah.
was. So it's kind of like a half one or half whatever, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. That one,
Mhm.
that thing.
Yeah, not
It's
really
like-
relevant.
Can't remember. But yeah, imagine what would happen if Moraine didn't get fed on, but she got the bracelet and then she got out and she'd be like Nynaeve level. Like that would be freaking insane. But obviously that would kind of change the story. And it makes sense that she's been fed on, but she's been fed on for so long. And like that's all they took from her. Like I figured she'd lose the entire ability completely. But whatever.
Maybe
Either way,
you can't fully delete it. I don't know.
in Minecraft. I just like Leandrin's like, oh, because like Lanfear, if somebody flung a thing at her, she would just go poof, you're gone, or something. Like she's not going to be that forgiving. She's Lanfear. Like the Forsaken aren't forgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Their
Well, she's
presence
probably taking
terrifies.
over Masana's role in terms of.
Looks like it. Yes.
Well, I thought didn't they mention Masana in the show?
I don't think so.
Only
They mentioned Grendel.
Grendel
They
and
mentioned- Well, they said the others.
no,
And there's
they
others.
said
So.
Then they specifically named a bunch. I don't
They
remember.
named the two females.
Moghedien and Grendel were named.
Yes, and then she said, and the boys. So the others are all male.
So they're getting rid of Samarog and they're getting rid of Masana. That's nice to know. All right.
Yeah, because that doesn't destroy the plots at all. Yeah.
Lady Lanfear? But yet you had sex with one to have a baby.
What?
A Ludran? men hate us, or all that stuff. It's like, but you work with the dude.
Yeah.
You literally work with the dude. Although I think the show is trying to
Yep.
place Lanfear as a higher tier level of power than even Ishamael, which doesn't make sense because Ishamael's the one who brought her back.
The whole there's no difference between side in and side out and men and women.
Yep. Yep. That's
Well, yes,
probably
but
correct.
if Lanfear is being counted as the strongest, other than like Luz Theron, then how did the little dude get her out if she could just get herself out? Like,
That would
I don't
require
get
an explanation, which is something the show is never going to give.
Well, I mean, if you're in prison, right? Usually, you need a key to unlock the door. Let's say.
I mean,
Maybe
when you have
Shamrock
magic, you
had
can
the
just
key.
blow the door open. And I mean,
Yeah, but maybe the door's immune to magic. I don't know.
Well, it wasn't because that's how she got out. Ishamael blew the key.
Yeah, but maybe he used magic to turn the key as opposed to.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how it works, but neither
I
do
mean,
the
we
writers.
can
so
break
it doesn't matter.
Gwenjar with the one power. There's that.
Remember, this is nothing from the book, so the show writers are making this BS up on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, writers in modern era making things up? Say it isn't so.
Yeah, who'd have thought? Do we though? Do we really? I don't know. Seems not to be the case for Leandrin.
Now Lanfear's stating the obvious. The look of superiority is funny.
Oh no.
Oh, here's how they're getting out of it. Her son dies, so she's no longer tied to the tower.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
You notice the blatant, like, they're just making men look horrible because it's like you were forced to marry before you even bled. In other words, before she, hit puberty. It's like,
yeah.
But there's not a single country in this entirety of this world that would approve of that. So,
no, actually, I think there might be some people in the United States who are in favor. Let's say.
Well, I know Daniel Kikachu is one I can think of, but I was referring more to like obviously the Islamic view of things like that. But I'm referring to in the Randland world.
Oh, okay, yeah. No,
there are no places in Randland that are going to be okay with that. Now,
maybe in the show they might be.
Well, there is because they made it that way. It wasn't originally that way. So like. It's like saying this person doesn't actually hold this view, but I'm going to force that view on them so I can make them look bad. Is essentially what they're doing. It's just like,
well, okay. So
where's the Undren from again?
To bring up some actual history, because that's what they're slamming here is actual history. Even in the case of arranged marriages in the past, like before modern times, when the person was underage, they didn't get married till they were older for one particular reason. Okay, since they wanted to make sure the person could be a mother before she got married. Otherwise, there was no point to marrying because these marriages were political alliances. So they're not going to marry a 10-year-old and then 3 years later find out she can't get pregnant. So they're going to wait until she's at least like 14, 15 years old for the actual marriage to occur.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if you guys watch a lot of debates and stuff. I really like philosophy, science, religion type of debates and whatnot. And they had one between Islam and I think it was Christianity. And basically Christianity's like, this is not okay, and Islam's like, oh yeah, I mean you could have because Prophet Muhammad had a wife when he met her when she was 6, they got married when she was 9, kind of thing, like that's debated or whatever. They're like, yeah, it's totally fine for them to have sex because they're married. And the guy Daniel Kikachu's point was that basically because you have to get the goods so nobody else takes the goods. That was his argument. That's why you'd get married at a younger age. It's like, but if you wait for them to get older because no one would take them until they're older, then you would just be like, I will betroth this person, and in 10 years I'll come, marry them or whatever.
Yeah, that's what the Christian method was. You'd betroth someone, and then once they were old enough, they would be married.
Yeah, and it's just I really wish Altarian was here for this. That'd be easier to explain because of his knowledge of history, but theological.
Well, no, that's yeah. We need
Um,
Otis for the
yeah, Gadfly. You know,
yeah.
Gadfly, why aren't you here? Suffering with us.
Well, I'm just saying, in 9 out of 10 circumstances, when there were these so-called underage marriages, the actual marriage didn't occur until after puberty.
Most of the time, yes.
That's how it was done in Europe mostly.
Except even in like Islamic areas, even then were
Even
still
in
like
Islamic
older.
areas,
They were still older, with the exception of the Prophet, because the Prophet has special
well,
exceptions to
and,
literally everything.
and not defending Islam, I'm not going to but there's some controversy over whether that's a real event or not. The third wife, even Islamic scholars are debating, the validity of those stories. So,
well, from the scholars I've paid attention to, there's more in favor of it than not. But even the Muslim scholars themselves will hint at it being more likely. Like they met at 6 because he had a dream about her. Because having dreams about 6-year-olds is
well, no, the issue isn't whether he married her;
that's
it's age
perfectly
of marriage
normal.
and what happened. It was so
well, the age of marriage was either 9 or 11. That's what they came to the conclusion of.
Well, like
9
I said,
or 11, which is still both bad.
There's a whole area, there's a whole area of Islamic debate in it itself. So point is 9 out of 10 times in every culture in the world, when you had an underage marriage, like arrangement of marriage, it didn't until happened after the people were capable of going to puberty. It's immediate.
The debate I was talking about, they also have precocious puberty, which means like the earliest precocious puberty that I think they have recorded is 11 months. So according to this guy, Daniel Kikachu, who's a Muslim apologist, saying that even at 11 months, if you have the ability to get pregnant, it's okay to have sex with them. That was his point.
Wait, 11 months old or?
Yes, 11 months old. Precocious puberty. In
That's
other words, the
crazy.
body, the child went through. It's not super common, but
I know about the stuff. But 11 months, wow.
There's all sorts of weird genetic conditions and stuff like that that are beyond the scope of.
But his point was, as long as they go through puberty, they're old enough to have children. That was his argument. And the guy who was debating him was like, even at 11 months? Because at first he was saying, like, what about 9 years old, 6 years old, 3 years old, 11 months? And the guy's like, well, no one does that. I'm like, there's an actual recorded precocious puberty of that point. And that's what got the whole thing like crazy, because the guy was still arguing it's when puberty hits is when it's okay. And it's like, no, because the other guy was arguing that they're not mentally mature enough to handle a child. Or they're having a child because they're not old enough.
Physically,
they're not physically fully there yet, and everything. It's like,
because if you have it ahead of time, then they're simply too small, so you get all sorts of complications.
Yeah, they have to go to be a prima gravida.
Well, that's not even that. Like, even if you had a perfectly healthy child and everything, the mother's too young to necessarily have the mental capacity, the psychological capacity to take care of the child in that way.
I'm not sure about that, because back in the day, people had to grow up, let's say, mentally a lot faster. So
well, they did, but they always had other people to rely on.
True.
But if let's say you're,
of course, nowadays,
if you're a 12-year-old girl,
here's the thing:
a kid, and your husband goes to war, he's not there to provide for you.
The survival rate of children in the past is not very high.
It's not very high, no.
Well, I'm saying, like, from actual like studies and stuff that they've done on the psychological, there's not a whole lot of them, obviously, because there's not a whole lot on the topic, but in the particular area that they covered, the psychological capacity of someone that young, it's always negative. It's never positive.
It's not even that young.
Better people.
We know for a scientific fact the parts of your brain that they don't turn on to your early 20s that involve proper risk assessment and all that sort of stuff. You should be making any life-changing decisions before the age of about 22, 23 years old. Just because your brain...
except for going to war, marrying...
Conversely, that's why they want the dumb 18-year-olds to war, because they can't make decisions, That
makes sense.
The government's like, you can't make decisions for yourself, so we'll make it for you. Congratulations. Anyway, that was a little thing off the edge, mostly because of like how they're treating, like, oh, you were forced off to the marriage. It's just like, you're literally forcing people to be villains when you have nothing in this entire universe that would support that in any shape or form. Like, even the Shan-Chan, as much as people hate the Shan-Chan for a variety of reasons, Even the Shan Chan wouldn't pull that off.
I mean, those reasons are mostly legitimate.
No. I'm saying like even like the only thing I despise about the Shan Chan is the demonic, mostly because they're stupid. They never even came to the conclusion of what if the Suldam who control the demone are basically demone in like a delayed state.
We don't ask those questions.
Exactly. That's why I hate the Shan Chan, because if they did, they'd break everything. Like the fact that Matt knows that the Suldam can channel, and then freaking Tuon knows, and she doesn't do anything about it. She's like, we can't have people who can channel running around freely. I'm like, but you literally do. You even place them in places of honor. The Suldam, like, you literally need to fix it before it goes out of hand, according to your own beliefs, and they don't do it. That's what pisses me off about it. Because if they did, they'd already abolish the entire thing.
The thing is, like every other society post-breaking,
or they would create a white tower in Shanshan to where they could control the channelers.
Like every other society in the world post-breaking, it's a dysfunctional society that just really rolls along. That's
yeah.
But that's the reason I hate it. Everyone's like, well, they hate it. You should hate it because they take, women captives. It's like, but I mean, outside of that, they're not that bad of a place to like live under, because they take care of the peasantry. People live normal lives. It is what it is. Like, nobles have more to worry about than freaking peasants do. But if you remove the Damane and Soldam effect, they're not a bad civilization in general, and like comparative to all other civilizations that are plotting and causing wars and stuff like that. Like, it's a pretty normalized society. So if you take away the one thing that everyone definitely has a problem with for valid reasons, but my problem is not that they have that problem. My problem is that they're too stupid to recognize that they have that problem and won't fix it. Like, that bothers me a whole lot more, because they could fix that problem and it would never even be a problem if they actually thought about it. They just didn't, because they use it for power. It's like, but you should have abolished this a long time ago because you came to the conclusions. And then when Matt's like, hey, Tuon, here's a problem. And then on top of that, when Matt goes and it's like, hey, Tuon, I got somebody to show you. And after like the horn's been founded, and he goes like, let's go meet Arthur Hawkwing, literally your ancestor. And he could be like, yeah, I wanted to wipe them all out, but I would never want to enslave them because I don't like them. And it's like, there's so many things I have problems with that. It's just like the Shanshan literally just came to the conclusion that Damane were a problem, even under their own circumstances. They wouldn't have any of them, and they would just establish their own. Like, even if you use the Soldam with the Damane to found a White Tower equivalent, have your equivalent of the Oath Rod, if they could find one, or even like talk to the White Tower over here and be like, we need our version of it, or they steal it, or whatever they do. They get their own equivalents where they swear oaths, where they won't fight the Empress, may she live forever, and do all that kind of stuff. You could have complete, total control over them without having to enslave a single one of them, which would literally just duplicate Shanshan and Randland both one for one. Except that the Shanshan would arguably be better off, because the only ones who lose in Shanshan are the nobility.
Jordan wasn't looking to, he wanted a deliberately flawed society, so he constructed one.
Well, he did, yes. But my point is that the basic, obvious, logical things that you could figure out, they didn't even figure out the basics of that on their own when it's obvious. Like, they're like, we're smart people, but we're not that smart.
Because they couldn't.
Well, they could. Matt did. Tuon knows.
Matt is different. They couldn't, because they were born from the thousands of years post-breaking where civilization had to rebuild itself multiple times.
Yeah, and I get that up to this point, that's how they understand the world. I get that. Like, there's a reason they know whether the way they are the way they are. My point is that when Tuon, Fortuona at that time, who is the Empress of Shanshan, she doesn't try to fix it as far as we can tell. She continues on the cycle, but it's like, but you could fix this in order to establish essentially a White Tower, and then
but why would she think it's wrong? Like, she's living in a world where her kingdom functions. Why is she gonna?
Because it's wrong because the Suldam can channel, and
yes, the Suldam are the same people that they would have to collar, but you always need somebody who can channel to control the ones who are collared.
Yes, like, we get that, but why would she get that?
Because
that's because the whole reason they began collaring the women was because they didn't want women who could channel, who have the ability to channel or anything like gain the ability to be collared.
That's what we're told in the book. We don't actually. He never actually depicts the event that occurred, so we don't know that.
What do you mean the event that occurred? They
Oh,
talk about
we
how
were
the
told-
lady
Yeah,
creates
they
the
We're
first
talk
told
item.
about
at
that.
the time that that's why the sunshine say it occurred, right? But we are not actually shown the events with Robert Jordan writing out the narrative of it occurring.
I remember them distinctively. I remember him saying, like, this is the first person who made the IDOM, who I believe was a dark
Yes,
friend.
we are told that
Yeah,
by modern people in the novels, right?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so how do we know that Luce Theron made Dragonmount?
Because historically, that's how it happened.
No, because Jordan wrote it occurring. It's the prologue. Remember the prologue?
Well, yes, but where he was, like, him creating Dragonmount and Dragonmount being called the Dragonmount because, for one, it wasn't there. There was a big surge of power, which even those who hadn't gone.
If he hadn't done that prologue, right, the only way we would know that he had done that is if someone in the novel and 3,000 years later said, "Oh, Luce Theron did that."
Well, that's my point, though, is that people who hadn't gone insane yet, because men didn't go completely insane instantaneously, it was over time. So when he goes insane,
you're missing the point I'm trying to make. Okay, we know what we think we know about how the Sean Chan started channeling, collaring channelers, because we're told that 1,000 years or so after it occurred by the modern Sean Chan. Right. However, Jordan has never wrote up the narrative 800 years ago, whenever it occurred.
But wasn't it Semirog that was mentioning it? I thought. Wasn't it Semirog who mentioned, like, this is how this happened? Like, people who were there thousands of years before were like, this is how we got the IDOM. This is how the male IDOM was created, and stuff like that. Like, they just never had a man to hook it onto because the men all die.
Again, she's telling us, but she wasn't there. She was imprisoned.
Well, she still has people who work. Like, the Shadow doesn't just the entirety of the Dark One's forces were not captured. They still had Dark Friends.
Yes,
still had people.
What I'm saying is,
and they could tell the people as they go through history, like, this is how this happened. Like, that's how history in general is recorded. Like, how do you know Julius Caesar was Julius Caesar and did all the stuff that Julius Caesar did?
We only know
somebody else observed it.
Why does that matter?
Because the point we're getting on here is talking about the Sean Chan and Tuan. Why didn't Tuan just magically fix the situation?
If the Seanchan right now are convinced that all channelers are evil and must therefore be colored,
yes,
it doesn't matter if that's the same reason they started doing it in the first
even
place.
the origin wouldn't even matter in that case, because they know that channelers are bad for the Sean Chan unless they are collared. But then you're explicitly told that Soldom have to channel or have the ability to channel to even control the ones channeling, would mean that the ones that are controlling the ones that are channeling are the channelers that need to be collared, and thus you would create a whole lot of collared people and nobody to collar them.
So based on what the modern Sean Chan have told us, their entire society is structured around having these Soldom who control the demonic, right?
Yes.
So why would if you're the Empress, why would you destroy your society over something that's better kept a secret?
Because if it gets out and a Soldom goes rogue and now can channel and controls Damane, you now have literally an empire split. And if that becomes public knowledge in any shape or form, then everything in their society collapses. So changing it on your own, like going out and saying, we're going to actively change this.
You're assuming the people would accept the change. They wouldn't just go all children of light and kill all the channels off.
But the people would, because the Empress said so. And
why would they do that?
Because you have the Tower of Ravens, the nobility and everything would be kept in check, because that's literally how Sean Chan society works.
You're assuming
it's an honor-based society, though. It's literally
half the nobility decided to start a rebellion and say, we have to kill all these channelers off.
They did. And then they had to go back and crush it and then come back. That's literally my point, is that they had to do that type of thing. So when they establish a white tower, or the equivalent of a white tower, they say, you guys, one of the oaths you take is you cannot go against the Empress. You must serve the Empress. You force an oath on them, but you don't force a collar on them. They can do everything that Aes Sedai can do, but they can't go against the Empress.
Sean Chan just had a civil war among many civil wars in the past that we know about. Why would she cause another one by doing this.
Yeah, no, she can be pragmatic. Sure, that is.
Well, I'm not saying that you do this instantaneously.
Honestly,
This is
it would
something
be
you would
simple
do over
if I
time
were
easily.
Tuon. It would be simple just
Yeah,
to kill
it
them all
needs-
up and say a disease killed them all up. We don't have any more channelers.
But even the Shanshan know that they can be born. Like,
Mhm.
like that's
Yeah,
why
but
they
they
have.
can
That's why they go and check out all
change
the.
the
Every time
procedures,
a village
right?
has a certain age group of women, they send patrols through to gather up all the women who have the spark or whatever to collar them. That's how their entire society is at the moment. It's the exact okay. How the Empire or the Shanshan Empire and how the Aes Sedai do things are the exact same with minor societal differences. Like the Aes Sedai go out, they find women who can channel, they bring them to the tower. They force, they don't. I mean, I guess they force them. They're not going to let them go around without having some
And
minor
as
training.
we learned, the Aes Sedai are not very effective at it.
Well, yes, but the Empire is because
They don't have free will. They just have to go around scanning all the time.
Yes, but like what the Aes Sedai do is they say, can you do enough to not kill anybody or yourself? Yes, you can. You don't have enough strength to become Aes Sedai, but they also raise Aes Sedai as like a godhood level. Like if you can get to Aes Sedai, you're a godhood level in Randland. Like everybody wants to be godhood level. They want that power. They want the prestige. Even the novices dream of being. It's not like they're like, I don't want to be one. No. Like you have the ability. You have to have the training. So the Aes Sedai do the exact same thing. They force you to be there until you have bare minimum training.
If they
and
find
they'll kick
you.
you out if you don't have enough, and they'll keep you in until you go full Aes Sedai. If you do, like Nynaeve, if Nynaeve didn't want to do it, they're not going to just let her go because she has it. They can say they're going to, like, oh no, we're giving you the false sense of security that you can say no and just leave. But with her being that strong, and if she learns on her own, she's literally going to become her own Aes Sedai tier level without actually being part of the Aes Sedai, which is what the Circle is. And we know that if they knew what the Circle was, they would not let them be. But they knew what the Circle was, and they let people go there because the Circle didn't know that they were known about. So they were trying to stay hidden. Nynaeve has no reason to stay hidden. That's the point.
Yeah, but
like,
okay, so
the entire narrative would be
going
broken.
way off the rail here on this.
Well, yeah, we're not talking about the show.
So to keep it real simple, this is the point. Just because you rule someone like Tuon does or whatever, doesn't mean you can just make people obey you. You're the head of a political and economic junta, so to speak, and if you're Tuon, you're like, wait a minute, we have these thousands upon thousands of Suldam and Damani. There's a lot of them in the book. And our entire economy and military might is based around them. And, we kind of have constant civil war and secession attempts and whatever. It's better just to keep the kibosh on this for now, especially since we're having a big invasion of the homeland.
Yeah, but the problem here is the for now part, because eventually it's going to come back and bite you in the butt. Because it will happen. It's guaranteed to happen. Just like we found out, with Rena being a Suldam, getting collared by, was it Egwene or whoever? Somebody else caught her.
Yeah, but politicians, again, we see politicians make that trade-off all the time. I mean,
what I'm saying is that you can secure your reign because it doesn't hurt Tuon or Fortuona at this point to restructure things if she does it in a proper order. She still retains control of the Damane and the Suldam, creates the White Tower equivalent, and then
you know more about
one
situation than she does.
No, I'm saying this is just a bare minimum.
No, it's not.
Process.
It is not. It is not a bare minimum. It's a very complex economic and political thing.
I know it's complex, but what I'm saying is that she establishes the White Tower while she still has the Suldam and the Damani under her control. No one's going to go up against her because she controls all. She basically owns all of them.
Why are you assuming that?
Because they state that no one's going to use a Suldam or a Damani against the Empress unless they want to get wiped off the face of the earth, because that's what happens. Historically, in the Shanshan histories, that's what has happened to every population that has. And there's been rebellions and fights amongst the children, but no one's ever gone against the Empress and survived. That's just never happened. So if she still retains that control, and in secret, without telling anybody, she's like, I know what's going on with this. I'm not saying she makes it public knowledge. I'm saying she knows, so she goes about trying to fix it under the guise of something else. I'm going to make an institution.
So here's the thing. Robert Jordan didn't write it that way, right?
This is just like basic. Like, if I know what's going to happen to my nation, and I have a chance to fix it, so in the future, because I'm obviously, she's young, she's in her 20s or whatever. She knows that at some point, and for one, she could channel, so she technically would want this to happen for herself as well. She will set up an institution and then basically stick all Damane and Suldam in this institution and then she's going to say, all of you have to swear an oath to serve the Empress and the Empress alone, and you will fight for the Empress and the Empress alone. She will lock all of the magic channelers in Shanshan to her. There won't be any rebellions because she will crush them with magic that they don't have because all of
What
their
if, I don't
magic.
know, fanatics poison them all?
If who?
If a bunch of fanatics poison all the Soldam and Demonic.
Well, I mean, that's possible, I suppose, but why haven't they done that now anyway? They could.
Well, again, why haven't they done the same thing you're saying to? The point is, Jordan wrote it a certain way.
Now
okay?
she has knowledge of it, because up till this point, it's assumed that no one in Shanshan was aware that Soldam could channel.
Yes, right now in the middle of heading towards Tarmine Gadan, with the
I'm talking about after Time and Godden. I'm talking about afterwards when they go back and they reclaim Shanshan and do all that.
That's after. That's the whole beyond the point of the books in the show.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying is that she doesn't make any inclination that she's going to change it. She's just like, I'm going to keep everything.
But the argument to that is
Matt is like okay with this for some reason, which doesn't make any sense to me either because he doesn't like seeing demonic. He doesn't like the concept
of it. That is, we never see Tuon going to the bathroom. It doesn't mean she doesn't do it. You know.
I mean, to be fair,
Jordan only wrote things he thought were relevant to the novel storyline, and
I know, but
he himself said he wanted to write about the whole Shanshan thing as a follow-up.
But we know that she doesn't do that type of stuff because later on, when Avienda has her little dreams and the Shanshan are coming back, after Tarmangaden, after everything, like after Shanshan went back, reconquered Shanshan, and then came back, we know from that section that the Shanshan are still using female channelers.
But we also know that that's incomplete because Jordan wanted to return to the whole thing if he had lived.
Yeah. And I wish there was more, but what I'm saying is for all the loose ends, that's a big loose end that's just sitting there.
I don't,
for whatever reason, didn't cover that. And like, if she's like, I'm going to have to go through and restructure our society and everything to make sure that I'm still in power.
Because it wasn't in
Jordan's threats, blah, blah, blah.
It wasn't the scope of what Jordan was writing to do that.
Well, I know, but in his case, he wasn't there. He didn't have notes on it. He didn't say what he wanted to do with it. So Sanderson has to close some ties in some way. Like if it's well, why not? Now why do you think I think about it? It's literally just there all the time.
There's 1,000 things like that you can come up with.
I'm talking major ones, not little ones. There's a lot of little ones.
I honestly don't even.
Why did this thing happen here back in the wild? But like big major plot points that are obvious. And like literally, you could send spies into Shanshan territory and just be like, "Oh, have you heard Soldam can channel?" Blah blah blah. Just spread that like virus. Rand Land essentially has a one-up because rumors alone will destroy everything in Shanshan. That's my point. Is that it will eventually catch up, logically speaking. So having some sort of thing where like Fortune was talking to Matt, like Matt brings this up to her and it's like, "What are you going to do about this?"
She's like,
"Well, I'll have to work on
this."
this.
To finish Wheel of Time, not to write about anything after that.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff he wrote about that I don't think were written about, like Androl for one. I think Hinder's Tap was his. There's a lot of stuff in there that he
But everything in there was within the scope of the Wheel of Time, not what happened after that.
Well, Hinder's Tap was not necessary for anything in the Wheel of Time, but it was in the universe.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, we do because it was Sanderson's creation.
But so was a bunch of other stuff that was in the book. Harriet approved it, right?
Well, yes, but why wouldn't Harriet approve that as well? It's
closure. It's not closure because there's literally Jordan probably was writing 10 more books about what happened after the Tom guy.
I wish he did, honestly. But
in
the absence of having a completed story, because obviously he wasn't here to complete the story, but in the absence of the completed story, tying up a loose end only helps the story and its ending. But if you're just like, I'm going to end the story. We don't know what's going to happen with Baron. We know what's going to happen with Matt. We don't even know what's going to happen with Rand / his new persona. Like, we don't know what's going to happen. They just kind of go off. But we assume that Rand's going to have the 3 girls follow him. We assume they're going to have probably more kids. They're probably going to live. I mean, they love the guy despite his physical appearance. They still love him.
We assume that the Wheel of Time is going to go on the same way it starts. The Wheel of Time.
That's part of the story though. Like in the universe, that will happen until the Dark One breaks it. And if the Dark One is stopped from breaking it, then it will continue to happen. There's no closure needed for that. That's not a plot. That
is closure. In other words, like Jordan, the theme was the big detail of Wheel of Time was that Rand was going to make sure it was going to continue.
And he did. But there's no guarantee that it won't happen again, except that the fact that
It's
the dragon
inevitably going to happen again because that's the
Yeah.
purpose of the dragon is to
But
keep the Dark One imprisoned.
yes, but we also know that other worlds, the Dark One wins somehow. They don't tell us how.
There's only one winning condition, and that's for the Dark One to persuade the dragon to his side.
Which he does in a lot of other worlds, which means that it could happen hypothetically
No,
in this one.
he has to persuade. Like there's one soul, that's the dragon, right?
Yes.
There's only one chance for the Dark One to win with that one soul.
Yes.
So all those other worlds don't have the actual dragon in them.
Well, they're multiverses, so they technically all have everything in them.
Nope. There's one soul that's the dragon. Jordan's explicit about that. There's one soul.
Does he say one soul in the entirety of every universe, or does he
just
say
says one soul? He doesn't go crazy about multiverse theory or anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that there's one soul of the dragon.
But multiverse theory necessarily has the same soul in variant universes.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's like when you see another turning of the wheel, that in itself, like the mirror worlds of the Porter Stones, those are alternate places, but they always have the dragon. They always have Trollocs. They always have Arthur Hawkwing or whatever. Like those people are historical in there. How they do things is different. It's not like they're all copies of each other. Everything is done differently, and it shows that Rand's born as this. He's born as this.
You could call them another turning of the wheel, perhaps.
I just said that.
But the point is, there's only one soul that in Jordan's creation that opposes the Dark One, who he happens to have been the dragon, and the dragon reborn. And the Dark One's winning condition is getting that one soul to come to his side.
Because if I recall correctly, when they were explaining the multiverse concept of all the other worlds being taken over by the Dark One, but he has to win in all of them or he's still bound. So this one, as long as it resists, he's still bound. So in that regard,
the fact that Rand, the soul manifested in this particular time for this particular battle, might have meant there was the only one left who could do so in, right? But it could have been the next world over that had this fight over, so to speak, and the soul manifested there to fight the Dark One. In other words, Jordan just telling you this one story in this one particular universe.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, like, in the future, when the wheel comes back around to this again, there's no guarantee that the dragon in that time period, whoever it is, because Rand might die at some point. There's nothing says he's going to become immortal. So if he dies and the soul of the dragon comes back to somebody else, there's no guarantee that that person doesn't fall to the Dark One.
Correct.
That's my point. So in that sense, because it's alluded to by all the other universes that the dragon, the soul of the dragon in those universes fell to the Dark One.
No, it's not alluded to. There's no. It's not stated. It's not all. We don't know anything.
All the other worlds of this universe have fallen, and this is the last one. Is implied.
I don't. It's either I don't acknowledge implications, either stated directly or indirectly. So our argument is going to we'll be passing a night forever if you're going to use allusions and implications.
Well, I mean, most of everything we know is implications, but that's why we have theories. Well, yes, because if something happens in one way in this universe, but it doesn't happen in another portal world, but the portal world's a different universe, a different dimension that you can pass through these portal stones to go to each of these other places. Everything that happens in those is a possibility in every other world. But we know that there's every other worlds. Those other worlds do in fact exist. They go to them. But they also use that as a way to transport into others of their same world. That's the whole, like when you mark.
You're assuming that the world that Jordan depicts now is more valid than the other ones.
I'm not saying it's more valid. It's just the focus. He focused on this particular world.
Because this is the particular one where the soul of the dragon manifested.
Well, there's not saying that it didn't manifest in the other worlds.
He didn't say it did. Therefore, there's no evidence to say it did.
But you're implying that it didn't.
I'm not implying anything. I'm saying the only thing that exists is what Jordan says exists.
Well, that's an argument from silence, though.
Correct.
But that's not valid in like we know how things work in the universe. Like we know that.
Well,
you have to breathe oxygen. You have to eat food. You got to do all these types of things. People with magical abilities typically live longer. Like there's certain boundaries within the universe. So if you remove those things that are all bound in one universe, like, oh, that's not applicable in this universe, even though it's done in this universe, even though they all those other worlds have the same boundaries by which they all have to follow. Like
you're assuming that.
Well, if you burst into flame in one world from a fireball, it's has to follow that you do in the other one unless you have some magical capacity
Well,
to make a void of
to
something.
not get lost in the errata of physics and fundamental universal constants, say
Well,
that you know what I'm talking about.
that's just how
Mhm.
that's how we grade literally any universe, whether it be
Yeah.
Star Wars or anything else. Like when we go into Disney Star Wars, which is supposedly a continuation of canon and everything, if that's the case, and they do something in that cannot be done in original Star Wars because of the effects, like the Holdo maneuver, that can't be done because of the detriment it would do literally to all the planets and just obliterate everybody around. Like the damage that would be done would literally cause problems in the universe, which is why you say, well, we can't cause these problems in this universe because it would still apply, because all of the constraints, all the building that in this case Robert Jordan does, he tells us all the parameters. Here's the parameters of magic. If you do something and you don't know what you're doing with channeling, you can burn yourself out, you can obliterate people around you, all the above, or if you go into a Terra Real, you disappear forever. Those are boundaries.
Okay.
Those are boundaries that have to exist because they're a part of the universe. You can't just say, well, he didn't mention this. Well, because if you do something that wasn't mentioned, you could possibly go poof and never.
You're assuming, you're making the assumption that
I'm only building off the structure of the universe of the story. That's all I'm building. If it exists in one, it makes sense that any other universe would be
there's your leap right there. Okay, but that's your leap of logic right there. Okay, I'm saying is all we can understand from Jordan's writing is what he actually wrote. We cannot use our own leaps of logic or our assumptions about what must be.
But we know there were 2 Arthur Hawkwings at least.
We know,
Plus,
we know
saw
at least
them.
there are 2. No. We saw the statue to one of them in one world.
Yeah. So we saw
at
direct
least
evidence.
one soul is a duplicate in the alternate universes.
And when the Heroes of the Horn is brought back and Arthur Harkonnen comes back, is it this universe, which is presumed? It's presumed that it's this universe's. Is it not the other one as well? Because if all the other universes have a Arthur Hawkwing alive simultaneously, you can't have a soul of Arthur Hawkwing, obviously. You'd have to have one of them not be there if that was applied. But if you create a multiverse theory, everything about multiverse has to apply. In other words, it's a copy of what is. It just doesn't happen the same way. So the universe rules will still exist because that's how multiverse theory works. So if you're using that world, he would have to, in world building, explain that they don't have the same things. Everyone can channel. You don't have to have
like comic books and
also the portal worlds are described as choices that weren't made, right?
Yeah, anything that you do or don't do changes the course of history.
If we have, say, our Wheel of Time story, where Rand does something at some point, like, say, he goes to Carrion.
He goes to Tarvalon instead of skipping it and going to Shinar.
There is, yes. There is an alternate portal world where he didn't choose that, created at the moment of the choice.
So
essentially,
it's the choice tree, but it splits off.
It's a choice tree. It splits off. It splits off at every choice, and thus necessarily the soul must exist in both, because both are equally valid choices.
And you have to do this for every single person in every single version of those universes, which throws everything off. Because when he does the flicker things, it says Rand as a farmer, Rand as a blade master, Rand as a dragon, Rand as a fisherman.
The flicker worlds are alternate worlds where they also live different lives.
So again, if you want to go speculation, it could be that there's only one soul for everyone, no matter how many worlds they live in.
He's explicitly explained that Rand sees himself in other worlds as these things. He can't be those things.
Rand has the personality of running on top of the dragon, so to speak.
Well, I know, but he mentions, if I recall correctly, I might be wrong, but he explicitly mentions that in one of those worlds, he's not the dragon, which means the soul did not go to him, at least in one of those worlds. There's worlds in which he can channel and worlds that he can't channel. There's a whole bunch of different variances, which means that the dragon in those worlds still exists. It's just not him in those worlds, which means that the soul of the dragon could have gone to somebody else.
But maybe that world doesn't have channeling.
Well, if it didn't exist, then the Dark One gets out, because the Dark One is implied to exist in every single one of those worlds.
But again,
it's just which one does the Shadow win and which one's the
But that's worthless for the Dark One, because he can only win by having the dragon come over to his side.
Well, he can only win if he takes out all the multiverses at the same time. Like if he wins in all of them, existence ceases to exist.
But to do that, he has to have the dragon come over to his side.
Of every single one. So if he has all of them but this one, which is the one we're in currently, he has to convince Rand, who is the current dragon, to join his side.
So if there's no dragon in that other universe, it's not worth the Darkwind's time to actually do anything there.
Well, no, because the dragon has to exist to stop him too. Like that's the thing, is that he has to stop.
From the Darkwind's perspective, the universe that matter is where the dragon exists.
But all universes matter if people are in them.
But only if he defeats the dragon, the Dark One gets everything, right?
Yeah.
In all worlds, yes. Well, no, he gets access. He gets access to the wheel directly.
So,
like he could make things cease to exist.
Well, what is if there's no dragon for him to defeat on a particular world? What is the value of doing anything on that world to the Dark One?
Well, it's not that they don't exist in those worlds. It's saying that at the time, because they're each of those worlds are going to have different prophecies, because obviously the rules
and different time periods as well.
Different time periods. Something could happen during the Age of Legends in that universe.
Maybe
and the dragon
isn't around in one of those alternate universes, right? Maybe so that's why Rand maybe
considered the one power. Maybe they don't know who the creator is in one of those worlds. Doesn't mean the creator
exists. As we know, the spark is only active in certain ages.
As far as we know, which that in itself should stay consistent amongst the worlds, because that's something outside of the universe. Like that's a universal fact. Like you have to have oxygen to breathe. There's nothing in it saying, because it's not like the spark is put into certain people at a specific age. It's not like the one magician passes it to another magician through whatever
No, it's just active or not.
It's just active, so it's passively active in all universes. How that functions, we don't know. But if they don't have access to the one power, like they don't have a power source, because if the Wheel of Time universe is supposed to be our universe, just way in the future, before it recycles. Like we get to as humanity peaks, goes to the Age of Legends, space travel, all that kind of jazz, and then it stops.
In that, in the Wheel of Time version of our time, right? Yeah. The spark is not active. So
well,
we
it's
don't
not
have
active in our time, but it becomes a source they
find. It becomes active at some point, and then they find it.
It's possible that some other multiverse hasn't found the spark yet, but as soon as they find the spark, which is, as far as we know, always comes with a dragon, then whenever that spark is found...
But also, maybe Rand is always the dragon, and just in that particular version...
He states in that thing where he says, like, I am the dragon, and I am not the dragon. There are other choices.
Okay.
So if he's not the dragon...
But maybe he's not the dragon in one of them. He thinks that. Maybe he just thinks that because he can't channel, but the spark might be inactive.
Jordan commented.
Jordan just states that he knows that he is in this one and he isn't in this one. That's all he states. Yeah. But if he is in one other one, that could mean, because it's the branch of the choices. In one, he's a dragon and it goes this way, which is our universe. Another one, he is one, but he makes a different choice and goes a different direction. So there could be a lot of Rands that are also it, because there's infinite amounts of multiverses. We don't know how many multiverses there are. All that the Dark One has to do is win in all of them in order to break the wheel, which is his goal. So if he doesn't win in this one, he doesn't win in all the other ones that he wins in.
I have an inverted way of saying that. All the Dark One has to do to win is to get the dragon to go over his side, no matter what happens in any other multiverse.
Yeah.
But that's what happens in the other multiverses. He wins by taking over. He wins in those. I guess that's the whole point of I win again, lose Theron. It's like every single instance in which he does something, he's always winning.
Yeah,
and we know
from the worlds, saying that.
Yes, but I'm saying, like, when he goes to the world where the Trollocs take over and the Shadow takes over and everything, those worlds are still there because they haven't won in Rand's current world. Because for the Dark One to, quote unquote, take on the creator and like destroy the creator's work, he has to destroy the wheel, which is the pattern, which is what the creator put into play. And then we see the creator helping out in certain areas. Same thing like Aru Iluvatar helps out in Tolkien's work from a distance and certain things. And it's the Spibimi Shabiba mine instrument kind of thing, where it's like they help in certain instances to prevent this, because if the creator didn't step in and helped in certain instances, Rand probably wouldn't have made it to where he needed to be to actually do what he needed to do. Same thing with Frodo and Sam and Gollum and everything, where like Gollum being the instrument of Eru Ilúvatar to destroy the ring, because Frodo wouldn't have been able to do it because the corruption would eventually have gotten him. And it's the same concept of that sliding into place where
the way Tolkien phrases it is Eru intervened at that moment because there was nothing else humanly possible Sam or Frodo could have done.
Yes.
Yes.
But the creator also jumps in and helps in certain instances, not like always blatantly, but in certain instances, the creator jumps in and is like, I'm going to aid you, because the creator knows the stakes. But Rand wouldn't know this if he had gone without the creator's stuff. Like, the creator pretty much had to have helped for Rand to figure out what he was doing, because Rand was just doing it the way he thought it had to be done. But when he's shown that, this is actually how you need to do it, then he's like, boom, light bulb goes off, and he gets that assistance that he needs to go on and say, like, I can go take on the Dark One, fully confident now, maybe not knowing it's the creator that helped him, but he knows that this was the help he needed.
Yes.
He had to get over that bump, and that bump is what gets him through. But there's other little details and stuff, trip ups, or the conflict between the Forsaken and whatnot, actively harming the Shadow's ability to do stuff, because they're always fighting each other, because that's what the Dark One wants, because Dark One loves the corruption aspect. He likes the distrust. He hates anything that's good. That causes the downfall of the Dark One, even though he likes it. But the creator can use that as a thing, like, oh, these guys butted heads, and now Rand can go in and go boop, boop, and pop several of them, or whatever. Like, there's little itty bitty pieces of information that you can gather from what the creator does, or like even in Tolkien, Eru Ilúvatar, where he causes something to happen or leaves something. Like, do we know that the pity that Bilbo feels for Gollum wasn't brought upon him by Eru Ilúvatar, like saying, don't you see this pitiful creature? And then he's like, you know what, I'm not going to kill you. And then that trickles down.
Bilbo was a gentle, decent person.
Well, he was. Well, he was, but doesn't mean he's not going to kill. Like, he kills other things. Like, his gentle soul is still there.
Bilbo stayed his hand because he had free will to do so. There was no need.
I'm not saying Eru forced him to. I'm saying Eru gave him a little nudge, saying, "Look at this pitiful creature." He's not forcing him. He wouldn't have needed to. It's in Bilbo's character to have done that. But you can appeal to your instinctive character. So if Bilbo is gentle, but he's contemplating killing something, and Eru Ilúvatar's like, "No, let's appeal to your gentle. Like, your gentle nature here is what could help you." I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's something that could happen.
Okay.
Where Eru Ilúvatar forces it, or not forces it, assists in that regard. So, if that's the case, then it's not far-fetched that in these other universes, the nudgings and other things were ignored or whatever, because the creator doesn't blatantly just go in there and force people to change their minds. Eru doesn't do that. Those other god universes don't do that either. So they give assistance, whether it be blatant help or not blatant help. They can do it in the backdrop, and they're just like, this needs to happen because this is how I will it. So they're going to find the people who are willing to do those things. It doesn't interfere with anybody's free will. It's just, are you willing to listen? And then Rand just came to the conclusion where, like, I need to listen. And then he listened, and that's how he was able to defeat the Dark One. But that happens just in the multiverse areas. And other choices were made, that's the multiverse theory, and they didn't go well. But you only one to hold for existence to still maintain. And that's basically what is the point of this wheel. So, in this sense, when we're all these choices that are doing for this quote unquote television turning of the wheel, like it's another turning of the wheel, theirs doesn't follow the universe guidelines. It's just throwing everything all over the place and whatever. Now, could there be evil nations like the Shan Chan or others that are okay with, in this case, like, you were forced to marry at a young age? Potentially. I mean, it's possible. But that's not the one we get to see, so we have to just presume that in that universe, we know humans are capable of this thing. But there's a lot of things that humans are capable of that we don't see, because Robert Jordan doesn't write every single detail. He doesn't need to write every single detail. But if he's like, humans, and we know how humans act even in our world, because this is an extension of our world, so all the humans in development that we have in our world would also apply in the current Wheel of Time setting. For example, in our world, in our history, in the previous ages, slavery, child marriages, all that kind of stuff existed. So it is logical that in the future turnings of the wheel, or in various other turnings of the wheel in the multiverse, those things could also exist. But Lanfear wouldn't know this because she's trapped inside of one universe. She doesn't necessarily know these other things unless she goes through the exact same experiences, which we have no knowledge she does. The only thing she knows is what the Dark One has told her or her own personal experience. Rand does have actual experience in those areas because of the portal stones and because of the flicker. But that all be said, it's there. That's why things like the Shan Chan bother me, because that should be something that, as a ruler, you want to solidify your power, not leave it weak.
I'm not arguing with you on that sense. I agree with you on that sense. I'm saying my argument is Jordan did not include that as part of the Wheel of Time story itself. Right?
Well, he hadn't gotten to it.
He intended for that to be something he wrote later. Okay?
Which I would be happy with, but if he had intended that, it's like if you're an author and you die at a certain point and you're okay with somebody continuing on later on, and your wife is like, I want somebody to continue this on, and your wife obviously loves you and she loves the work that she herself has worked on, it would be a logical, plausible thing to be like, let's tie up the major plot hole loose ends.
Well, who's to say Jordan was being logical? He might have just said, okay, I just want just the Wheel of Time finished, and then you release my notes for the rest of it.
But I'm saying, like, this could have been part of the ending of the Wheel of Time. Like, he didn't have to. I mean, maybe you could have said notes or whatever.
As hands-on as we know Jordan is, I'm pretty sure he itemized out, this is what I want in the ending, and this is what I don't want in the ending.
Well, yeah, but he probably focused on the main plot, not necessarily all the side plots. Because remember, every character he creates other plot points, and of those plot points, some of them don't matter, other ones matter a little bit more. When you have three main characters, those 3 main points.
My assessment of Jordan is he's a micromanager, and even in his dying breath, he was like, "Harriet, I love you, and make sure that Rand doesn't do this in the book." I can just.
Well, I'm kind of like that too, but my point is that imagine if Tolkien was writing The Lord of the Rings. He didn't have like the Silmarillion or anything like that. It's just he wrote The Hobbit and he's writing The Lord of the Rings, and in the process that he's almost through Return of the King, and he's like, all right, Frodo and Sam are just entering Mordor, and then it cuts off. Like he stops, he dies. There's no notes on it or anything because like he knew where he wanted to go, but he didn't have enough to put in. He just points out, well, Frodo eventually gets there. He gets in a Mount Doom. That's all his notes say. He doesn't say how it was done or whatever. And the Crystal Token's like, well, should I just say that Frodo throws the ring in, or should I say that Gollum comes in because all these other plot points were leading up to this? Where like Gollum's
okay. So
have Gollum doing it.
Having a knowledge of right, how his writing styles work, I can say this much: before he even put the prose to Lord of the Rings together, he had at least 15 different timelines and outlines of how the whole thing would have occurred.
Yeah, but even if he picks one, if he doesn't get to the finish part, my point is that
he picks. The way Christopher described his writing process is he'll make up all these timelines and outlines, and then he'll use part of one and part of another one and part of another one, and then at the end he'll go back and edit it all again and again. That's why Christopher had why a lot of chunk of stuff is in Unfinished Tales, even though arguably he could have finished it a bit more.
He could have finished the Unfinished Tales.
Well,
they wouldn't be called the Unfinished Tales; they'd be called the Finished Tales by Jerry.
Have you actually read the Unfinished Tales?
A long time ago, yes.
There's a tremendous chunk of material about Galadriel in there that doesn't get into the Silmarillion or Lord of the Rings, right?
I have the Book of Lost Tales 1 and 2. I don't remember if I have the Unfinished Tales yet, but
yeah. So Unfinished Tales is a chunk of material Christopher Tolkien left over when he put the Silmarillion together with Gary Elkay. Okay. Yeah. So he had this big chunk of notes for his father's Silmarillion, right? And he said, "Okay, what from all my father's outlines and timelines and notes, what can I piece together based on the prose he's written and his notes and whatever?" And that became the Silmarillion. And all the chunk that was left became the Unfinished Tales.
But that's not my point. Is that if Tolkien didn't have notes on the actual ending, like even if he had multiple notes and different paths,
I'm just saying to you, if that was the case,
to do so,
Christopher never would have published it. We would never have seen it.
Potentially,
he would publish the notes, but he would never complete. He would never have,
But I mean, you have the first 2 books written. The third one's in the process of
No, Lord of the Rings is one book. Remember, Lord of the Rings is one book.
I know, but they had him write it in 3 parts.
No, it was published in 3 parts.
Okay,
You've completed the Lord of the Rings as a book, and the publisher said we have a shortage of paper, or I forget the exact bullshit, but there was a paper shortage of something.
That's a pretty lame excuse.
Yeah.
Back then.
Well, I mean,
they don't read
wow.
They read books everywhere.
Yeah. So there was something going on. It was like some paper shortage plus something
They
about.
just didn't want to release a massive book.
Yeah.
That's
So,
what.
Which they ended up doing in the future anyway.
So they made him break it up into 3 parts. And when they broke it into 3 parts, he went back and edited the Return of the King a bit more. But then they told Tolkien, no, we have to do this edit on the books and change some stuff, right? And then after they published it, Tolkien was ticked off and spent 10 years rather than finishing Silmarillion undoing the edit that they did.
Yeah, I'd be like, don't touch my stuff. That's what I'd be saying. But
anyway,
what I'm saying is the average author will create the first book, it gets published. The second book comes out, gets published, like George R. R. Martin stuff. Like he didn't have all of the 5 books or whatever he's done now. He didn't have all of them ready to go and then publish them in a couple of years apart. Like he wrote the first book, published it, people liked it, so they like write a second book. He writes that, publish it. He might have had a plan to be like, I'm going to do this. Like Robert Jordan had a plan. He's like, I'm going to make this a trilogy. That clearly worked.
Wow.
Funny enough, that's a similar writing style to what Jordan did for Game of Thrones. Like, that's funny enough. That's similar to what actually Martin did for Game of Song of Ice and Fire. He didn't.
He had intentions, and they said keep making them.
His intention was to make a trilogy.
Yeah,
and
I'm not saying that.
Then he wrote about 3,000 pages of stuff, and they're like, this can't fit into one book.
Well, let's assume that Tolkien had an ending of book 1 and book 2. But the book 2 one was like 2 Towers being finished essentially, and he had written them in different parts, and then he gets to the 3rd one, and he starts writing it, but before the climax, the peak point of the entire trilogy, right? He dies, but he didn't have notes quite written up on that yet, and there's like, okay, well we have some loose ends, the major one being the ring has to be destroyed.
We would never know what happened because it would never be published.
So we have 2 books of a 3-book trilogy.
Christopher would never let it be published.
Story. You're telling me that Christopher wouldn't be at least now. The Tolkiens are a very odd bunch in that regard. They're very particular, at least specifically Christopher and his dad were very, very particular on like not doing that. But assumedly, most other authors wouldn't be like that. They'd be like, I need my work finished because it's my legacy.
I don't know if unfortunately, I've seen when Jordan did what he did with Sanderson, a lot of authors I respected, not that I lost respect for them, said, I can never do that with my own work. I'm gonna let someone else write it. That's why rumor was like rumors. That's why, I think after this, hopefully we get back to this stupid show. Unfortunately, the top of this conversation.
I'm trying to see what is this green thing you sent, Sage?
So,
that's a map.
Sanderson.
The green is where Almouth Plain is.
The rumor was that Sanderson got the job because several other authors refused, right?
Outside of it on the map.
I thought Almouth Plain was that entire chunk in the middle.
But it is that chunk in the middle.
No, like this way, not this way.
No, Falm is Toman Head. That's different from Almouth Plain.
But those aren't borders. Like between Bandar Eben and Tanchico is a road. That's not a border.
But there are no borders drawn on what's not actually
north of Terrebonne and south of Eredamon have borders. The entire piece in the middle.
Yeah, but that just means the entire piece in the middle is unclaimed.
Yeah,
I'll be back in 5. My middle
doesn't mean that it's all the Almouth Plain.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was like Almouth Plain was the whole thing. Tomon Head was like the stick out part of it.
Yeah, but that's not a plain, though, is it? It can't be part of Almouth Plain because it's a peninsula where there's no plain.
Well, it doesn't state that there is no plain.
Well, no, a plain in geography is a very specific type of setup.
Well, I know the biome and everything, but I'm saying like in terms of the map, the whole thing, as far because if you look at the map in like a book or something, like basically how this is, you have borders.
Yeah, but the borders in the Wheel of Time are weird because it only has borders around the countries. Right? All the,
Well,
for example, if you look at Andor, right, and then to the south there is the whole bit from Carrion all the way to Ilion to the sea, and then minus the Tia bit. That's
you're
not
talking
all
like
the
Aaron
plains of
Gill,
Merido,
Merk, Farmadi, Plains
Farmading,
of
and
Merido.
plains of Merido. Not the
Yeah,
whole thing is the plains of Merido, just because it's all in the same border.
true. But why would you take only control of the plain part and not Falma and Toman
No,
Head?
they likely want Form and Toman Head as well, but
Well, okay.
the
If you're saying
plain
that,
is the
this is
largest
literally
region.
if you're saying this is literally the biome of the plane, sure. I'm not saying that, but they considered the entire area Almoth Plain because that's the reference, because they're not saying Almoth Plain and this other, like Arad Daman and Terabon both want the Almoth Plain, but not once do they say, well, we want to fight over Tomon Head.
Yeah,
See what I'm saying? Like they reference the whole area, the whole region is being fought between Arad Daman and Terabon, while simultaneously also having civil wars, which is always funny. But it's like the entire area, that whole area, be what they're going after. Like Andor, ironically, is very very thin.
uh-huh.
Andor has got that very thin thing, and then you got Mirandy, you've got the Kyrian splot and everything. The reason they're small is because they can't control beyond those borders. Not that they don't want to. Like Bram would, Andor would love to be able to control Bramwood. They just don't have the means to do so. These are borders in which they actively can control. But it gets a little weird because in the Two Rivers, it's under the lines. But the reason they don't have to worry about that area is because there's nobody else who could get to it except through Andor. And obviously the Mountains of Mist, but no one's going to move an army through Mountains of Mist. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
That'd be ridiculously bad for strategy point purposes. But they only claim what they can reach and what they can actively protect. Because if they said, well, we're going to control the Carolyn grass as Andor.
Yeah, but the
Well,
Carolyn
they have
grass
to actually be able to, because banditry and all that other stuff would force them to spread their military might way too thin. They
true,
would
but the Carolyn grass doesn't reach all the way to the ocean near Aradoma, does it?
Technically, that's just the area they call it. I mean, that whole area, that whole
bit north of Bandar Eban be called the Caroline Grass?
Bandar Eban.
I
don't know if that's considered. I don't know if the problem with rivers is that they don't always show borders for rivers.
No, but in the Wheel of Time, there are only borders when there's a nation.
Well, they say the Black Hills, but we know that it's a mountain range. We know that, but
and that's not the Caroline Grass, is it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm referring to the places by which they understand the whole place, because we could say this is the name of X, but we refer to the whole area as X rather than just this. Because what would the Damanis or Radaman, what would they call the area between them and Saldea? Do they have a name for it, or they just call it the
they
empty
might have
land?
a name for it, but we might not know the name.
Exactly. So we don't know what that specific area is, but Almoth Plain and Tomon Head gets double names.
Yes.
Or is it called Tomon Head because the reader needs to know where Tomon Head is?
That's possible.
So now it could be a merchant thing as well. Like, we're going to Tomon Head, aka Falma, because not everybody goes by Falma, because Falma's not a country. Tomon Head's not a country. It's an area. It's a region. Now, but when the White Cloaks over in Amadisia, which is way out of the way, when they're like, we're gonna go take over Almoth Plain. That's Pedro Niles' whole, like, that's his whole plan. Like we're gonna take over Almoth Plain. We're gonna make it the White Cloak Nation. Ha ha, ha ha ha, or whatever. And when they're trying to take that over, they're not going to just stop at the Almoth Plain. They're going to go all the way to the ocean. They're going to go all the way. They just refer to the place that they're going to take over as. Like,
but maybe the main goal is the Almoth Plain, and Tomon Head's just a nice extra bonus.
I'm saying, like, it can be called Tomon Head because it's the peninsula that pops out, and Almoth Plain could be just the area where it's actually just a plain. But I'm saying they can also doubly.
Yeah, but it could be. I think Tomon Head is likely not included in the Almoth Plain.
Not Andor. Like the Two Rivers is part of Andor, but it's not technically part of Andor. It's just on the map. It's called the Two Rivers for one, merchants, Merchants go there all the
de
time.
jure it's part of Andor, right? But
Well, from a map perspective, it is. But also, they claim they can control that area. They go up to, I believe, Barrowon.
yeah, that's what de jure means.
So when their control versus what they assume they can control. If no one can ever reach the two rivers except through Andoran territory, they can quote unquote control it. Graham Woods
I get
can't.
that.
So in that regard,
but Toman Head and Almoth Plain are similar in difference as the Caroline Grass and the Black Hills.
well, I'm saying Almoth Plain could be the overall understanding from what the world perceives as the territory, not just the individual grassy biome.
Right, but that would be Almoth without the plain parts, surely, right?
I don't know.
Because that we used to be a country.
I don't think we're given enough information from in the world to know if they care if it's called plainer or not. Is it called the Black Hills, but they're actually just flat territory? Or maybe they're mountains. Why would you call them the Black Hills if they're the mountains? They're mountains, not hills. Like it's how the world uses their words. We don't have enough on, which is surprising. We don't have enough.
Yeah, no, but I get that.
What they call it.
From what it looks like on the map, right? You have Toman Head is geographically sort of distinct from the Almoth Plain.
And it could be because it's the peninsula that comes off of Almoth Plain, but the overall region is known as Almoth Plain.
Could be.
That's what I'm saying. Is like we don't know if they had it specifically exclusively. Toman Head is this because if you, I actually want to look at it now because
I mean Toman Head's sort of a hilly region, I guess. So
I want to see what it's. Oops, that's the wrong one. Okay, here we go. Toman Head is a peninsula that extends of the west coast. It lies between Arad Daman and Terabon, claimed by neither and both. So Terabon and Arad Daman both claim Toman Head, and it specifically says it's a peninsula.
Yes,
but remember, we never hear them argue over Toman Head. They always argue over Almoth Plain.
Yeah, because Almoth Plain is the bigger part that's right next to both of them.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that the region, we know that it itself is the peninsula. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that what everybody else reference it to. When they say we're taking out Almoth Plain, they're not meaning just the plain. They mean the plain and the peninsula.
They want everything, right?
Yeah.
They also want the Mountains of Mist region, but that's not the Almoth Plain.
But which one?
On the right side, there's
Mountains of Mist.
The Mountains of Mist up to.
Well, no one claims the Mountains of Mist because the Mountains of Mist are just a treacherous place that you can't really control anymore.
Yeah, but there's a lake there in the city, isn't it?
No.
Maybe
Gildon. There's Gildon, Terabon, Almoth Plain, Arad Daman, and then the two rivers / Andor Barrowon territory surround it, and then a bunch of empty space on the northeastern side of it. But
I'm pretty sure there's a
Manetheren used to be kind of like right up against the Mountains of Mist. I can't really read that far.
But on the east side,
where the Darkwood is,
there's a big lake, I think, with a city near it.
You mean by the Darkwood?
Could be.
Arad Daman has Qatar, Katar, that's on the border of Almoth Plain and Arad Daman, up against the Mountains of Mist. Terabon doesn't look like they have anything. Gildon has the lower mountains by Amadisia. They don't have the actual.
Yeah, no, but they can live near the lake in the Mountains of Mist. That's a reason.
I mean, I'm not saying that they don't fight because they want to go there. I'm just saying on the map there is no definitive city there that they are going to be fighting over. The only city in Almoth Plain, Toman Head territory is Falma. It says that very specifically. The only notable city.
Well, there are many villages.
Well, there's villages, yes, but cities. I'm talking about like if people want to live in a village, sure. There's villages all over Almoth Plain. There's villages in Toman.
Yeah, but you can control those, right?
Well, they're villages. They're not going to be any superior fighting against you.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. It'd be really easy to take over them. But my point is that the region, because I'm pretty sure Manetheren was really close to the Mountains of Mist.
Yeah, its capital was in the Mountains of Mist.
Well, I don't know if the area there is still there or if it got destroyed by the One Power when it went kaboomy. So I don't know.
Well, no, they go through the Waygate that's supposed to be in Manetheren.
Well, right. The Manetheren Waygate was south of the two rivers. No. The Manetheren one I think was lost during the War of the Shadow, wasn't it?
No, they go through the Manetheren Waygate. Perrin goes through it on the way to.
Well,
to
that's the one it's in the mountains, but it's not like the peak of the mountains. It's on the outside of the mountains.
Yeah,
At one point there was
mountains
travel.
are
The
sort
Manetheren
of
had
wider
travel
than-
through both sides of the mountains. It also absorbed basically Gillidan, Terabon, Aradamon, Olive Plain, parts of Andor. Like it was a big freaking nation. Like it's not set by the borders of these other nations. So it kind of chunks in the middle. It takes a big chunk of all of those and makes Manetheren. So when it went bye-bye,
I'm
I don't know
pretty
if
sure
people
the capital was in the mountains, though.
it is either in the mountains or right smack dab next to them. But it was right next to those mountains. But nobody's fighting for like, I want to go find the former city of Manetheren and then take it because
because it's also on the east side.
When what's her face blows up the entire Army of the Shadows and everything, I'm pretty sure she blew up the whole city and everything with it too. So I don't know if that was.
I mean, Manetheren is basically Minas Tirith, right?
We don't get enough descriptions specifically about it. I would assume it's on par or more or less. But
I mean, the name itself translates to mountain home.
Would that be a dwarven thing, though? Don't dwarves call their territories mountain homes?
True, they do.
Gondorians and dwarves proven.
So wait, everyone in Two Rivers is actually secretly a dwarf?
They're all dwarves. Really tall dwarves because Perrin and freaking Matt are freaking huge. They're like 6 foot something.
Yeah, wow. Well, maybe it's in comparison to the Ogier.
The Ministry is what?
Ministry is a city, not a fort, it's a fortress, not a city per se. It means something like the guard tower.
It's a fortress city.
Well, Minas means city.
But the actual city it's supposed to be guarding is Osgiliath.
Osgiliath from the river.
Yeah.
And then on the other side you had
which is weird. It's like what are you guarding from this area? Like you're nowhere near it to be able to like actually protect it. So what are you guarding from? Like if anything, wouldn't you be on the side? Because when they built it, I don't think Mordor, was it?
No. They had like 2 towers on each end, with in the middle.
Well, the Black Gate was kind of the opposite side, wasn't it?
No, Black Gate's far north.
Or no, it's Minas Morgul.
It's Minas Morgul. That used to be Minas Anor, I think.
Minas
Ithilien.
Minas Ithil.
Minas Ithil. No, Minas Ithil. Was Ithil?
Isildur founded Minas, what became Minas Morgul.
Yeah, I don't remember on which side which one
I'm on
was.
call, guys. I gotta take the call.
I can feel it.
One of them is Minas Anor, and one of them is Ithil.
Well, yes, Minas Ithil and
Tower of the Moon and the Tower of the Sun.
Yeah,
both protecting the City of Stars.
Which doesn't make it only to protect one from one angle, though, is the problem.
Yes,
from the south, not from the north. But with
also that has problems because it's they're on the east and the west of Osgiliath. So.
Well, but the funny part is that it doesn't act like. This is one of the strange things about castles and stuff is that they don't unless they actually actively block. Like if you have 2 hills like this, and then you have the fort completely block off that entire entry point, it doesn't actually protect because like. People could go by it. Like people could go right down the middle of the river.
Castles weren't supposed to protect stuff. They were a force.
They housed forces, yes.
And those forces are projecting across the region.
Yes, but my point is that having a castle blockade the whole gap or whatever.
That only works in mountain passes.
That's what I'm saying. Is like that would be excessively good. Because the defensive point is you have to take down this place. There's going to be a siege. There's going to be a time taken. Reinforcements could arrive. A whole bunch of possibilities happen. It becomes much more of a pain. But when you have a city and you're like, well, we'll send out armies. Well, if you send out those armies, you lose a defensive point, strategy point-wise. Like you don't have walls to hide behind. Now it's your force versus their force. And if their force is superior, like if the Haradrim showed up with an army of 200,000, magically, and Gondor only had 2 armies of 10,000, so 20,000 versus 200,000. Gondor loses a huge strategic advantage by their forts being off to the side rather than being right in the middle, where they'd have to pass by. Is my point. Which obviously, being up against the wall, like Minas Tirith has a great defensive position from where it's at, where you can't get behind the city, which is really, really useful for them. But for protecting Osgiliath is just kind of, it seems a little silly to me because of you just go down the middle and just avoid both of them.
No, because there's a lot of strategic. The whole other thread we can do beyond the scope of the show.
There's a lot.
There was a tremendous amount of logistics and warfare that Galadriel and Celeborn were coordinating the entire region there to keep Sauron's forces. Because if you look at the map,
but this was pre-Sauron, right?
Well, no, she predates Mordor.
Pre-Sauron.
Galadriel had a vision. Had a vision
Mordor,
that
sure.
essentially that I'm keeping overly simple. Okay, she had a vision that Mordor was going to form. I'm just overly simplifying
the RJ route where you have to be as explicitly detailed as possible for all the non-essentials.
She went. Her and Celeborn went to the region to get everyone organized there because they felt because of her vision. Okay, and she organized the dwarves, even though Celeborn hates the dwarves. All the other elves, the elves of Mirkwood. That's why they separate for a couple hundred years. Sauron's forced to attack them, and she retreated through Moria to safety.
But Celeborn didn't want to go along.
He hated them so much he wouldn't go through Moria.
So he had to go the long way around.
Yeah. So and they coordinated with Gondor and Arnor at the time, the whole defensive thing.
Well, why didn't the elves just use the eagles? Come on.
Wow.
There was a lot more in the Second Age and the early Third Age than the stupid Rings of Prime will have you believe.
I know. It's just funny because it's like anytime they're like, well, I hate the dwarves, so I won't go through the dwarves. I'll go around. I'm like, why don't you just go over? Just use why don't you just use the eagles? Why not just? It's the dumbest thing ever. But anyway, we should probably get back to the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to be able to make it before I have to go.
We'll rush and make as many things as possible, hopefully. I'm going to break the reason that's going to keep you here.
It's a gift. I'll kill the person most precious to you.
You can't. It's so stupid. I mean, one could argue it's torturous, but
yeah, let's not stop this. But that makes no narrative sense.
The oaths, the Dark One, apply to all of the quote-unquote chosen / forsaken. Like, that doesn't make sense. It's like, it's not to Ishamael, well, it's to whoever works for the Shadow by tiers. Ishamael and Lanfear are at the higher point, so whoever shows up, it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Why are they making? Oh, frack this show. Fuck it to hell. I hope Rafe has a stroke, and I hope he's forced to eat his own nuts.
Even recognize
argue this to Nogia if you're a Sean Chan.
Is Ingtar also a slave?
It doesn't matter. This is an Ogier.
So he's made either not a Sojin, a Dako Vale. But you would never treat a gardener like this. That's like against Sean Chan.
The Deathwatch will literally kill her for this.
It's Mongolian throat singing now?
Yes.
Well, it's because Loyal has... He's not a singer, he's a baritone, or whatever they're called.
But she should have expected this, right? Because the gardeners in...
But the Sean Chan are just, like, the way they're portrayed here are jokesters, which is not the Sean Chan way.
Like, if this were a plot we're in, right now the Deathwatch Squad would go in there and just kill them.
Okay, I have to stop you here. They're so honor bound. Nothing about that scene was honor related. Nothing.
Yep.
It's complete antithetical to honor. They're all
but
like,
then again,
to somebody
you can't write what you don't know, right?
They can't write what they do know.
That's also true. They can't write, period.
They don't worry about anyone stealing it. Well, why would they? They treat everyone with disdain.
Mm-hmm.
Like, What of a Guinevere?
But how does he know about Egwene Alvear?
They don't. Maybe you should sing Way.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, right? Basically dogs. Same thing.
Woof woof.
Is it
Why?
Except she didn't.
She's gonna turn into Gollum. Got him! Got him!
Isn't she already? Look, she even moves like Gollum.
She's not even sitting like a normal person.
Hey, that's not supposed to be possible.
Well, she's not wearing. Okay, she's not wearing the bracelet.
That's a good point.
But
still, she shouldn't be able to
saying,
use a
anything she
jug as a
thinks-
weapon.
Well, yes, but anything she thinks of as a weapon to harm someone, she can't
Is-
do without
yeah.
authorization of the bracelet.
Mhm.
They bypassed that by saying, "Oh, well, she can get around that by doing."
No.
She's totally gonna save herself.
If you think of something as a weapon, you can't even hold it.
Yeah, like you can't use anything as a weapon because as soon as you try to, the collar will prevent you.
I'm going to say this
Yes,
is something.
but that's not dependent on anyone wearing the bracelets. So this should not have been possible.
True, but I'm saying from the show perspective, what they've shown of it, they're saying you can't do anything because of this. Is all
Oh,
the
we're
show's
using
actually-
show logic. Okay.
Yes,
fair
I'm
enough.
saying even in the show's logic, it can't follow its own. It like
And
it
I'm going to say
follow parameters.
this is a dream sequence.
Is it?
I
Could be,
just doesn't
could be.
seem. Remember, they have to get Egwene being a dreamer in there eventually.
Well, do they?
But that's not how
is
that's
that
not how dreaming
necessary?
works.
I mean,
to begin with, so.
we're not going to see the Aiel waste anyway. So
Bringing in Tali Runriod brings in a whole bunch of other things as well. So
true.
why would they bother making her a dreamer?
Mhm.
She's just a girl boss. That's all she is.
Exactly. Yes. And also insufferable.
But yeah, it's a dream sequence or a thought sequence, I should say. But even thinking it should be freaking making her just. But basically, how you react, Matt, when I say Cat's Wade. Cat's Wade.
Oh no!
He said, we said Cat's Wade 100 times straight. He died.
Is that how it works?
The actress they're getting to play Elena, much as I hate Katsuan, she's the perfect actress to play her.
Okay.
To play Cat's Wade or Elida?
Wait, Elena?
Katsuan. I don't know if you ever seen.
She's the perfect actress to play Cat's Wade, but they have her playing as Elida. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're probably not going to have Cat's
Have you ever seen that actress before?
I don't pay attention to actors outside of.
Oh yeah, it's
She
it's
played
the
Avasabala
one
in
who
The
plays
Expanse.
in The Expanse. Yeah.
I didn't watch.
She's
The
like the
Expanse,
only
so-
reason really to watch The Expanse, in my opinion. But that's a whole other.
Well, if they hadn't screwed up the writing, they could have probably continued on and been better. But well, that's a different story.
Because Elida is Indian
She's-
now.
She's like, I'm
Right.
going to do it, but this is the whole silliness. Everything happens the same way. She sees her, and she's like, and this is the point. This should have happened as soon as she thought of the sequence. That's why I'm saying even in its own universe, as story rules, it can't hold to it. I
That
can't
doesn't
place
seem
her
very
accent. Her
hygienic.
accent doesn't sound Texan. And again, like you said earlier, she didn't actually hit him. So
Mhm.
why are you getting this acting is terrible.
Didn't I say this a week ago? That's how they're going to put.
That's how they're gonna what?
We had a big debate about this last time.
Did we?
Yeah, about remember the whole line about who trains to be the whole life.
Oh yeah. That.
Yeah, and I said They're going to demand it are not people. That's why
my
they're.
memory.
So
How?
we all there was I don't know who brought it up, but we were debating over a line that was something like when Turok was it Turok? No, Surat goes Damane train all no, they train all their lives to get that responsibility, and it was like very bad writing.
Right.
She was talking about the Sultan, but everyone thought.
Oh, I brought that up because
Yeah.
I was saying like the way they made it sounded
Yeah.
like the Soldam when it was meant to be the Damane.
Yeah, and I said
whatever.
the Damane are not going to be people. They're going to come out and say it explicitly, and she just
Well, I
did.
mean, even in the books, they weren't considered people.
Yeah.
I get that, but my point is that the target of how the language is used sounded like it was aimed
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
Soldam, not the Damane. That was
Yeah,
the only
yeah.
point I had about that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I think we both started at the same time. It's like
I don't know. I didn't hit anything.
I will raise my hand. I will start the video right now.
Both hands. So if I start it, there's something wrong. I'm terrified of pictures now. Again, see, okay, that sequence right there is exactly what should have happened the first time she thought of it. They just didn't do it. So it can't even be consistent in its own story. Like outside of even Wheel of Time, if something is established as this is the effect it has, even by thinking of it being a weapon, then by default, that first time she should have been going, ah, even before the actual physical thing happened.
I'm not sure about that.
No, because even the thought of using something as a weapon.
No, the thought prevents you from actually touching the object.
The thought causes pain, which is what
Does
she's
it?
going through right now. Yes, because it's what makes her go like this and like that. Just the thought, like she got anywhere near the picture.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen in the books. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure it does. The thought of using something as a weapon makes them sick, and if they actively try to work on it, their hand will go like twist away from them and like be painful.
Yeah, but that's if they're actively trying to use the object.
Yeah, but she should have at least gotten sick. She didn't even get sick.
But only if she tries to pick up the object and use it for something.
No, the thought of violence without permission is what makes her sick.
I'm not too sure about that.
If the way they're showing it in the show, if they were trying to say the thought of doing something, because like in this case, she just started walking. She hadn't even gotten close to it. She had got walking towards it. She's just thinking about using it, and then she goes into this phase. So she's just thinking, I want to use this as a weapon.
That's in the show.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Even in the show, it doesn't follow its own logic, is my point.
Fair enough.
Like, non-Wheel of Time oriented.
Well, you can take that little clip, my friend. It doesn't follow its own logic, and just every single scene.
Mm-hmm.
If I had an editor, I would totally put that in there. Be like, every time something happens, and be like, just put that clip in there. It's like, it doesn't follow its own logic. 90% of this, like, if we had a 6-hour film, it'd be like 3.5 hours of it alone is just, if this show followed its own logic, it'd be over and over again.
Yeah.
So she's all, what? It's not that you can't. It's that you don't want to hurt me. And this not having is really annoying me because it's like they're trying to be girl bosses, and it's like you're not though. Like anybody other than a demonic can just off you. Like.
Okay.
Break that spirit. There's another contradiction from the show. So she's trying to break the spirit. Not convert it, destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
I came in here to put the item on to take it off. Why can't you just break the picture? Pick it up and just let go. Solve the problem. These little vest collars are just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Help me! Help me! Help me! What is she standing on?
Magic.
There's nothing.
I think our bunk is over there or something like that.
No, it's a flat wall.
It's literally a flat wall. Like
she's standing on a magical force field. That's what.
Is somebody hitting this while I'm trying to hit this? I'm trying to go back to the scene where it shows her sitting down. Here, I'm going to go back further. When she's sitting in the corner. Oh.
No one puts a green in the corner.
What are we going back for?
Right here.
Stealing her.
Sweet exterior? What?
I never would attribute sweetness to her. Okay, see here. This is right below the
There's like a small little step.
Yeah, that's climbable.
But that's not enough to rise that high above it.
That's a single step, though. Like,
no,
she went from being like this to this. Like,
I think that wall.
It's like this high.
Those bricks aren't smooth. You can climb that.
Yeah, but you can't stand on them.
She's okay. The way she uses it.
That's a whole other thing. Okay, but I mean, if I were in my youth, before I was even super obese, I could have climbed that.
Yeah, you can climb it, but you can't just stand there super comfortably as if you're not standing on the side of the wall.
Come on. So she gets up. She sees this. Look how far she has to reach.
Mm-hmm. That one step is
her one head.
Just to put her head above, but now she's
above chest high.
Yeah, and she's standing away from the wall, so she's not climbing it. She's just on top of something.
Why do they walk with their arms to their sides? It's such a weird thing. That's not how you walk.
I don't know.
Why have
everyone walk weird now? That's the director.
Oh, hey, look, it's Min.
Maybe they're retarded. That could be it.
Wow. That's not how it works when one side doesn't keep the deal.
Why? Well,
how do you make people travel together? I don't know. It's actually the worst place to stop. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, let's stop in the middle of a random road. What's that?
Well, even if you have this stalactite thing that looks completely 3D printed.
Are those random statues over there?
Yeah, random statues. Now, here's the thing. The Aes Sedai typically doesn't say, we'll stop here. The warders go find a place, let her know, and then she decides whether or not to stop there. Nothing is shown that they actually went ahead and scouted. Lan always scouts ahead from Moraine. All the time.
Mm-hmm.
So why are 3 warders not doing this?
You're dwelling down in that items number 700, 800 of what's wrong with this show.
Remember, they're all equally bad. That's my point. They're all equal. You tier yours. I don't. They're all straight across the board.
Go back to her writing in. I'll show you the first thing you should have noticed wrong with the scene.
You mean besides Ivonne? Is that what you're talking about? Or you mean when she first mentions it?
Just when you see them writing in.
Right here.
Why is she riding in the lead when she has people who should be protecting her with her?
Well, because she's a girl boss.
Exactly.
Yeah. Women follow no man.
True.
They run into danger carelessly
and get
killed because it's stupid. That's what we're processing here, right?
At least this is in the area of the 500 to 600.
I mean, that is consistent with the rest of the show, right? Moraine runs into danger head first all the time as well.
Well, Maureen never did.
No, she does.
No.
When she
Lan's
runs
always
away
there.
from the house, she runs away alone into a fade.
Oh, you're talking about in the show. I thought in the
Yeah.
books,
Yeah.
In the show, it's consistently the women that go
Constantly
headfirst
doing stupid
into
things and constantly getting
stupid
hard.
danger. Yeah.
Like, it's not even a good campsite. Like, it's like, oh, we have some statues. I'm like, there's like empty grasslands all around you. Anything, anywhere could come get you.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, they can't come from the rocky bit because
Okay.
there's
There could be
well,
holes. There could be caves. There could be dwellings. There's a
Fair
lot
enough.
of things.
Now we're about. I
Besides.
heard we're about to see a pointless
but there are
action
no
scene
goblins here, right?
Goblin scum.
We'll see some like pointless. I would like fades are gonna attack them or something.
Tea in the middle of the fucking night.
Well, she
Yeah,
wants them
that's,
to serve her tea. She won't like get tea. Like they won't make it on purpose. What is he doing with a log? What the? Did you see that?
That's firewood for tea.
See, now they walk
In the
in a
middle of the
formation.
road? It's
Yeah.
literally in the middle of the road.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I don't know if you know this, but logs don't sit in the middle of the road.
Well, this one does.
Apparently, in
Like,
this world, they do.
There's a tree on either, like any. Well, I guess only on one side for this bird. Like, there's that one little tree on the right side of the screen.
Damn
on
it,
the horses.
the wheel of time spins around enough. There'll be a log in the middle of the road.
That's only in a different multiverse.
Can you imagine Jordan writing a book like he does the whole thing and he goes, and on one road, a log was in the middle of the road.
Remember, universes still
A
have
temple to the
temple!
Forsaken.
Why would you have
Yes, because that makes perfect sense.
Calm down, Matt.
That makes no sense.
That makes no sense either. How would you know? You haven't been there.
And also, the fuck is that? The bond is registered officially in the tower.
Well, it's because they're administrative.
What am I doing? What's my
bureaucratic
name?
type people.
I don't remember my name. Like, what where am I? It's like,
You're unbearable. That's what you are.
Yes, but also, welcome to hell.
Like, think about. Thanks, Sage. That was the best. But like, we have these statues to the Forsaken, right? Why haven't you destroyed them yet?
I think my brain is oozing out of my ear.
Yeah, no, that's
You have a brain, good sir.
Not anymore. Like what are the fucking white cloaks tearing down the temple of the Forsaken? What else do they got to do with their time?
Why are there temples at all? There are
Yeah,
no such thing as
that's a
temples
good,
in real time. They
question.
don't have religions. They have
well,
serve
no, they
light.
do now.
That's
They
not
do
a
now.
religion.
They have the Forsaken religion,
What Forsaken religion?
the one that
This
is
one apparently.
Apparently, this one. That's what I'm saying.
What?
There is no such thing.
You telling me in the show
Because,
the
of
blood
course,
on
the
your stone,
Forsaken
someone left, they wouldn't go around and
are
take out
worshipped as gods, right?
But they're
That
not
makes
worshipped.
perfect sense.
They're not
right?
worshipped by Dark Friends. They're served by Dark Friends. There's a big difference.
Yeah,
Like, having
but
a
the
master
writers
of
don't know
are
that.
different. Well, I know they don't know anything. They're stupid. They should be barred for. Hopefully after. Well, I guess they're not part of SAG after, are they?
Not sure.
Darn. Well, because aren't they European based for this?
Could be.
for-
I think they're from the UK. But
Yeah, the
I'm
UK
not-
and SAG after aren't the same thing, so you can still produce things over in Europe and everything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You just can't do it in America. So these guys aren't on the same thing, which they should be. Like after SAG-AFTRA and all those guys, the Writers Guild of America, or whatever, WGA or whatever, those guys should all be banished from Hollywood, so Hollywood can make money again, which they won't necessarily do, but they'll at least reduce their numbers by a bit. Which is why the whole unions thing is the silliest thing in the world. Because, like, yes, I'm gonna join a union with 200,000 people who also write like me, and there's not enough jobs in Hollywood to hire me. I'm gonna pay active money into this group and then complain that these people aren't hiring me. And they're like, "Well, we'll have them, hire a writers' room of like 20 people." I'm like, even 20 people per project. Hollywood does not have enough projects to hire 200,000 people, and that's only one writers' guild. That's not all of the writers' guilds. I don't believe.
This show has wounded my hand.
Oh, how did that happen?
in my fit caused by the Temple of the Forsaken, apparently skinning my knuckle.
That's because all based people are violent people, don't you know?
That's true.
Okay, how do you know? How do you not know if they have weaves that have been forgotten? Which the Aes Sedai did know that there's a lot they were forgotten because they lost a lot of knowledge. But then they're like, well, they were actually this. I'm like, you know this stuff, but you don't know that. Like,
yeah, perfectly reasonable.
So this entire scene,
a bit of fantasy added in there.
And why would a warder know this?
So,
good question.
The Aes Sedai lives a long time, but why would the warder care?
Unless something happens, like a fight scene or whatever, this entire scene is one of the worst things in writing you could possibly have. It's called uncontextual character exposition, where they just stop in the middle of the plot and explain things to the audience.
These people are stupid and don't know how to write. But like things like Lan, if any warder had a reason to know things or say things that an Aes Sedai would know, it would be Lan, because Lan was actively hunting the Black Aja and stuff on purpose with an Aes Sedai that also had to know this stuff.
That's the point. They're literally using Lan to explain to the audience this stuff. They stopped in the middle of nowhere so she can have her cup of tea. That's the plot reason. Oh, hey guys, let's talk about history of the Forsaken for no apparent reason while we're here.
Which would never have survived because any statue of like the Trollocs one in the Portal World, or instead of the Arthur Hawkwing one, any of that type of stuff would have been absolutely demolished. Not treated as like a treasure for the Brown Aja to be like, oh, let's study it. What are you going to study? This is an appearance of allegedly what they do. You write it down, you destroy it, so nobody else goes there to worship it. Like obviously.
Yeah.
But like, why is Ivone, who is a warder but not a warder that like Alana doesn't go around hunting down Black Aja. Moraine does. Moraine and Lan weren't not necessarily.
What does Alana do?
Screws her warders apparently. That's about as far as we got.
Well,
but I don't even remember what Alana's warders' names were, outside of Rand.
Do they matter?
No, because they're side pieces to the main character of Alana. Thus, this. Like,
I mean, I know the names of the characters here in the show.
Was Varen's.
But I do not recall whether actually any of her warders were mentioned in the book.
Well, she's a green. She has warders.
Sure.
I think they get mentioned, but I don't think they do anything.
But Ivone's Varen's warder, isn't he?
Could be. She had two warders, Owain and Ivone.
Varen did?
No, this is Alana.
I'm trying to remember what Varen's warder's name. I'm not seeing anything particular. She had a fiance apparently.
Tomas,
yeah.
Tomas, yes. Okay, so Tomas is okay. Maxim's not a real character, so there's that. Whatever. I don't. Why go out of the way to change the name of a character if you're just going to replace it with another name? Like, that's literally creating work for yourself. Like, she has two warders. We're going to change one of the names. But why? Like,
maybe because they didn't like Owain as a name, so they went Maxim because why not?
Maybe in their racist view of the world, Owain is not a black name.
Yeah.
Well, Ivone's the black one. Maxim's the white one. They changed the white guy's name for some reason. Like,
maybe Owain's too similar to Gawain, so
they keep saying things like it's words of wisdom, but they're really not.
I could be at the Blight fighting Trollocs look. Oh, no, not another stupid sex scene.
Well, don't you know you always laugh when you have sex?
Yeah.
Like,
Lan has the proper reaction. Sleeping.
He didn't say he was leaving. He's just walking away from the camp.
Oh, wait, why do you have clothes on?
So, we had a teleportation scene just like in Wheel of Time or Wheel of Prime season 1. Remember when he teleports out to Nynaeve?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's just happened here with Ivone. Ivone's in there with the Giggly Wiggly, and potentially Maximus as well. We don't know why they'd be out. He would know they're out because he's a freaking warder. He's also he's like the most legendary warder of them all, technically.
Also, he just wanted to be away from the crazy sounds.
I don't want to hear their partying and they're like, oh, it's rude to leave and I know somebody. What?
I know it doesn't serve the narrative purpose, but I just want to see Len kill both of them.
Yeah, no,
Actually, that would serve the narrative purpose. It would actually show that he knows how to use a sword for once.
Well, he doesn't in the show. Right?
Well, he doesn't.
So they can't show that.
Rejections? Wait. You wanting him to be gay for you?
Oh, this is where they accuse him of being a dark friend. Did you watch the trailer?
No. Why would I do that to myself?
We did on Steve's show.
Friend. Anywhere. He can go anywhere. It's literally, that is his business.
Okay. Wait, are you a dark friend, Ivone?
I don't know why that matters to anything. That's because you're an idiot. Like you're accusing him
because
of something
they found
after
that
traveling with him.
They found that because they found the leap of logic here is because they found that paper that Moraine had in his bags. They're thinking he's a dark friend.
But even then, having a note.
He didn't want to be here. You forced him to be there with you.
Well, you see, that's a good logic there, Sage. Just not in this show.
Good point.
So, a couple things. They all lead up and it all cause problems, even outside the Wheel of Time thing, based upon what the characters are allegedly supposed to be in this show. You have a person who's a warder, who knows to keep an eye on things. He's also a legend, according to warder status, who somehow gets outsmarted by 2 other warders.
Who are simultaneously also doing something else.
He would know where they are all times.
Well, they would never be able to steal. They'd never be able to steal them. That's another thing. But there's just so much. We haven't hit the worst part of this yet. So
have we not? Fuck.
And then they see this thing as this, like it's not evidence he has gathered while with Moraine. Like, even if now, at this point, nobody knows that Moraine knows who the dragon is, or they're looking for the gun channel. Only Lan and Moraine know this. Well, besides Varen, obviously. So, well, and Swan. And a whole bunch of people apparently, but like you have this this guy has this piece of information. Their first thought is he's a dark friend when he leaves it in an accessible place, aka not on his body. He leaves it in an accessible place where they could find it. They broke his trust to get this information and are assuming that he's the bad guy because out of the trust situation, he's not trustworthy because he would totally, oh, that's right. They're the ones who broke his trust, not the other way around. And now they're saying, we don't know what to believe. I'm like, well, why would I believe you? You got the information from my stuff like you have claim to my stuff. Why were they checking his stuff? That breaks trust instantaneously. Why are you, it's like checking the phone of your significant other. You're checking their phone because you don't trust them, not because they've given you a reason to be distrustful. Now, if it's somebody who's like, oh, you've cheated on me, then that trust has already been broken. So you can go and like see that stuff. I mean, you shouldn't be with that person to begin with, but that's a different story. But in this situation, they're like, we broke the trust. You're the one we can't trust.
And also, they say, how dare you? I don't remember.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Put our lives at risk by being with us, right?
It's rude to leave. Why? That's not rude to leave.
It's rude to leave, but also
to raise your weapon. It's like, well, you just came out of nowhere and basically threatened him. Why would he not go to defend himself first? Like,
I mean, they say it's rude to leave, but they also say simultaneously it's rude to put our lives at risk by you being here.
Yeah, which is like, you won't. Should I stay or should I go?
Should I stay or should I go?
Exactly. That's the whole point. Is like you're telling us, I'm trying to leave you. You're putting our lives at risk for leaving, but it's how dare you try to leave? What?
Wait a minute.
Now what? Just a daggone minute.
Right.
What the bloody blazes is this? So I guess we're about to see how stupid they really are, which we already know how stupid they are. But that's
well,
you've told us nothing. You risk our lives
What?
to leave. No, you haven't. Why would it be just Lanfear?
Did you know? Did you really?
Oh, it's rude to try to threaten somebody with your weapon, Maxim. How do you not know this? Ivan just literally told us. It's like Land of all people has literally an entire war against the Shadow because of his people being wiped out. He of anyone is the opposite. He's the antithetical Dark One because his entire existence is anti-Dark One.
Yes.
But we're like, how dare you? Like, do you serve Lanfear? For one, they don't know Lanfear exists. They have no way to know that Lanfear exists. And it's like, why would you say you serve Lanfear? You don't need to serve Lanfear. You can serve the Dark, as they call it, or the Dark One, as it's proper. Like, it just doesn't make sense in their own thing, like in their own setting. They're like,
didn't we just say that? You could keep saying that over and over
by
again.
being distrustful.
We said that every single second.
Right? There's your first piece of merch for the channel. It's a teacher that says it doesn't make sense.
I don't have an artist to make that, good sir. So
you have it doesn't make coffee set mug, and it doesn't make sense shot glass. So every time it doesn't make
sense, I could do what Nerdrotic does. They have coffee brand coffee and what is it? Geek what's Geek something coffee?
Geek Grind.
Geek Grind coffee. I'll just have it doesn't make sense coffee. That's my brand coffee. Yeah. Drink my it doesn't make sense brand coffee. I don't even like coffee. That's the best part. I'd be like, it doesn't make sense hot cocoa.
Every time it doesn't make sense, take a shot of my it doesn't make that sense brand brandy.
It doesn't make sense brandy. It doesn't make sense whiskey. It doesn't make sense writing. It doesn't make sense clothing. It doesn't exist. That's why it's there. You just buy an invisible shirt. But it's like all of this doesn't make sense because they're the ones saying you don't trust us, but you didn't trust him. That's why you did what you did. And then like you're breaking our trust when you broke the trust first. And
how dare you break our trust? We've dragged you against your will on this entire journey.
Yeah.
Why aren't you gay for me? I take offense to that. I'm like, what about Steppen? He literally killed himself not to be gay for you. Like I'm hitting adrenaline rushes. It's making me tired just from this. This is cancer. Oh, we're gonna. Oh no!
How is she doing that?
Because he wants to find it. Why does a warder want to find his Aes Sedai? Or maybe if he's saying
until he attacks them, she can't use the power against him.
No, she can't use the power as a weapon. You can still bind people. They do that all the time in the books.
And to be fair, you could argue that she felt like her warders were in danger from his threatening aura.
Like the Swan, for example, just does this exact same thing to Nynaeve, literally the first time they meet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, shielding and all that stuff's completely a go-to. You just can't well, that's the thing. We can't use it as a weapon, but we can use it as a switch. We can beat you with it.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that
well, no, that seems like a bit all the time, right?
Well, it's like, isn't a weapon something that inflicts pain on people? So how do you use it? Like Shiriam uses a paddle. She doesn't freaking use the one power, but somehow
it's that same fuzzy logic that Aiel use about weapons. Like it's not really a weapon because it's not just designed to kill someone. You know?
That's the same thing. Like Perrin has this thing where like, oh, this half moon axe doesn't have any use. It's only a weapon of violence to kill. Like you can cut a tree down with that. It's a tool.
Well, the battle axes are really bad at.
But it's not a battle axe. It's a one-handed axe.
Yes, it may be really bad at it, but you can
It's a
still do
half
it.
moon axe, right? That's specifically a battle axe type weapon.
No, a battle axe would be double side. Or it could,
no. You can have single blade axes.
Yeah, you can have single blade battle axes.
Single blade, like Vikings use axes for that purpose, but they also use the same weapon to cut wood down for their ships. Like they don't carry 7 different types of axes, one for each.
No, but for cutting wood, you need very heavy.
Yes, but he's using actual force from himself. He's freaking huge.
Yeah,
he can easily. He has a you can use a
but
sword.
It's not a tool made. For...
I'm not saying it's a. I'm not saying it's the optimal type of axe to use.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not saying it's like a war hammer. It's great for puncturing like armor. It's not the greatest thing to meat tenderizer. It's like it'd be a weird thing. You'd break the table along with the meat. Like that's not what you use. Exactly. So what you use, a sharp object, a thing that's designed to slash. What is an axe designed to cut trees? It slashes them into them and chumps. Now they use a heavy head and force to be what you cut with, but you can use a small hatchet to cut things.
Yeah,
a hatchet has a short handle. So what is an axe? That's a short one-handed weapon. It's essentially a hatchet. It still has a sharp option that it can cut things. What does a hatchet do? It has a sharp edge that cuts things.
Fair enough.
So he's like, this can't be seen as a tool. It's the same thing as like saying, well, a sword can't be used as anything else. I'm like, well, a sword could technically be used to cut wheat. It can be used to cut. It's not optimal, but it could be used as these types of things. So people are like, this is a tool only designed for this one particular thing. It's like saying, so I have a bow and arrow, but if I have an assault bow and arrow, and this arrow specifically has forks on it, it's only used for killing people. And it's like, well, that's what an arrow does. An arrow kills things. But you're not saying, oh, it can't be used. It can still be used as something else. Like every weapon under the sun, even nunchucks can be used for something possible. Like for example, you have shepherds back in the day. They had a staff that they would fight off lions or wolves that were coming to eat their sheep. Well, you can use nunchucks to do the exact same thing. Slap the crap out of something. Now, obviously, nunchucks in Shadiversity is always a fun one because it's like, these are useless. Don't ever use them. They still hit. They still hurt. If you've ever got hit by something like a stick, but get hit at high speeds, it still hurt. So it has a use. I'm not saying it's the best optimal use, but it still has a use. So that's the whole argument for Perrin and the Aiel is just ridiculous in my opinion, because that's like, how many brain cells can I not use to come up to this conclusion? And that's literally
the Aiel didn't use spears, I'd be like, okay, they because a spear. I mean, I always had
a spear can use to protect and fight. Boar. Or
I've had
spears.
I had the vision of like a what do you call it? NSI self-insert fanfic where you wind up being inserted with the Aiel and like have a sword and no, we don't use them. Give me that spear. Break the hand off. Now I got a sword and watch their mind just sort of melt like logically.
Well, it's like we can't use swords, but we can use really long bladed daggers. It's like that's just a short sword. It's literally what it is. Now, like Elias is literally effectively carrying a short sworded dagger. That's what he's carrying. It's
small sword. If you brought an actual sword and went to the Aiel and use it as a tool, what would they think then?
Well, what happens if you take a sword and then you skin a deer with it? It has a tool use all of a sudden. This is like.
Wait a minute.
I think if I were Jordan's editor, I would have said to Jordan, make them people who wield staves and knives. So in other words, if they're going to use something that's only tool purpose, actual knives could be argued because that's a tool that can be used to kill.
A spear is a tool. That's how you hunt.
Yes, a sword is also a tool because that's how you fight. I think.
Well,
makes sense, right?
The difference for them is like designed. Like I get. I know it's stupid. It's the weird distinction. Like Jordan went a little too far over the line it's like one of the nitpicks you have, like with the Sean Chan and Tuan and all that before. One of my nitpicks is like where Jordan drew the line with like the weapons in the Aiel.
Well, that's the thing is they came to some strange, like I said, the logic is flawed horribly from both Perrin and the Aiel.
But it makes sense in world if you trace it back to the Way of the Leaf.
But that doesn't make sense because the Way of the Leaf was do no harm.
But they already broke.
Like their weapons are like
no weapons. used to kill just men.
But they're like, well, if I use a tool as a weapon, then it's okay. I'm like, but then you're just making a tool a weapon. They're like, well, it has no other use. I'm like, but a sword has other uses. It's a sharp object that you can use just like a dagger. Like a dagger is just a miniature version of a sword. That's literally it.
I think what Jordan was trying to do was say that the weapons that Aiel have are things that only that Tinkers would use, but obviously not as weapons. The problem is spears don't make any sense in that regard because a spear is a short sword on a staff. Okay, that's literally what it is. So had he drawn the line,
depends on the spear. Otherwise, it could also be a knife on a stick, right?
Well, it's not.
It is a knife on a stick.
Had he drawn the line a little further away from the spear concept, I would say, okay, I could live with what he's trying to say and not be annoyed by it. You know?
Yes. How did the first one kill?
Or had he shown the Tinkers hunting with spears, right?
No, the Tinkers don't hunt.
But they eat meat, don't they?
Don't think so.
I thought they ate meat. I thought maybe I'm thinking of sure. I don't know. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, so I think they used the spear because that's the weapon first used by the first Aiel that splits from the weapons.
Sorry, a kid was screaming and still is.
Oh, I thought Land's pensive stare had frightened you away from your desk.
No, I could never be terrified of this land. He's not terrifying at all. So sorry, I posted in private chat and apparently no one got it. So
well, it's behind like 4 screens. The private chat.
Yeah, private chat. What? I see.
What is this private chat you speak of?
Yeah, no, it's because I'm looking at the watch party on a different.
I have 2 screens, like an actual official streamer guy. So
I'm not an official streamer guy, right?
I got 242.
I'm just here along for the ride.
Physicist people.
Yes.
But anyway,
I'm glad I'm not doing this on a laptop like most other people at the university.
Here a laptop?
I don't know. Oh, most of the people at the astrophysics department use a laptop for their stuff. So,
what amateurs!
I know.
Who needs portability for physics? Physics is stationary. Anyway, let's go and watch how badly they brutally murder this. They are literally the questioners. You will tell us the truth, Alan Mandragoran.
So,
or what?
Okay.
You're going to torture me?
So the entire reason for Swan to disappear was for this scene.
Yeah.
Wait, when did Swan disappear?
Well, they just mentioned...
the whole season, she's been gone. Well, they barely even mentioned her on the camera. Do you remember the whole?
I don't remember seeing her since season 1.
Yeah, that's because she's not relevant.
Do you remember the whole Leanne comment when the Airman is not in the tower? I am.
Oh, the offhanded random excuse of a story. Okay, well, like Alana wouldn't know, would she?
Yeah. So the Aes Sedai are now officially the bad guys.
They've always been the bad guys.
The point I'm getting at is, I'm just pointing out the bad writing is so bad that to get to this subplot here, they just wrote Swan out of the whole.
The closest to a non-bad Aes Sedai in this entire show so far is Varen.
Yes, and she's literally
the closest, and she's literally an evil person. Although technically, she's not an evil person, but she is.
Yeah, no, but she is Black Aja.
So it's just like, you will tell us the truth, Alan Mandragoran. Why are you using his whole name? Just say, you will tell us the truth, Lan.
No, because if you're angry and want to seem threatening, you always do the full name, right? That's how it works.
You have to have the
Told
middle.
you.
Where's his middle name? You're in trouble now, Alan
Oh,
Mandragoran.
yeah.
There's
Does he
something I
have
like
a
to
middle
notice.
name? I don't know.
We don't have middle names in Randland.
I want to put something in your guys' minds.
But what about Luster and Telemon?
When you guys read this in other
Who's Theron's
books,
first name?
other books or whatever, or TV shows,
No, Luce is the first name.
now that I'm pointing this out, you'll say, "Wow, I never noticed that."
One of those three is his fancy title name.
I would like to point out that the reason that the Dark One always says "I win again, lose Theron" is because he loses.
Nice.
Hey! So you're saying that?
I was saying, I want to point something out to you. Something I've noticed for years and years in books and movies and anime and whatever. It's a little thing that
It's not a little thing.
it's about the mistakes the villain make that you don't think it's a mistake, but it costs him everything in the end. Okay.
Yeah.
So by
leaving the good guy alive.
In this particular case, I'll give you what I first noticed over 20 years ago, right? Have you guys either read or watched Naruto?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think the biggest mistake by the bad guys was in the whole series?
Fuck. That's a lot of stuff that you could.
There's one very obvious thing.
It depends on the villain.
It changed the tide of the battle.
Attacking the Leaf Village?
When Kabuto resurrected Madara and Kurama was sitting inside Naruto and detected him, that pushed Kurama over there to the one person he hated more than anyone else. And that's when he started helping Naruto actively by giving him endless chakra. So the villain made that mistake by resurrecting Madara and pushing the Kyuubi, Kurama, over the edge to the other side, right?
I mean, I would argue that if they didn't attack the Hidden Leaf, they could have technically conquered the rest of the world.
No.
Yes.
Because they would have no reason to go
think
out
about
to
this,
do
right?
anything.
From that point on, and it's pointed out later by Geiki, the Eight Tails, right? He says, "You've been helping Naruto out by not taking his chakra and keep giving him chakra for quite a while now, Nine Tails." Because before Naruto learned his name. And then everyone and people don't go back and retroactively think about what when Kabuto resurrected Madara, and the first thing he does is, "Let me try something," and tries to summon the Nine Tails to him, and Kurama goes, "What the fuck?" You know what I mean? And that's the point when Kurama stops taking chakra from Naruto. Because remember, with the KCM1 cloak, he's doing that, right? And the point I'm getting is, what's the mistake in Wheel of Time the bad guys make? Varen. If Varen, by making Varen a dark friend, not just killing her, you can make an argument that's one of the most pivotal things that was needed for the good guys to win at the end, was Varen's letters and Varen's essentially gathering all the intel and stuff. So there's always one little mistake.
How is she the mistake when they don't know she's a double agent?
That's exactly the point.
They don't need to know to make a mistake.
Yeah, they don't need to know to make. They don't need to know to
Well,
make.
you can make a mistake and not know it's a mistake until you later find out, oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
but that doesn't affect the Shadow. That only affects Black Aja.
Think about it. It's the same thing when you remember. And you
Black Aja works for the Shadow.
In Lord of the Rings, when Bilbo didn't kill,
fled the tower and completely abandoned the tower 100%, they would still be Dreadlords outside of the tower.
Yeah, but because
even if you knew they exist, like they know who Leandrin is, they know who all the other ones with them were, but they can't do anything to them. Like they're outside of the tower.
Because Varen gave all the info to Egwene, right? Egwene could use that to basically destroy what was left of the Black Aja.
But not just that,
tower.
because Varen was
in the tower. Yes,
because Varen was a dark friend. What she was capable of manipulating that from the beginning to actually help the light out by not doing things and not making certain choices.
The whole point of her doing this was to help the light out. I get that part. I'm just saying I don't see that as a mistake. Like, ooh, they made a mistake by letting Varen live. I'm like, but Varen's just another dark friend to them. Like in their minds.
But see, I'm not talking the mistake I'm not talking about them making a mistake. I'm talking us observing a mistake being made. Okay. Just like Kabuto didn't know summoning Madara was a mistake because it pushed Kurama over to Naruto's side, pretty much. And you go on in Lord of the Rings, Sauron not having Gollum executed when he was done with him literally would turn out to be a very big mistake.
Yeah. but that could also be argued it was Rue's influence keeping Gollum alive too.
Also, maybe he just escaped on his own.
Or Sauron used him to escape, to follow him, to find out where he goes, see what he does.
Yeah, he already.
If Gollum's hunting the ring, then you follow the one hunting the ring. You'll probably find the ring. That could be a mindset that Sauron has. Like
True.
because I think in the movies, which obviously are not the books, but he's like, oh well, he did this, and he's like, did he escape or was he let loose?
Yeah, we don't know.
Is like, should Sauron let him free? Now, is it risky?
It's risky. Too risky.
Yes, it is risky. But if it pays off, that wins for Sauron. If he finds the ring because of Gollum, boom. If Gollum gets the ring, Sauron has the ring. Game over. So the one in a billion chance.
Yes. So
Gollum getting the ring where it's a bad time is in Mount Doom.
But that's the thing. That turned out to be a mistake by Sauron. See,
it wasn't a mistake. It was an unfortunate way the path went for the story.
That's called a mistake.
Well, no, a mistake is when you're doing something and something happens
because of it. Yes, that's exactly what's the case here.
Well,
a mistake is an observation that when you see someone do something and it doesn't turn out the way they want.
Well, then in that case, Sauron made a bazillion mistakes.
Not really, but that's all.
Was it a mistake for Sauron to go to Numenor and become a captive? No, it was a plan.
Yes.
But because of that, he ends up losing control of Numenor because of having him.
He didn't want to gain control of Numenor. He wanted to kill them all.
But if
his mistake was staying on the island.
Well, there's that
after
too.
They sailed off.
I'm referring to if you have control of the greatest military on Earth, or Narda in this case, which is just word for Earth. But if you have control of the greatest military, because
he didn't have control of them,
he had control of the king.
Yes, there was a whole faction on the island which he
could have used the king to purge. And he
clearly failed at that because the Valar were helping the other faction.
Yes, but it wasn't because of that. It was because he went and lost Numenor. And
his intent was to have them attack Valinor so they would be destroyed.
Yeah,
and they did.
He wanted one of the two things. He wanted the Valar to get wiped off because they showed up there, or
there was no wiping out the Valar. Okay, they wouldn't even get to the Valar.
The entire point of attacking. Which, again, he could have used the Numenorians to create dominion that he would then take over when Ar-Pharazôn's gone. He could have risen the ranks because that's how politics and web weaving takes place.
See, he didn't want that because orcs are bred specifically to be controllable by him.
Yes,
that's why he wanted
the Runies and the Haradrim both serve him, not completely and entirely, but the major factions do serve him.
But that's because he has infiltrated their top.
If you infiltrate the top military force on the earth, thank you for proving my point.
Yes.
It's in that sense where he could use the humans, build up agitation between them and the elves, and attack the elves with the greatest human force.
And they get wiped out.
Maybe, probably. But again, it only helps him because it hurts the elves. Well, actually, no, because if goblins and orcs and stuff could be attacking with Mordrim, I almost said Mordremoth from Guild Wars, from Morgoth, with Morgoth or Melkor is attacking, he's successfully wiping out elvish territories. Why would mankind, which technically is larger and more of a dangerous force,
wiping out elvish territories because he had literally hundreds of millions of orcs.
Yes, but my point is that the largest force, elves are a dwindling number. At this point, they're not super.
In Valinor, there's at least 100 million elves.
In Valinor, yes. I'm not talking about Valinor. I'm talking about the other side of the world, the Mordor side, the Eregion, Beleriand, all that stuff, like where Arnor is, everything, like Eregion and all that jazz. That side of the world, he could have completely and utterly taken control of it, and that's what Melkor wanted to do anyway. So if he went over to take over that side, it's unlikely the Valar would show up again because they already have refused.
The Numerians were not controllable by him, though.
But Arnor is also where most of the Noldor
poisoned Ar-Pharazôn's mind to do his bidding It was his idea to force them to go to war with Valar. Why did not just say, well, let's conquer the known world, let's take over everything, and then we'll go after the Valar?
Because Alfarazon and the elders were old and about to die, and they wanted immortality.
That's true. But he could also say, detach a portion of your troops, like your son or whatever, and send them to the mainland, where the other cities are, all the colonies that the Numenor was planning, in Arnor and Gondor. Send detachment over there, have a good chunk of force there, and then send the rest of it to go attack Valar. They were still massively strong, and they could have always recovered.
They had all that. They had multiple cities and nations on the mainland with lots of forces, but he needed to wipe out the main force of Numenor so it could never turn against him again.
Which it obviously did later on.
No, it didn't.
Well, it did. Gondor.
That's not the main force of Numenor. That's the leftovers.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it was the leftovers, but remember, humans breed like crazy fast comparative to elves.
Yeah.
Humans not as fast as goblins and orcs.
But it was also no longer the Numenorians, right? It was the Edain.
Well, the Edain, all the Numenorians are a subset of the Edain.
Well, fair enough. The other Edain that were not Numenorians. So
there's a name,
other ones.
Well, there's a name for the humans who were near the Edain, like the Edain of the elf friends, right? So there's a name for the humans who were near the elf friends. I can't remember it, and the Rohirrim are descended from them. So
there's three factions of man, and one of them goes.
There's three factions of the Edain,
or of the the
three houses of the Edain.
I don't know if they mentioned the other ones at all.
No, they mentioned all three of them.
No, I'm saying outside of the three Edain. Outside of the Edain.
Well, this is why you have to read like the unfinished tales. There's stuff in there. Back to the point we're talking about is just pay attention whenever you're reading a book or whatever, and look for that key mistake.
I refuse to pay attention when I read, good sir, because when I read and I pay attention, I learn things and I understand things logically. How dare you?
Yeah, you'll just notice it every time now. Like when Wheel of Time, when I reread it now, I'm like, if they had just killed Varen, things a lot easier for the bad guys.
Well, yeah, but that same argument, how many mistakes do the good guys make all the time?
But she was in such a unique. The same thing. It's the same thing with Madara and Kurama. It was such a unique connection. You know what I mean? A unique unique.
Yeah, but Kurama could only boost his power. He couldn't necessarily increase his skill. So if Madara versus Naruto. You got Madara.
Naruto won on sheer power. Naruto had no skill until he became 2 years later.
But that's my point. Is that if Madara was a good villain, and he took on Naruto on a skill level rather than a power level, because typically those villains they become overconfident and then they lose because of that. That's because
Naruto lost to Madara every single time until he outpowered him when he just overwhelmed him when he got the 6th power up.
Well, that's my point, is that because at that point he would have gotten overconfident and then got hit by something that was powerful. But if you don't get hit by the thing that's powerful, it doesn't matter how powerful it is.
Once Naruto became Sage of Six Paths Naruto, Madara, even with 2 Rinnegan, had no chance against him. Both Naruto and Sasuke could have owned him, basically. They were in the process of owning him, which is why he did the Infinite Tsukuyomi, which led to Kage. We're way sidetracked, okay?
You brought an entire anime arc into this.
No, I'm pointing out there's something I've noticed since Naruto 20 years ago that villains. I think writers do this sometimes on purpose, where they'll throw something in like Varen in Wheel of Time, or like the whole.
Well, they don't need Varen for the bad guys to make mistakes, because the Dark One himself pits the Chosen against each other.
But true, but
they are their own weakness.
Varen was such a critical mistake that literally. Like if there was no Varen, the series would probably be 2 or 3 books longer just for the good guys to win.
Maybe, or they got their hands on the Asmodean version of the Black Aja who spills the beans, the things they found. They didn't need a double agent. They only needed a person who's paying attention.
Well, but then Jordan would have had to wrote it that way. Like if you just.
Well, obviously, if you had to write it that way. But my point is that an author typically writes the bad guys as incompetent in a certain area because of either pride, ego, or whatever. They underestimated the good guys because they thought lesser of the good guys. Thus, they could never defeat me. And then they get defeated by them because they didn't take into account all the ways they could have been defeated by them because they underestimated them in that regard. That's typically why bad guys fails, because they make mistakes that typically you expect a childish person. That's why like the really good villains, the well-known villains, are the ones who don't make mistakes off of that. They make mistakes because they have a weakness of some other kind. It's not something that's obvious. It's not because they like if you have a villain who does all the right things, does all the proper ways of outsmarting and outmaneuvering, takes the proper hostages, does this, that, murders all the people they have to murder. They're doing all the good stuff. They're good villains because they're really hard to beat. They have a purpose. They're not making cheesy stuff. They're not like, oh darn, I left my powerful weapon in the hands of one of my weakest possible subordinates, and that weak subordinate got taken out by the good guy. Now the good guy has my most powerful weapon.
Oh no!
Like, that's a stupid decision.
Whatever shall we do?
You have to write them to be bad for the good guy to be good at what they do. That's what I call bad villains. So you have good villains, which there aren't a whole lot of them amongst, because most villains end up falling flat. But if you were to have a story where the hero dies because the bad guy made the right choices, and then the bad guy reigns supreme for a whole lot of time, usually the downfall is that the bad guy thinks he's won, doesn't think about a reincarnation, doesn't think of a new chosen one. There's no prophecies to tell him off or whatever, and then somebody else comes up, sneaks up, and dethrones them. That's what gets them off guard. Not because they made a mistake. It's because something else happened that they didn't foresee happening, because they're like, I've already succeeded in every area possible. Which is why in Wheel of Time, the Dark One succeeds in all multiverses and dismantles the pattern in the wheel. There's no existence. He will exist, pattern won't. Because he's outside of the pattern. So the whole purpose here is that if they fail, the Dark One wins, existence ceases to exist. So in order to stop that, you have to have incompetent people, aka the Chosen, who are bickering, because if they were smart, they'd be like, we'll be allies, as in so much we can possibly be, but we're all going to like block off everything we can possibly, because once we deal with Rand al'Thor, we can then fight each other for power. But instead they're doing it actively while they're trying to fight this one person. Which is why Ishamael/Moradin is the only one who's really smart amongst them, because his true goal is the Dark One's true goal. Existence to cease existing. To break the wheel.
Anyway.
That's why he's a good villain, but even then, he made a mistake with not killing Nynaeve, Olivia, and everybody else at the last point. That was what he should have done. Not deal with Alana. You stop the people who are part of the circle. By himself, Rand would not be able to do anything. That's the point. They made the mistake because they focused on the one character, not the ones around. Same thing as like when they fail to kill Perrin's stopping Lord Luke / Slayer. He's there because you didn't kill Perrin. Matt is there, so he has the ability to counter weaves because of his amulet or medallion.
And does that work on Balefire as well?
Yes. All weaves don't work on him. It would have to hit. I mean, I don't even know if it would hit the Tirangreal if it would stop it. But the point is that they can't warp his mind or manipulate him like they did the other great captains, because he's literally weave proof.
Yes.
Now, one could argue that Moradin could come in with the true power from the Dark One and could manipulate him that way. If that's how I don't know
might be possible.
That would be possible because it's not a weave of the one power, and that medallion is only protected against the one.
He specifically asks to be protected from Aes Sedai,
which use the one power.
Exactly, which is not the true power.
Well, it depends how literal they interpret that, though, because weren't most of the Forsaken Aes Sedai at one point?
Yes.
Yes, but the Dark One's power is not Aes Sedai power. And also, if you think about it, because it's in addition to the one power. But my point is that the Aelfin are really, really good at giving you the bare minimum, and not always the way you want. Like, I want to get out, I want to survive all these other people, but we're going to hang you from a tree, so you'll die.
Well, do we know if
your best interest or your future?
Does the true power work in the setting?
Well, the one power is blocked by a setting. The true power is not the one power. The true power comes directly as a source from the one.
But we
don't know if the setting also protects from the true power.
Why would it? Because it only deals with stuff within the pattern.
We don't know that.
Well, why would something in the pattern affect something that's outside of the pattern? It wouldn't know it exists because it's outside of the pattern. The pattern only can deal. It's like if you have a universe.
Okay, so somewhere in Jordan's like writings or whatever, with what happened after the Tommen got in, the Ogier get together and like say have I don't know. I'm just paraphrasing what
Convention of States.
a convention where saying that they're going to leave this place now.
Yeah, they have they open the book of
translation.
Book of translation.
So they're from somewhere else. I mean, so
Yes,
something about the nature of this
translation implies
it's
it's still
about-
in universe, though.
It's still in the universe.
My only point is we don't know why the steading blocks the one power. Like what if the steading's a reality bubble? I'm just so
well, if it was a reality bubble, then you could stop breathing and still live because that's outside of reality. Like other things still apply. The only thing that does not apply in the setting, as far as is explained by the universe and the world building, which is on Robert Jordan to explain, is that the one power does not work.
Yes.
Anything outside of the one power, like for example, I think we have plenty of theories on how Rand lights his pipe. But if he does that with just thinking, could he do that inside? Because he's not using the one power, could he use that in setting?
Maybe
Because it's not something that has been used on anybody else in any shape or form. Or does he have an untapped forever access because of Moradin through the Dark One, where he can use the true source to do all that? Like that, we don't know these things because Moradin's body / corpse has Saw flicking through his eyes.
Oh wait a minute! Oh wait, I'm on the Wheel of Time wiki here.
It must be true.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Anyway, I hate
the other
to,
main this is the Wheel of Time
in
wiki about steadings.
1/3 through the episodes.
1/3?
Yeah, the blocking effect extends to the true power of the Dark One.
But it's getting really late over here, so
let's get the episode
probably go.
Well, I think Sage, do you have to go now, or do
yeah?
You have... Okay, you're going now. Go. Okay.
So
well, thank you for staying around and enjoying our rambling because it's really
exactly.
When could you go again?
3 hours for Sunday, I guess.
Do you want to pause until then, or
is Sunday our Monday, or what?
Could be. I don't know. But I don't think you should necessarily pause it just for me to be there.
You know, we can keep going. You can always comment on later on all your thoughts because we need those
exactly.
delicious comments to help us with the algorithm. There you go.
Yes, yeah. I can do that.
You know, well, I already have Arterian has to write a whole book on it, and he only does it for some reason.
Well, the thing is,
Discord. Why do you do this to me, Arterian? Do it in the actual comments.
Our side discussions are 100 times more interesting than this show.
That is true. That's true.
I mean, I like just hanging out and just chatting about stuff, but what triggers it is the show, unfortunately. All these things, I wouldn't have thought about these things outside of that. So, yeah.
Well, such is life.
Well,
but,
Sage,
yeah.
We'll see you in Discord, definitely.
And for the next episode, of course.
Next episode, and we gotta get Arterian back in at least for audio at some point. I'm guessing his new job's throwing everything off, but yeah, it took me like 3 days to post the other one because of how long it took to even process the thing.
Just to finish off what we were Sage, if the steading blocks the true power, so can Matt's amulet.
Yes.
Well,
probably. No, that's not necessarily connected.
That implies that the medallion has the same effect as a steading.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that it does. I'm saying if within the context of the universe, the steading can block the true power, then other things can block the power.
Thing that can, as implied. So if the steading can, I'm saying
if the steading can, it's possible that the medallion also can.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's not guaranteed.
Yeah. So as far as I am aware, nothing else in the universe, and I'm not even sure how much I believe that because I'd have to see inside either A, his notes, or B, the story, because we don't have him here to ask the question. And even in questions like that, he's already contradicted himself.
According to it's in an interview. I'll just link the page. I don't want to.
Yeah, but the interviews are also the problem because the Flies scene, like we had mentioned prior, the Flies scene was contradicted by himself in 2 different interviews. And one he says is put on Fane, the next one he says is land fear. Neither of them are satisfactory answers because there's no reason for either of them to want that type of stuff. But 2, it doesn't make sense because why would a thing that was set by somebody react itself later on, reactivate later on? So there's a lot of problems in that regard. So I can't just listen to an interview and have no book backing and be like,
okay, so I hit up the Google.
The Googles.
So Jordan said outright, Matt's amulet only blocks weavings of the one power. So
okay, good to know. So no true power.
The wiki,
problem solved.
as usual, not a source. But
Well, no, but it's
It's
true.
helpful knowledge, but-
It is true about the steading. So until I got this other thing from Jordan,
Yeah.
we could anyway.
Well,
let's
that's
just,
the thing is
yeah.
the setting is a place. The Tirangreal is a creation. And in order to create something that has the setting's power, it would have to be probably done inside the setting, but all one power and obviously true source doesn't work there, so you can't build it with that power. It would cancel itself out in the process of making it. So that makes sense. How this specifically does it, I don't know, because I'm guessing the Aelfin and the Eelfin are from a dimension inside the universe, but that doesn't have the same necessary regulations and rules, per se.
But anyway,
I'll let Sage go.
by my calculations, you should be here for another 7 hours. So have fun
Oh,
with that.
what an amateur! It's at least going to be 20, at least. I'm going all the way for this.
That's also possible.
We'll be here when
Good
you
luck
get back
in
on
either way.
Sunday. We'll be
Exactly.
30 minutes.
I'll
in.
just
We'll still be
join
going.
back
You
in.
just feel like, oh, by the way, did I miss anything? Nope. We've only gone 5 minutes.
We'll be like
Nice.
half asleep. Oh, I haven't slept in 4 days.
We'll get there eventually. Hopefully, in the next half
Exactly.
hour, we'll be. Well, I guess it's not even possible. We got 45 minutes left.
Mhm.
All right. We'll see you around. Thanks for hanging
Yeah.
out.
Farewell until
Yes,
next
Sage.
time.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Now the real begins, where we have to really get through this. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it's going to take another 5 days to process this video. So.
But seriously, man, like, don't stop it. But this show is just so bad. I hate
Really, where you stand if you don't, because you know, they're evil people. You might as well say then kill me, because now Alana wants to get him in the trio so they could bang with him too.
Yeah.
This stupid thing. That blood looks so fake. It's not even funny.
So I bet they're gonna have that distorted
it's a
voice
dream
be loose
sequence.
there and eventually.
Yeah, it's just a dream sequence. The blood on the blade looks so bad.
Everything looks bad.
The screams are also extremely cheesy. Like, this is supposed to be a loose Theron thing, like when he steps over Eliena's body and realizes what he's done. That's what happens here. If he did this, he would just do the whole thing over again. Slice! His button-up back of the shirt is really funny because he wouldn't be able to put it on himself.
Oh, fuck you, Shell.
How did you do that?
That seemed awfully convenient.
You can only die here in the physical form. Ah! Only if you enter as a physical form, which they're going to leave that entirely out of this. See, it's going to create this problem. It's going to create a problem. I have to pause it because otherwise I might miss something else. Yeah. If you introduce this as you can die in a dream without entering physically, then why doesn't Lanfear murder everyone in their dreams at any time, anywhere, for any reason whatsoever? It creates a massive problem.
But that's your next piece of merchandise. It creates a massive problem T-shirt. So you have your shot glass with is true that or whatever, and it's almost like the people writing from scene to scene change and don't pay attention to what the people wrote in the scenes before.
Well, they don't, because they're different groups of people per season and per director.
Yeah,
they're not the same people. But here's the funny part. They directly contradict their own stuff to the point, like how earlier I was saying things about, like, if this happens, this happens, this happens, and why, like, the closing out stories matters is because things have consequences. If you do X, Y follows. Z is going to be the outcome. So X plus Y always equals Z. So it's A plus B always equals C. Like, the logical following, which is what logic is just 1 plus 1 equals X. In this case, 2. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 plus 2 equals 3, so on and so forth. Like, the logical conclusion of one action with something else, or a person with an action, equals consequence. That's really all it is. So for every action, there is a consequence. It could be good, it could be bad. Consequence itself isn't bad. I'm getting to philosophy and I like it. That's why I'm getting energized. Sorry. So anytime something happens, there is a reason. Like, Ishi might not be as strong in the dream world, but if he catches Lanfear outside of the dream world and he wanted to be in the dream world and she pushed him out, he could beat the crap out of her. Absolutely. Like, she's not safe. But if he enters in the dream world physically and she can easily kill him, why don't any of the other chosen do the same thing?
There's so much that's true about. Like, even back to last week or the week before. As soon as the Horn of Valir became in front of Ishmael, he and Bookish would have he would have killed all of them, taken the Horn to Sheol Ghul and said, "We got one. We you know what I mean?
We got him."
Yeah, like
that. You could counter so many things by being able to assassinate. You don't have to mind twist the great captains. You just have to kill them in their sleep, because if you do so, you don't have to worry about them making bad decisions. They just don't have any leadership at all. And if they don't have any leadership at all, they're going to crumble, because having fake leadership, you has to at least slightly make sense. So you're going to lose forces in that little betrayal or thought process betrayal. But if you have them have no leadership, they can't attack and be any semblance of effective, because anyone who shows up to be a leader, you just off them.
Now, I want to also point out, we're 26 minutes into the 6th episode, and Rand barely knows how to channel. 2nd season.
So, 14th episode
yeah.
of the series. So, we're somehow doing all the dream stuff.
Back to the freaking soap opera. Stop it.
How is a woman saying, "I admit defeat to your superior intellect, good sir, you man"?
Because she's laying a cunning trap. Don't you see it coming?
It's catch-22. Yeah, but I'm sure he saw her coming plenty of times. Let me start now and earning your trust. The dream where you and I are together.
Let me mind rape you while you're asleep.
Is there anyone you'd like to see? Pick a woman. I dare you. He's like, I'm going to kill that woman.
I'd like to see the creator right now. Boom. Zap. Gone.
Like, is she going to let him see some? Oh, we're actually seeing someone.
Did I not tell you they're going to do Egwene in the dream thing?
Well, this isn't necessarily, like, that could have been considered traveling right there.
Well, they're in the dream.
Not necessarily. Because remember, you can travel physically in the dream world, but you can also travel out of the dream world into reality.
No, I get that, but just bear with me. This is a prediction. This is going to waken up Egwene's dreamer abilities.
But again, why add the dreamer abilities? Because they've already accounted for the fact that dreams mean literally nothing because
it makes Egwene more awesome to have them. Can you see logic?
But the logic, my point is the logic is flawed because they have to add a whole bunch of stuff. Remember, they have to cut things. You can't add a whole bunch of stuff where you can't even touch.
They don't care.
Stuff.
They're just going to layer it on without explaining it.
They can't even. What I'm saying is they've constrained themselves so much that they're making up stuff. Why would they bring in book-related content?
But that's from the point of view you think they're trying to make this make sense.
No.
They don't care.
That's my perspective of if they bring in a whole bunch of stuff, like issues, like a bunch of people dead at the Horn of Valir at the end of season 1, and the Horn of Valir and the dagger going with the bad guys. In this particular instance, they're like, that did happen, but not the way they have it happen. And the people who are dead are now alive, and that causes problems, right? So that problem, they wrote themselves into a corner of. But they're also trying to write themselves out of it at the same time. So
No, they're not. They don't care about writing themselves out of a corner at all.
Well, they did, because they brought it back to life.
Because they thought it was cool. Not because they wrote them out of a corner, because they thought it was cool.
It can't be cool. There was no actual thing that happened to make it happen.
To you or me, that's true. But to them, they don't care.
Even to them. Well, I'm not saying they care. I'm saying they made things happen that way. It's not cool when you have guys that you're literally just going to go off and kill again. That's not cool.
To them, it is. because they're hacks. They think like, what would
hacks.
make the
I'm
next
not
scene look
disagreeing
cool?
there.
They're just
But I'm
going.
saying-
What would make the next scene look cool? What would make the next
To
scene look cool?
introduce the entirety of the world of dreams. Even if you introduced it for a split second and said, Egwene knows how to do this, and then out, there's no point. There wouldn't be a point. It's like, well, it makes her look really cool, doesn't it? Like, well, no, because we never go into the world of dreams. Like, ever.
Yeah, they're gonna have her use it once, and then they're gonna forget about it for the rest of the series.
I mean,
and then they're gonna
I'm
say,
not saying
"Steve,
they
we
can't
put
do
it."
it. I'm
They're
just
gonna
saying
go.
that-
They're gonna go to you book people. You book people. We put in the fact that she's a dreamer. We gave you a scene.
Well, again, they say, "Oh, we gave you that scene," when they didn't actually do anything actually active. They always use the wrong person, the wrong dialogue given to the wrong person, in the wrong place at the wrong time when it doesn't actually happen. Blah blah blah. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that make the scene not the scene. They try to pull it off.
Just let's keep watching it. I bet they're
I'm
gonna do
not
this.
saying you won't do that, but my point is that the capacity to walk in and out of the dream world and the capacity to gateway themselves somewhere. Well, this is obviously not a gateway, but they could go into the dream world to the location and step out of the dream world and be in a physical place is a possibility that doesn't mess with anything they've done so far.
But they don't care about that.
Well, I'm saying anything that they do in the dream world has to be pro women. Has to be.
Yeah. So
but it takes away from time for them to make these people pro awesome girl bosses. That's why I don't think they would do it, because it would take too much time to build up. Instead of just saying girl boss. That's my point. It's like, why is Rand looking at her like that when it's just like she has a little bit of blood and then you have this collar and this, that, and the other? Because of that. I know where she is. Just sounds like, is she?
Yeah.
Please, Landfill, Celine, please. If you ever cared about me, I don't. Or better yet, go get her. Why is he being an emotional wreck? And she's enjoying it, but she claims she loves.
And Bookland Fear would hate agreeing with a passion.
Exactly. Anybody that might hold a place in his heart, that's not her.
Well, like if Ishmael wanted Egwene alive, the last thing he would want in show terms is Lanfear finding out about her. I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that.
See, that could be they're in the dream world. Makes sense. But that doesn't have anything to do with her being a dreamer, though. Because you can enter somebody else's dreams.
No. I'm saying that they're going to use that. She's going to remember that she can do stuff in dreams, and she's going to use it once and then forget about it.
But technically, if she's in a dream, she wouldn't have a collar, so she could get out and take the collar off, and then and literally free herself. Which is a possibility that they will do that route. Why is she spending so much time thinking about Rand instead of her situation?
Soap opera angst.
Let me hit on solid stone. Hello.
Didn't we see the same scene with Matt and Min? Is she going to tunnel to freedom?
It's like, that's why this is a strange way for the Seanchan to do things, because if you mentally break somebody like completely to the point that they can't do anything because their mind is broken.
Now I want to point out, Jordan showed her having been broken and whatever, without having to actually show it. You know what I mean? Like, he just showed the start of the process and the end when she got freed. He didn't show them torturing her endlessly.
Which is funny because the strong women, this makes them look extremely weak when they get taken as demonic. So it's the counterbalance of like, women strong, except when they're not.
Giant pacifier. Oh,
and this girl, like,
maybe she hears Nynaeve pacing.
I hear someone pacing. It sounds like a female.
I hear a Chandler pacing by the pricking of my thumbs.
But it's funny. The Soldam is in control, is what we've just been learning from Rena, allegedly Rena, and Egwene. But in this situation, this Soldam never speaks once. She doesn't do anything. It's all the Damane, and the Damane looks like the one they're in charge and the authority, which makes absolutely no sense by their own standards. It's. They still have the arms down by the side, which makes them look ridiculous.
Gee, could this be Bail Domon again?
It's Domon. But the ambulance seat's not there. Yeah. You can't do anything. That's the whole point. The water could easily knock both of them
Now,
out.
since this scene didn't happen in the books, you have an actual allegedly smart Aes Sedai. She could say, hey, are you the daughter of Andor? Can't you send a letter via ship? A letter via ship and get a 50,000 man army coming to this place?
It wouldn't matter the size of the army though, because they'll just use the one power to obliterate it.
No, they don't have enough. They don't have as many.
She has an IDOM. Because that going missing is going to be really easy to find. Strange. Okay, Moraine has the music box again.
Useless scenes with Moraine.
Something has happened in gibberish. Something I should have told you a long time ago. I'm gay. What? So she believes she's been stilled, but she's not stilled according to Lan and Lana and basically everybody else. I'm confused. Is she stilled or is she not stilled?
I don't know
how can I be this confused in a story that's telling me information?
I don't
Way
think
too much information.
The show morons are using the word stilled the way we do in the book.
But stilled and shielded are very different things. They even have different words.
So if she is stilled, Lan should have lost his bond, not be blocked.
I don't know if that's true.
We went through all that. And that's also.
But in what instance is a Aes Sedai stilled and has a warder still? Swan's warder got murdered. Leanne's warder got murdered.
It was something that came with Swan when she got stilled. I don't remember the whole. They stilled her and then her warder.
Alaric was her warder and he got murdered.
And I remember they discussed it on one of Steve's Prophet of the Dragon streams with Dane and everyone there. So it's kind of, I don't remember the whole sequence, but I'm confident enough to remember that when they actually get stilled in the book.
If there's book evidence of it, I'll accept it, but I don't recall any book evidence of there being an Aes Sedai who gets stilled and the bond was broken because of that. The bonds are broken, but typically because the Aes Sedai dies or the warder dies. That's when the bond is broken. I have no recollection of any of the other instances, which obviously we can ask. I can ask my sources, and you can ask Dane as well. But I don't recall a bond being severed because of a stilling. They're always dead warders at that point. Because there hasn't been a whole lot of stillings. There was Swannon, and then there was Leanne. And obviously Logain, but Logain didn't have a bond with anybody. Yeah. So I'm not aware of it, but people might have come to the conclusion of that, but I don't know how they came to that conclusion. I have seen no evidence of that conclusion, and I'm trying to stick to the books as my main source because, again, Robert Jordan's only been partially reliable in his interviews because he forgets details or he didn't think about the details and just gave us whatever he felt like saying at the moment to get people to leave him alone. It's really difficult to trust his words in those instances unless it's just elaborating on specific information that's already been in the books and piecing them together for you. That's fine. But if he's saying something like this happened because X and there's nothing in the books to support that, it's hard for me to believe that's what it is without the books telling me. Because it's his creation, but his creation should tell us.
Okay, so it says that when Rand stilled the Aes Sedai at Dumai's Wells, I just googled this, it broke the bonds to their warders.
I thought all the warders got.
And then he says, then there's a question for RJ after this. If an Aes Sedai is stilled and then healed, what happens to the bond without waters if they don't die? Once the bond is severed, it's severed. So
Well, that makes logical sense. If you sever the bond, it doesn't come back just because they get the ability to power.
So
But
apparently,
I also remember though that they like the men of the Ashaman of the tower were bonding non-channelers, which is their wives. What happens if that bond is broken? Like if the Ashaman dies, does their wife go berserk?
probably.
That doesn't seem like a good thing. Maybe that's a Sanderson creation, I don't know. But like that doesn't seem like a good thing. Like I'm going into battle, I have a high chance of dying. I want my wife to go berserk and die and kill everything. Like
I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying.
I know. Well, I'm just saying like that from that perspective, other problems in the book arise because of that. Now, from that perspective, it does make sense. I just don't remember any of those warders surviving or whatever. I know they all went in grief mode because they were stilled.
See, I remember the example. Like I don't remember the incident enough to say
Could have been what,
that I
Demise
can
Wells?
agree with the Dumais Wells thing, but that's the incident that's brought up. And I remember on one of Steve's Prophet of the Dragon streams that he and like Manametherin and Dane and Salty and all were talking about this particular issue earlier in the season. So maybe I'll try to read
It might be the case, but I'd have to go back and see that. And Demise Wells is far off in my reading. So
Yes, I'll go back. What book was Dumais Well? I'm reread it up to book 9
Was
now.
it Crown of Swords or Path of Daggers? No, was it Lord of Chaos? Lord of Chaos, I believe.
So it's 2 books ago. I'll at some point next week or so I'll try to see if I can. Because I have to do my book review of all the books anyway.
2 books still?
Huh?
Well, because you have Shadow Rising. Because Crown of Swords is book 7, right? Is Lord of Chaos
Winter's Heart's book 9.
6? Or is Path of Daggers 6? What comes after Shadow Rising?
Shadow Rising.
Shadow Rising's 4. And then isn't it Path of Daggers?
I thought
And
Path of
then
Daggers
Lord of
was
Chaos?
6.
Or no, it was the Fires of
Let the
Heaven.
Lord of Chaos rule. Is that book 5 or 6?
That's Lord of Chaos.
No, but that's how I remember it. Isn't that book 6, Lord of Chaos? You know what?
It's later than Fires
Guess what
of
Matt's
Heaven.
about to do?
Check the actual internet. Why did I think of that? I mean, mostly because I'm lazy about it right now. But
Books in the series. Lord of Chaos is book 6. I see my memory did work serve me there.
That's because I remember the
Path of Daggers is book 8. So Crown of Swords is book 7.
Okay, so Fires of Heaven would be book 5, right?
Yes.
Because that's like when they do the whole after they come out of Ruidion and all that jazz, or after they come back into Kyrian and everything like that. And then it goes Fires of Heaven, and then Lord of Chaos, because he's ruling. I believe it was in Kyrian when he's kidnapped, and then Demise Wells happens because of that, and then he goes and takes over, Ilion right after that, if I recall correctly, which is Crown of Swords, if I recall correctly. So
it has to be Crown of Swords is the Crown of Ilion.
But that's not my point. Is that the images of the original books are what I can kind of like tie to like what event happens with. There's just too much information, too many different things. But point being is that that would be when it would happen because Lord of Chaos. I remember that because he has him standing up above this Aes Sedai who's like this essentially in the original artwork, and that's basically him taking those characters. I could probably look it up digitally and everything. That just take way too much time, which we're already doing. So we're gonna continue while we talk. I just don't know what the point of Moraine doing any of this stuff is, and Barthon. Why is Barthanas delivering stuff? You're not a servant. Man in the kitchen. Woman, go and make me a sandwich.
There's no point to. I mean, I know why they're doing it. I understand why they're doing it, but there's no point to having these scenes in the book and the show. They're doing it because of soap opera reasons, but like.
But right about what? What are we? No context is given. Why? What are we right about? don't what? Because girl boss Moraine. None of this happened either. Shocking. The dragon board, because apparently we're just going to tell everybody. This is the problem with aging up characters like they did. Because with aging up these characters, now all of a sudden there's all these other things that can pull from you. Because like when she becomes the Aes Sedai, she's what, 20-something?
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah, so she's 20-something. 20 years of searching, which her parents could easily still be alive during this time period. She's not going to have any of these mental breakdowns because, oh, my family died. None of that would happen.
Even
She'd
worse,
be a stronger character because of it.
They're messing with the timeline involving the Aiel War, the dragon being reborn, Moraine running away because she didn't want to be the queen of Carhain. You know, that whole
But even if her parents weren't alive, like maybe they died in a house fire, or they died of old age, or they died because poisoned by one of the other houses, none of that's going to cause this level of grief to her because she knows it's part and parcel with the game of houses. That's why she wanted to get out of it. Like that's what doesn't make sense, is that all of this stuff has to artificially be created, because if they don't have this in it, she wouldn't go through these feelings. She wouldn't have a reason to be in Cairhien. She doesn't come to Cairhien, I think, outside of one time of the books. That's to get Rand. Right? Is that
I don't recall her there. I mean, I'll have to get through my reread at the end when she comes back from, you know.
The last time I remember her being there was in the hunt for the hunt for the horn, or the Great Hunt. The Great Hunt.
She was out briefly early, but does she ever go back when she comes back? I don't think so.
Nope. See,
I mean, isn't Cairhien an afterthought for the most part?
She's there for Barthanes Manor, isn't she?
I have to check, like I said, when I get to the reread when she comes back.
But there's no like connection between them, which is funny because everyone should know who she is if she's a Damodred, and he's a Damodred, and which I believe he is a Damodred, but like there's no recollection between them, which is really strange. But okay, I don't know. What was so important, Moraine? Well, none of this happened. That's what was important.
The world's ending in 2 years. That's what
I was stilled, and the dragon has been reborn. Just tell her to get out. Oh, there you go. That's one thing. How do you force somebody out of a city? That doesn't matter. Ooh. Just remember, Moraine's the good guy.
Yeah. All pointless, like soap opera garbage. All of it. They just wasted 2 minutes of our time.
She could literally stay wherever she wanted to. She has technically unlimited funds because of the White Tower. She could live like a queen, literally anywhere she wants to for however long she wants to. Why does she have to be in her family?
Dearest Swan, oh God.
I have been stilled. Your exile means nothing.
Finally,
she read
Swan has returned to the show.
It's not finally. I didn't want her to come back.
No, that was a pro wrestling thing. Like The Rock, whenever he returns, he goes,
"What is this nonsense? How she has 2 guards?" Slice, 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 slice. I would like to point out that the Amerlin seat leaving the tower literally causes hundreds of troops, pikemen, or spearmen, pikemen, whatever you want to call them, archers, cavalry, like literally is like it's like the Secret Service protecting the freaking president of the United States. Like It's not like, hey, we'll give you 5 guys. Hey, go away, 5 guys. You get 5 guys. You get 5 guys. We everyone get 5 guys. Like,
I'm not even sure in this show if there's more than on purpose. They're saying that there's more than 30 Aes Sedai.
maybe because that makes them that much of gods and goddesses or whatever to be able to do all this stuff. Because it just doesn't make sense. She looks so old.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he come back and you just told him nothing he can do about it?
What?
Is me. Oh, called it.
I miss Asmodean.
Yeah,
I like
was-
Asmodean.
I mean, he's evil, but he's a funny evil. How does he know he's surrendering to it? That's not how... He's trying to teach him a mentality, which is not the mentality of male Aes Sedai.
Well, he's talking about embracing Sidin, which is you have to wrestle with it. You have to, you know what I mean? Like the Sith, you have to exert your will over
that's
it.
not the phrase. The phrase he uses, if you want power, not if you want to access the power. He says, if you want power, you have to take it. Not the one power. If you want power, they're melding in 2 different things and pushing them into the same line. They're
That's
saying
what they're doing. Okay.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's what they're doing in this.
I can see what they're trying to do.
They're making men the villains, remember? This
Well,
is the men. If
they're
you want
trying to talk
power, you gotta
about-
take it. Because
They're
women
trying to
have
talk
to
about
surrender.
Sidin without actually including Sidin. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, that's the whole thing of like you're surrendering to it. You take control of it. That's one thing. But when you're saying if you want power, which is a completely different topic, if you want power, you have to take it. They're making men look evil by using that phrase. They're taking that phrase and saying,
because
you're going to go there, do whatever it
because
takes
there's
to
no
get power.
Sidin where you have to do that with. This is a moral judgment, so they're making it a moral thing when men are bad.
Yes, they're making men bad in order to use the one power, just like they're reinforcing the idea that you dirty it when you use it. Like the dirt's not already on it, therefore there's nothing, doesn't matter who touches it, it's whatever touches it, that's it. That makes sense.
Did they jump forward to book 5 where he throws up when he embraces it?
Who are you gonna fight? So far, you're letting everyone run roughshod on you.
No, the whole thing is they're setting it up, the whole Thalmy confrontation.
Yeah, but he doesn't know where Falma is, for one. He's the shepherd boy.
He
2,
doesn't have to. Lanfear will lead him like a lapdog there.
Yeah, but he doesn't know he's going there.
He doesn't have to. Lanfear has his leash and she'll get him over there.
But why is Lanfear going to take him there?
Because it fits to whatever stupid plot horror and issue you're doing.
Exactly. We don't even know what her desire is at this point, other than to have Luz Theron. And if she has Luz Theron, what's the point? But you need to learn to control it. Which is sad because I kind
We
of
have 7 seconds of training.
He hears Matt.
Is Matt still losing at dice?
We have no idea.
Oh my god, we're still both in this stupid show. Oh no.
I'm gonna go insane. Me too. Hey. We thought you were dead. Well, that was the point. That's the funny thing is that the reason his hair is this way is because he was in another show or another movie or something.
Yeah.
And they shaved it when they could have just put a wig on him.
They could have used his own hair to make a wig.
That too. So it's kind of like.
But see, I think he told them, obviously, like, I got the impression from him that he might have read the books on his own and liked them, and maybe took this role and says, "Oh, this is going to be the hero of the story." Found out what they're actually doing to it and said, "Look, I'm just not prioritizing your bullshit show. I'm under contract. I'll do what you have to do, but I'm saving my head for this other show, and nothing you can do to stop it." You know,
basically. But I do think it's. Like people think that there was like, oh, they made him shave. No, he had a different role.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. And here, like I mentioned earlier, I like the actor that plays Logain to a certain extent. I don't think his acting in this is necessarily amazing, but I think that's a director issue, not an actor issue.
I don't blame any of the actors for this. I think
I do. Some of them do not know how to act.
Not for their acting stuff. I blame Pike because she's allegedly a fan of the books, so she's letting them
all claim to be fans of the books, but that
no,
I don't
even
I don't
years
know if
ago
that's
before she was
Amazon
in the
forcing
show.
them to. Like a lot of things, like you can't talk bad about the shows, like in your contract, and it's like, why would you put that in there unless you knew it was just bad? Like you wouldn't have to tell people you have to be praising this all the time, every day, all day, unless you know it's going to be bad. Like that's
I'm saying with Rosamund Pike, I think it was even years before the show even existed. She mentioned some point she loved the books. So, but that being said,
she claims she does. But I don't believe it for a second because
I agree with that. But most of the actors, I think they're given crap to work with. Like the girl's playing Nynaeve, she's a better actress. She's a better actress in this role.
I mean, maybe. I haven't seen her from anything else, but she doesn't behave like Nynaeve to me.
Well, because she's not playing Nynaeve. She's playing this show's version of a character with the same name. Yeah,
but that's my point. Is that like I don't know what she's supposed to be like. If she's not supposed to be like, they're attributing her to Nynaeve, so I'm expecting. The only thing I compare her to is Nynaeve.
No, I get what you're saying.
Even in the show, her own abilities and her own personality and everything isn't consistent because she keeps going off the path to do whatever. So I'm like, I can't even stay with you in the story outside of the Wheel of Time. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so Zoe Robbins is the actress who plays Nynaeve. The biggest thing she was in was she played one of the Power Rangers. But she was also in the Shannara Chronicles. Great acting. I remember her from the Shannara Chronicles, though. She was in like 4 or 5 episodes.
That should be a major freaking.
Well, that is 100 times better adaptation than this piece of shit.
And I haven't watched it, and I probably never will. Although,
the Elf of Shannara is my second or third favorite book of all time.
What's the Mortar City one? It's a big moving city. Mortar and Blood or Mortar and Bond? Oh, what's it called?
With big movies.
Blood and Mortar, maybe. It's a fantasy series that they made like a TV show.
Oh, there's Shadow and Bone, maybe.
Shadow and Bone might be it. I don't know where Mortar came from, but Shadow and Bone was one that I don't know if it's finished yet. There's another one that's like the series that has like the Golden Compass or whatever into it. I don't remember what the series is called, but it's like a kid's book or whatever. Obviously, there's Aragon, but Aragon was trash as a movie, which sucks because. Well, I mean, the book itself's not horrible.
I couldn't stand the book. Well, let me correct that. I thought the first book was okay. I thought after that it was garbage.
Having a personal opinion whether or not you enjoyed the book doesn't mean that the book itself doesn't make coherent sense. Like I can be like, oh, I'm looking for books with better content, and I want more in-depth characters. I want this, that, or the other. I don't want a chosen one thing. Like you could have a whole bunch of different reasons why you don't like the book, but the book itself could still technically be. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could still technically be halfway decent as a book in its own right. They just butchered the movie so much, which sucks because Jeremy Irons is in it, and I love Jeremy Irons. Yeah. And like for whatever reason, Jeremy Irons gets always these roles in these terrible films. Like D&D was not good. And obviously Aragon was not good, and all these other things. I'm like, I just want Jeremy Irons to have a good role in something, and he's always good as himself, but it's always in a bad film. So it's like I don't want to go see it because it's a bad film, but I want to see Jeremy Irons, and it's just Either way, are they here? I don't know. It's complicated. Well, then, uncomplicate it then. Considering that Rand has no use for money, it doesn't matter. But they can sense you have the ability to channel to get close to you anyway, so it doesn't matter. They're going to have Elaine do it because Elaine has to be a girl boss in some way, and she knows how to do Chiron Grial type stuff. Now, this is funny, okay? They don't know how it's done, but it has to use the one power to do it according to the show. If that's the case, then how do the Suldam do it without being, obviously, casters of magic? Which leads back to the other previous Songshan argument I was having with you.
Yeah.
So it's like, it doesn't make sense in its own right because it would be open unless it was closed. And if it was closed, obviously there's a latch or something that you could find, but you had to know what it is. It's like, have you ever seen those little boxes? They have like a hidden latch to it. You have to know what to push on it in order to open it. It's the same concept. It's seamless because when it closes, it closes. But it is a Tir on Griel. At least they got that right. But doesn't matter how she got it. You didn't tell us how you got this. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant. I mean, slaves is a bit of a strong term, but
just one point for the viewing audience who's here after 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Not many of you, probably.
At no point are they actually called channelers in the actual books.
Actually, I'm pretty sure they are because that's how they reference them. They're okay.
They'll say channeling.
Well, they'll say. I'm pretty sure the word channeler is used. I don't know if they attribute it necessarily to the Shan specifically, but a channeler is someone who uses the one power, and that's how we get that from the books. They're normally called Aes Sedai, but what do you call a channeler who's not an Aes Sedai? Well, you just call them a channeler. Well, Wilders are just how they learned how to use it on their own. That everyone who's not trained in the White Tower is technically a Wilder, but technically, if a man learns how to channel, like Rand, is he a Wilder? Technically, yes, but there's no term by the White Tower because the White Tower can't train men. But a Wilder is just somebody who learns on their own, as opposed to somebody who has the spark. They find the spark and bring it to the tower. A channeler, like the Dreadlords, are the Dreadlords channelers? Well, they're a Wilder by category, if they're not a Black Aja. So Wilder's a category, but in this case, a channeler is everyone who channels.
The usage of the term, something.
The way she uses it, it hasn't been described in this show what a channeler is. So them using the term channeler doesn't make much sense to people because we haven't been introduced to what a channeler is. We only know what channeling is. You channel the one power has been introduced, but a channeler hasn't. A person, like saying a person who channels is a channeler. They haven't introduced that. Now they're introducing it, and that's what makes it weird.
Yeah, here we go.
Well, it's because every great woman underestimates everything, clearly. I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, same here.
Still better work of the Blue Aja. Because sitters totally leave the tower all the time whenever they want to. I don't even know what Aja this lady is.
Yellow, they said that.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at Ring. Is this how Nynaeve gets suckered into the yellow Aja? Because they were idiots? What else is new? Like, Aes Sedai are literally the definition of, I guess, underestimating everyone. And Renan just walks in every single time at the right time when this is happening. I love the distant screaming. Like, they just have an army of people they're training here in freaking... Yeah. So, remember you were telling me that this from the perspective of these people in the series?
Yeah.
They learn history. This is one of those things that applies to that. Because from the Sean Chan point of view, it was a sister. From the actual reader's point of view, from other people's conversations, we know that it was Black Aja. And she was trying to, I guess, control part of the Sean Chan into being able to control everything else and gaining power. Because I believe this was the time before the Three Oaths existed, so they could do whatever they wanted, kind of thing. So she's like, hey, Empress, I'll do this for you, and I get some support. And the Empress is like, okay, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to get you too. It's just like the viewpoint of the history depended upon specific things.
Well, and my point was,
this situation don't know the details.
Yeah, the details, like, we only know as readers the details that they're talking about now, whether it's over new version.
But the people in the show or in the books even only know what they themselves have heard. It's the difference between like metagaming and
exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, Jordan didn't write out the prose or outline of what actually occurred 800 years ago, so he's only telling
outside of snippets of information. Yes.
Yeah, and to me, not so much to get back to something we had before. I always like to remain. See, again, we have a different way of looking at it. I think, like, the Wheel of Time is a story to me. So when Jordan wrote the story, he's including the parts necessary to tell the story. And if there are any flaws to be found along the way, it's why didn't he write what happened to a particular character, or why didn't he leave something to hang or whatever, like those would be the flaws of the story to me, and that's why I'm very disappointed that in Sanderson, because I don't think he completed the story at the level that Jordan himself would have.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, no one can ever do as good a job as the original author, which is one thing that Hollywood has never figured out with their writers.
That's the thing, and not to get way sidetracked, just to make it brief. Way back when they were talking about someone else finishing this, they never said who said no, right? But they supposedly asked a couple of different authors who were working for Tor Books at the time. And while no one ever came out and said no, what did happen was a bunch of writers, like, for instance, Tad Williams, saying, I would never let someone finish my stories. And he's a writer. He would have been the perfect guy to finish. I don't know if you've read his stuff, but he's very close.
You've mentioned it before, I think, in the last episode.
Yeah.
But...
So he is a writer who I could have very easily managed finishing Wheel of Time to Jordan's level of expectation. As opposed to
Sanderson, still wouldn't have it at peak. He might be 75% good. Where
much better than Brandon Sanderson.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like where Sanderson might have done it at 50%, and this Tad guy might have done it at 75%. No one but Jordan himself is going to be able to put it at 100% because he knows all the characters, he knows the settings, the plots, everything.
Yeah.
Not saying he can remember everything, because there's a lot of stuff he changed in the early on books that leave a lot of open-ended questions, like the whole fly situation, the fly trap, as I call it. There's certain things that he himself can't do.
Yeah.
But he'd be probably 95% complete as opposed to 75%, which is a lot more complete in terms of overall. But no one's going to write the story better than him, even if
of course not. That's a given.
I completely agree in that regard. My point is that, like, in the information, like the big white book and everything like that, there's filler of information written down as canon lore that fills in the details. A lot of it focuses on the Shan Shan. A little bit of it focuses on Shara and whatnot, but we don't see Shara for like 90% or 98, 99% of the series. So like Shara is completely non-topic for most of it. So we're learning little details about it, and we learn about how they're fighting over factions and everything, and then they basically just use magic to basically enforce a whole bunch of stuff. That stuff they're not telling us because they only know so much. So in this case, they only know that it was a sister from the Aes Sedai, but in that case, she made it because she wanted power.
Yeah, and
which is very common for Aes Sedai, surprisingly.
What I hope for, like, there's a book series called The History of Middle Earth that Christopher Tolkien released, which basically took all of Tolkien's writing related to Middle Earth, categorized it. I hope that somewhere Harriet, before she dies, does something like that with Jordan's notes.
Nope, won't happen. Now they do have the notes archived or whatever, and I think they're public domain, so you can like go read them or whatever.
Well, I've read around. I mean, there's stuff like that, but there's probably stuff that hasn't been released.
I'm sure could get his hands on it, but I mean, like I'm saying, like there are notes.
Yeah,
they're not like organized by any means or anything.
Well, the next chance to get is upon her death, does it get donated to a university or something like that?
I don't know. They have digital visuals of them, I believe, is what I was told. But even with that, though, a lot of that's going to be ifs and not necessarily part of the storyline. Like a lot of it is aiming the direction he wants to go, but isn't necessarily explicit, which is the problem. Even when I'm writing my little short stories or my novels or whatever, when I'm writing, I have a lot of different paths that I could have taken, and I usually cut one out because I decided I want to go with this. It's still a note. It's still there. I could still read it whenever I want to, but it doesn't necessarily relate to the story I'm doing, which is the danger of those notes, is because if they're not organized and they're not saying this was cut out because of X reason, or this will be added at X point of the series, at that point, it literally becomes just a giant cluster of just possibilities, which can leave us more confused than when we didn't have access to it. That's my problem with those. Even in Tolkien's notes, like Unfinished Tales aren't necessarily things that are canon lore per se, because they're part of a former concept. Like it's the same way when they say like the Book of Lost Tales 1 and 2, they're like, oh, everything's in poetry or whatever, when the other ones were told in poetry.
No, Book of Lost Tales is different. Book of Lost Tales is a part of the history of Middle Earth. That's just a collection of notes. Unfinished Tales,
the way it was written and whatnot is a different viewpoint, I believe. I think it's from man's viewpoint instead of Elvish viewpoint, like the Silmarillion is. So sometimes they clash in like what this is told as versus what this is told at, which is fair enough from like if it's man's perspective versus elf perspective, it would make sense. And I could be wrong. I'm just putting that out there as like they're different viewpoints in certain instances. Otherwise, there's no point in having the Book of Lost Tales 1 and 2 if the Silmarillion already covers the stuff.
Okay, so just to. The Silmarillion is Tolkien's history of the Elvish languages. Okay.
Well, I thought it was the history of the world through the Elvish.
No. He if you go back, he wrote the entire. Wanted to write the Silmarillion because he wanted to write a history of how the Elven language developed. Remember all those languages? He made up like 15 languages. Okay. More actually, more than 18.
But it's written like a histories, and the only way it could be a histories is if it comes from the perspective of someone. Like every history we have of mankind comes from the perspective.
It actually does come from someone. There's a gimmick in Tolkien which you don't know if you didn't read all the extent of. But in the 9th century, a pure-blooded descendant of Irindil the Mariner and also of Aragorn was the first person allowed to sail to the Undying Lands since the last ship left thousands of years ago. So he goes to the island off the coast of the Undying Land, which is as far as a mortal man is allowed to go, and he spends time there talking to all the elves on the island, and they tell him the tales of the old days. He takes it back to Earth, right, to Europe,
the rest of Earth, but
to Europe basically, and he some of the tales creep in as the tales of the Norse gods and things like that, and Germanic lore and all that, right, and then it's not 9th or 6th century. And then in about this is part of the gimmick, Tolkien found the untranslated materials that Iriel brought back and has been translating them for decades.
But that in itself still proves the point. The Silmarillion is the view of the history of the world from the viewpoint of the elves, not necessarily like even if
they were there.
Well, technically they weren't there at the very beginning with Eru, but it's the same thing.
No, but the Valar told them, like the Valar have no reason to lie.
But that's what I'm saying. Like even from a biblical perspective, like what J.R.R. Tolkien would have, Moses is attributed to writing the first 5 books of the Bible, but he wasn't there when Adam and Eve were there. So he's given divine revelation to write that.
Yeah, well, the Bible is dictated.
Same thing as like Valar.
The the official Catholic explanation is the Bible. God is the author of the Bible. He dictates it to the writers. It's like
it's divine inspiration, yes. But
Yeah.
my point is that like if God comes and says, "Here's what happened," and you write it down, it makes sense because if you have the creator of the universe talking to you about something, it makes sense to be like, "Yeah, this is what the guy said." But him writing it in this sense would be like, okay, Tolkien's like this guy who's a pure descendant, which that's pretty difficult to make a pure descendant all the way down there, but okay. Mostly because Aragorn's. Did you say Aragorn's kid?
Well, he's a direct
Because Aragorn's kid wouldn't be purebred because the Elvish side.
Aragorn is a pure-blooded descendant of Irindil. His parents,
I know, but I'm saying his kids through Arwen would make him not purebred. He's not married to
Arwen is a pure-blooded descendant of Irindil as well.
I guess in that case, yeah, that would make sense. I thought it meant like in terms of like pure man in that regard. But
no, Arwen became human. She's like
well, it's actually kind of ironic because the man trait it goes to Aragorn and the elf trait goes down to Arwen. They go together. Hey, we're rejoined again.
There was a lot of rejoining of lines for Aragorn's parents.
Well, I meant because it was Elrond stayed half elf, so he's at that point of that line. His daughter becomes Arwen. So like boop boop, like just off to the side.
Yeah.
Then you have is it Elros?
Elros.
Yeah, Elros, which is Elrond's brother, goes to the man side, and it goes through a massive genealogy thing to get to Aragorn. But it's one of those weird things. It's like, well, technically Aragorn and Arwen are like related, very distantly, obviously. But yeah, which is kissing cousins and all that jazz, you know. But they're far enough down the line; it doesn't matter. It wouldn't be considered as incest. But in terms of like, it's like essentially that point where Elros to Aragorn and then Elrond to Arwen.
Yeah.
Put them back together. So technically, you are correct. Yes. I thought you meant like from a purebred Aragorn is like, well, he's not a purebred because by default,
not purebred.
Married to an elf would make it elf. So
his heritage goes back to Irindil. Iriel's heritage goes back to Irindil directly. Is what Tolkien would say.
But even if he's the one writing about it, the viewpoint he's getting is the elves.
Yes,
it's the elves entirely up to a certain point.
Well, it's his viewpoint of the stories the elves told him, so to speak. You know.
Well, they told him the stories. That's allegedly what he wrote down. So it's not from his viewpoint of their stories. It's his writing what they said. Because in those time periods, oral tradition was the big thing. And then when you get to the writing period, keeping things accurate for a historian is extremely, especially if you're like prideful about your work.
I don't remember. I'd have to reread the Iriel the Mariner story again. I don't remember if he like they just told him and he wrote it down when he got back or whatever. I'd have to go through. It's been a long time. I haven't read the history of Middle Earth since I was
every
years old.
Person I've heard talk about the Silmarillion has always stated that it is the history of the world up to obviously a certain point before the Third Age of the world from the lens of the elves. They have access to the Valar to tell them the early stuff for the Alcalibeth and all that jazz. But then you have everything afterwards. They actually lived it. There is historical events they took up.
You kind of got to consider the Silmarillion and the Unfinished Tales as two parts of like an incomplete story that would have been Tolkien's Silmarillion.
Yeah, but I would consider the Silmarillion more canon than the Unfinished Tales due to how it's structured.
They're both. I consider them B canon because.
I would consider Silmarillion A canon, though.
No, it's not because it's not Tolkien's Silmarillion.
Well, it's all of his writings organized and finally put into form
by Christopher and Gagariel K, and including. But you got to.
We already stated earlier that Christopher would never let something through if it wasn't Tolkien's.
That being said, I still consider the B of canon. Lord of the Rings and Hobbit are.
It's the older canon. It's the histories as opposed to the current days. I get that, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like
there are conflicts between the Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit, and the published Silmarillion. Some stuff with Galadriel is in conflict.
I don't remember that conflict.
You can find a list of conflicts out there. Okay,
I'm sure. Well, here's the thing about conflicts: is that you can come up with logical reasonings for conflicts that aren't just cop outs.
No, these are pretty much like clear. Tolkien didn't finish it.
Galadriel, commander of the Northern Armies, now Galadriel the Wise.
Well, there's some stuff with Galadriel.
That's a contradiction that doesn't connect.
Like some of the stuff in the Second Age in the appendices of the Lord of the Rings conflict with some of the stuff that's in the Silmarillion, which isn't very much about Galadriel and Unfinished Tales.
I don't care about Unfinished Tales in that regard. I would care more about the Silmarillion, because the Silmarillion's actually been kind of completed by Christopher Tolkien.
But it's not, because it's missing stuff.
Well, I'm not. It doesn't have to be a word for word, day by day play of the Elvish history. I'm saying it has completed stories. So when we're like, okay, let's talk about Beren and Luthien, boom, it's a completed story. The Fall of Gondolin, boom, it's a completed story, because Christopher Tolkien fleshed it out with his father's notes, with
Yes,
the little
but there's
pieces
other stuff that would have been in there had Tolkien himself completed it.
possibly, but we don't have access to any of that stuff.
Yeah, we do in the Unfinished Tales.
Well, no, what I'm saying is like, there's a lot of stuff that could be considered canon that got not added for a reason. Because why would Christopher Tolkien be like, this is supposed to be in the story, I'm just not going to add it for some random
Because
reason?
just like all the stuff with Galadriel and Celeborn that would have been in the first age, Tolkien himself did not finish it to a level he found satisfactory, so Christopher didn't include it in the Silmarillion.
Yeah, exactly. It's not added because there's not enough reason for it to be in it.
No,
So,
no, it's
like,
not
I
added
could
because
say, if I was Tolkien and I'd be like, I want Aragorn to do X, and then I had something else that Aragorn was going to do, I'd be like, but this wouldn't fit X situation. I'm just not going to add it. Just because Aragorn could have or would have done it that way, because it wasn't added, it means it never
Tolkien
happened.
just didn't finish getting to a point where Christopher could have put it in the published.
Well, I don't think he was expecting Christopher to do any of it. I think Christopher just was like, I'll do it to honor my father and whatever.
No, well, we'll talk about what happened, like what is,
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I believe that Christopher loved his father and his legacy so much that if it was supposed to be in there, it would have been added.
I would say Christopher loved his father's legacy so much that everything that his father had complete enough to be in there was in there.
Well, but yeah, but the Silmarillion was by no means anywhere completed. Like, not even remotely. Like, it was just a whole bunch of notes.
It was,
but the fact that he can compile it, put it into a single book, which it's right there, which you probably can't see on. I can't zoom in, but it's up there. It's a completed published work that does not, as far as I'm aware, again, if there's conflicts or contradictions, I want to look at them so I can see how they equate to the Third Age works and stuff. But for Second Age and before works, it doesn't have the level of contradiction that it's not publishable. If one or two things is the biggest problem it's got, then by golly, that's pretty stinking good. But the Unfinished Tales is like stuff that's in addition to a core history. Silmarillion's a core history. It shows proper sequences of things. The Unfinished Tales would have been like additional side things, like, oh, by the way, after Aragorn did X, he went over and did X, or Y and Z and all that jazz. Like, that stuff that's not necessary for the history of the world to understand how things got to where they're supposed to be, which is what the Silmarillion is. The Silmarillion is, here's how the world came to be, here's how things were formed in the earth and Arda, and then here's how the different elves were done, here's how the dwarves originally came in, were put back to sleep, and then men came, the light of the elves going to see the trees and everything, and the dark elves, and like all that stuff. It's a history, but it's a core source of history. Then you have the Unfinished Tales, which are like, here's some side stories. But it's like, I don't know how many of those are actively the things that would have a lot of problems with the core. I don't know. I haven't read it in a long time. I'd have to reread it. So I guess I won't hold the stance that it couldn't be core canon, but it's unlikely, in my opinion, that it would be core canon. Just because I have to read it again to see if there's any, like, you're saying that like Galadriel has problems with the Third Age content.
There's a list of like this was different in the appendices versus because when the Lord of the Rings was published, Tolkien wanted to publish it with actually wanted to publish Silmarillion first, couldn't finish it, so went to write the Lord of the Rings basically.
Yeah,
he literally spent the 30s and 40s trying and constantly mailing stuff to Christopher, who was deployed for World War II. Funny enough, yeah. So anyway, that's all we can get. Let's just finish this last 10 minutes of garbage.
26 minutes. I'm just 20 minutes.
My mind is trying to not make it 26 minutes.
Parlor tricks. The Aes Sedai effectively rule the world.
Yeah. Embrace your hatred.
I hate the whole touching the under the chin thing. It's just really cliche. I don't know why this like why are they scarring people? I mean, I get certain cultures did that, but nowhere is there any information about the Shan Chen doing this.
They just made all this BS up for the show. Like the whole fingernails thing is supposed to be functional lacquered fingernails. Like Turok
they're what you can actually grow.
Yeah. Well, Turok is a blade master. He'll fight with his 2 sets of lacquered fingernails on his hands.
What, I like this imaginary string is a whole bunch of little zip 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 zips.
You know what would be funny if they had a collared Aes Sedai and right in front of like High Lord Turok, she goes, you have to be able to channel to use the other side of that bracelet.
The first thing I see when I see the Soldom is, why so serious? Like, that's all I can do is because of the scars on the face. Like, it's silly. Rip the tree out. Come on, do it.
I like their depiction of channeling less and less as the episodes go on.
Why is she flaring her nostrils? This freaking Soldom is weird. I don't walk around talking and flaring my nostrils. It's just... I'm going to burn your comfort using you. And this would totally be normal. This Soldom is acting like a teenager.
They're giving them like they're okay. See, do you see what they're trying to do here? They're trying to say that the bracelets give them positive feedback that gives them physical pleasure.
The Soldom is able to give pleasure through
but they're both feeling it. Did you see how this is how it should feel?
That I don't know. That's not book related.
Look at the way the actresses are acting when they both feel it.
Well, they're acting like a teenager, but she's also becoming proud of the fact that she's getting this girl broken so she can do it. Like, basically, she's like, I know this tree makes you feel good, so let me burn that tree using you. And doesn't that feel good? Like, it's the weirdest concept ever. Like, this brings you comfort. I will destroy your comfort.
I'm saying the same way they sexualize like a lot of stuff in this show, they're sexualizing this bracelet.
Well, I mean, it's BDSM. Like, Lanfear should be the one who creates the bracelets.
Yeah.
This is the power we're meant to wield, Egwene. Did you feel it? That's not how affinity works. It's creepy acting, man. She's like, but if I get near this and I get sick, Almost there. I'm still waiting for the sad part. Why does the Soldom look sad? She should be disappointed, not sad. What? Okay. Remind me. Do Soldom like physically beat the Damane? I don't remember that part. I mean, it could be there, but I don't remember that.
I don't think most of them. I think some of them are cruel. Like some.
Remember, cruel, yes, but like cruel through the IDOM. Not like,
well, I mean,
kicking them.
If they're cruel to that, then they could be cruel through kicks or whatever. I don't think this is a standard Damane training technique.
Well, I mean, okay, to make someone feel pain versus actually breaking them.
No, I get what you're saying, but I don't think like
Damane are treasured because they're rare and
they're valuable property. You know.
Yes. So why would you physically try to kick our ribs in when you could just cause her to feel pain without breaking her?
Spouses are treasured things to have in real life, but people beat them. I mean,
well, they're not treasured to those people, though. That's the problem.
Well, no, but that's the point here.
The Soldom, they're supposed to be treasured because this is their status. If they break these people and turn them into like full-fledged Damane, they are usually granted a lot of honor. So, if you're trying to cultivate,
she's already
something,
a full-fledged Damani.
No, like a full-fledged, like fully taught, works fully in sync with the soul dom and everything. Like,
Oh yeah.
you-
No, what
get
all I'm
the full
saying
tier.
is, I don't think
Complete
in the
package,
book
though.
there's any physical abuse training. Some of them
Yeah.
probably do it just because they're cruel people.
But here's the thing: she's still wearing the bracelet. She could easily cause all this pain through the bracelet, and say that's what you get for not learning. That's literally what she has to say. Like, this isn't the first time.
Which of your T-shirts should we be wearing for this scene? The remember the 2 T-shirts I suggested you make up? Why are you writing this down? It's like one of them applies right now. It's like
I don't have the means to bring them to light, but I would love to have T-shirts like that. No one would buy them though, but I would love to have those kind of things. One was that's not how it worked. Well, that's not how it works. What was the other one? This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So this doesn't make any sense, right? We'll use
How
this.
the Force works.
This will be this is how it doesn't make anything shotless. Every time we see this scene, we'll take a shot. Oh man.
Well, if we did that, we'd probably die from alcoholism.
Yeah.
And I don't really like alcohol like that, so
I'm
it doesn't
surprised
matter.
Dane is still alive after this show because he drinks watching it.
I think he's he's watching the show through Pips' eyes, is what I'm thinking.
Have you ever seen his drunk streams? He does a drunk stream every episode.
I mean, you kind of have to if you're a drunk like him. But in this case, it's just like, it makes no sense that you have the capability and the capacity. This is what I was talking about, where the show contradicts itself and hurts its own like validity. Because they're saying, I can punish this person through the bracelet, but I'm going to kick them in frustration because this has literally never happened to me before. But it has happened to me before. Because every demonic you get, they don't just break automatically. I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of strong stand women who are like, I must do this because I am a danger to the Empress. May she live forever, and I want to be a good service. Maybe. But it's not abnormal for someone to be taken and then not immediately fall in line. But they're making Renda feel like, oh, I'm a failure because I couldn't do it this time. But it's not the first time. That's the whole point. Yeah. It just, yeah. And Renda's going to be like, I'm going to beat you, bloody. You made me do this, or something stupid.
You will not break me.
I think this is supposed to be the sad scene that Sarah Nakamura was talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know what's sad about this. I found it hilarious.
Maybe instead of sad, she meant bad.
Oh. This is all horrible acting and horrible scripting. You barely know? She's my roommate! What? She's the only friend I've ever had. I could write this. Not this bad, but I could write this. This is all highly predictable, by the way. They're trying to redeem Matt, which is funny. Matt doesn't know who Shamael is. He's sitting there like, huh? Which is what Ishii wants, ironically. Apparently an arrogant prick.
Time to knock up Lanfear one more time.
Why is Min turning an alcoholic? She's a bartender. She should know better.
This has to be
That
the
haircut,
worst
though, is horrible.
haircut like in history.
No. Quan from Halo has the exact same haircut, if not worse. Who's the actual main character of Halo series?
So the actor's probably hard haircut and said, "Yeah, I have to use my haircut."
No, because they're doing the whole drawing. They're trying to make everything so exotic, like they draw tattoos and artwork on their face. That's what she said. But ooh, that was clever. He could almost be a good Matt. That's the problem.
I told you, most of the actors, you can't blame them for this because they're given crap.
But here's the funny thing. Matt knows Rand's the Dragon Reborn. Right? So, he already knows. And then she's like, you're going to stab him. And it's like, but why would I stab him? It's like, well, because he's the Dragon Reborn. It's like, but I already know that. And I haven't stabbed him yet. Why would he stab him then? What reason would he stab him? Unless it's somebody who looks like Rand that he's stabbing because he knows they're not Rand, and then it calls like a replicator type style.
I think something's gonna happen, like maybe Matt gets possessed by the dagger again or something like that, and that's how Rand gets one of his wounds.
If they didn't go off the rails with the modern swearing with Matt, and they didn't turn him into a thief, and they didn't turn him into a scumbag in every possible turn, he could actually possibly be a good Matt. I could actually see this guy being a good Matt to some extent. Although the facial hair has to go.
Like I said, I don't blame the actors for.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
well, except for Pike.
Except for Pike, except for everyone who claims they're a fan of the series and doesn't do the fan series stuff. But my point is that like he could have been good in this. Like nobody else I've seen so far really strikes me as like, oh, this could be this good character. The guy who plays Rand, Joshua, he seems okay, but I don't know if I see him as the Dragon Reborn.
Oh, he's too short.
I mean, even if he had perfect height distance, like the acting method wise.
If you could be the greatest, like it's like Tom Cruise in the Reacher movies. I don't know if you saw them or not.
I did.
Tom Cruise caught Reacher's personality perfectly in the first movie.
But not the height. Yes, I know.
Yeah,
they had to do camera tricks for that. So.
Just unbelievable. Just
it was fun. But the guy they have playing Reacher now in the Amazon series does a phenomenal job, even if he's a complete douche in real life. But he's big. He gets the humor, the wit, and all that fun stuff. Like it's entertaining.
Yeah.
But that's my point. Is if he was short, I wouldn't necessarily care as much if he can actually play the character. Like out of those two, it would be considered a minor alteration that they didn't have. Like if we have Aiel, we don't have a way to like. This is why Wheel of Time should have been an anime. Like we have this conversation before. It should have been an anime because in an anime you can get everybody be the proper height. You can get every culture look the way they're supposed to. You can have all the places under the light. Everywhere.
Yep.
Be as it's supposed to be as a 1-to-1 adaptation in the books, and nothing would be lost of value.
Yep.
You'd have everything be added, no problems whatsoever. And it would make sense because like One Piece is at like what, 1,200 episodes now in the anime? You could easily do that with Wheel of Time. There's probably there's more actual content in One Piece than there is in Wheel of Time, for crying out loud.
Oh yeah, the manga's been going on for even longer.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like there's so many volumes, like 90 plus volumes or something of the manga, which if you stack together is way bigger than a Wheel of Time book. And that's including the fact that they're visual. So they already show you the trees in the background. They'll show you the housing. They'll show you the way and dress people, everything. You don't need to write it out in detail. It's already there. On top of that, it's already so freaking long. You could easily do it. And you don't have to worry about aging actors. It'd be perfect. It's literally perfect. Just make sure you have a Japanese studio do it.
Yeah.
Don't have any Westerns have anything to do with it. It has to be purely 110%.
Well, I will say,
Japanese run.
Not now because it's been destroyed, but the DC animated people, they just like the people who did Batman. What was his name? The guy who did the DC animated stuff in the 90s.
I don't know.
Tim.
I was not a DC or a Marvel person that young.
But
I do Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man. That's about the extent of my Marvel.
Well, Batman the animated series and Superman animated series are probably the two greatest like modern animated American series from the 1990s. And then Justice League was just follow up to those. There were a bunch of other like Batman Beyond and all that. But Tim, what was his name? Anyway, if he did them, I could see American Studio doing it because he remained true to the comic characters.
Well, it's like the Avatar, the Last Airbenders. If they had the original creators and stuff working on it, it would be okay. And then we're like, but then there's Legend of Korra, and then it's like, well, maybe not. But
I
like,
hated the Legend of Korra. I hated it.
Most people didn't like it because it just
Bruce
felt
Timm,
different.
the guy from Bruce Timm is the DC guy who did Batman the animated
Like
series.
with One Piece, the live adaptation, the reason it's doing so well is because Oda has control over it. Complete
total control. Yep.
But here's the thing: Harriet will never get the rights back for Wheel of Time. She'll never get them back because our Red Eagle Entertainment will constantly be doing this, that, the other. They'll constantly be selling the rights. They'll constantly be making something with it. But it will never get back to Harriet. She will die before she ever gets the rights back, which means somebody else has to get their hands on it and actually do it. So somebody buys the rights from like, I don't know if like Sony probably has the best chance. If Sony bought the rights and then gave it to a Japanese studio, they could potentially make a good one. As long as somebody who actually understands the world and has read the books and everything, which I don't know how popular the Wheel of Time is in Japan. I know it was written in Japanese, but I don't know if it was ever like super crazy popular. But if it was ever super crazy popular by one just fanatic studio, and they did it like an actual 1-to-1 adaptation, we could have a monster of a series that just blows the crap off of anything else.
Oh God,
it would be fantastic.
I went to look up Red Eagle Entertainment to see who owns it and whatever. So I'm on. Apparently, there's an Age of Legends film in development. We're doomed.
It's gonna be terrible. Is it a film or is it a show?
It's a film.
Yeah, it's not gonna. It's gonna either get canceled or it's gonna be closed for tax purposes because that shows the light of day.
It's intended to be a prequel to this crap show TV series.
Oh, they're trying to do freaking. Are they doing the actual Age of Legends or they're gonna do New Spring? Because New Spring is the actual prequel, but it doesn't go back to the Age of Legends per se.
Oh, it's Age of Legends. I don't want to know.
Well, either way, it's going to flop, and they're going to feel the pain and agony of the loss of that. Because if this show's not going to do well, like if it keeps dropping in viewership over and over and over and over again, it doesn't matter. You're literally throwing money away. But Amazon has money to throw away at the moment. But I mean, they need to get rid of Jennifer Salke like so fast. I don't understand like how any competent executive would look at this and say this is a win, because it's not. It's everything but a win. But let's continue on before we don't make it. You saw what? What did you see? No. I've already told you. You kill him. Well, now he's going to do it. Right. But he doesn't have the bloody dagger.
Of course, for those listening, Min's visions always come true. So he can't avoid what's going to happen.
But the funny thing is in this situation, he could. He doesn't need the dagger. If he ever gets access to the dagger, just don't take it.
But Min's vision in the book, Min's visions always come true in some capacity. So
well, yes, but
this is not how you avoid it.
Even if they come true in this situation, he does not have the dagger. He is not tied to the dagger.
But he's going to get it. If it's a book, man, he's going to get it.
Well, if it was book, yes. But my point is that this Matt, she's like, you killed him with that dagger with the ruby. And he's like, I'm not going to do that. And she's like, but you will. And he's like, but I won't. And I can prove it because I'll never touch that dagger again. And for any reason under the sun, he never touches that dagger. He doesn't ever do it. That's the point.
Yeah.
You'd have to force it into his hand and actually force him to stab him, which means somebody else is either compulsion to do it, or they're blackmailing him to do it. Like, I'm going to kill your sisters if you don't do it. Things like that. That's the only way, which, I mean, for all we know, is the way they're going to end up going to do it. But my point is that he has a way out because he's not bound to it. If he was bound to the dagger and he had to have the dagger, that's one thing. He's not bound to it. They've killed that entire arc. The dagger has no actual power, has no purpose, nothing. It's completely removed. Padan Fane has it for whatever reason. And I don't know why Bane having it would matter because it literally has no purpose. We've already gone over this. So he's not bound to it by the show's standards. So why would he be compelled to use the dagger he doesn't have, doesn't need to have, doesn't want to have?
Well, all
There's
I'm
no
saying
motivation
is,
for this character to do his job according to what Min thinks he believes he's going to do.
and all I'm saying is, this is another deviation from the book where, like,
Well,
the
that's not
bookman would
surprising,
never
but
say,
I'm
like,
saying even despite the books, in the show's own standing on its own two horrible lanky little worm noodle feet, like or legs, like it trying to be like you're going to do this because whatever I say comes true. It's like okay, that's the truth, but you just told him, so now he has a chance to avoid it. Well, no, because what I say means it's going to happen. It's like, but how is it going to happen when he has no motivation? The story doesn't lock him to it. There's absolutely no reason for him to do it in any shape or form. He's already confirmed that he knows Rand's the dragon. He doesn't have a problem with Rand being the dragon. He's not even like, oh, you're going to go insane and kill me just like the books did. He has nothing of that. He's just like, I'm going to keep you from being an arrogant prick. That his motivation is to go help his friends and stuff. Like they're like friends of family, as the Vin Diesel style. Like that's the whole thing for him. So there's no motivation, there's no reason, there's no logical point for
and
them
I'm
to
I'm
work
harping
together.
on the difference between Bookman. Bookman would never say to him, "There's like Bookman would say, you have to manipulate the holes in my vision, so to speak. Yeah, you stab him, but do you really kill him? I just see you stabbing him, and he
Well,
falls.
that's the
Like,
thing is that in the book, when she knows, but she doesn't always know. But in this, she's basically stated that, as far as I am aware, that she knows he's going to kill him. That's the trick.
well, we saw the vision, so she's interpreting the vision as him killing him. But you know what I mean?
See, the way I'm picturing them going to do it is that he's going to deliver Rand to Ishamael, right? And he's going to stab Rand to show loyalty, even though this is what's going to create the wound in his side kind of thing. If they're going that route, I don't know if they're going that route, but the wound in his side will because Matt will stab him to gain Ishi's trust, get Egwene or whatever, but he doesn't kill Rand, and then they just get Rand out. Like that's how I'm imagining they're going to do it.
Matt and Rand can't rescue Egwene because they're men. It has to be,
Well, that's true.
their name who
Well, I'm
rescues
saying
her.
they think they're rescuing
Yeah.
Egwene. It's the lie that they're
See,
going to.
I think they're going to make Matt look weak and evil again by getting possessed by the dagger.
But he can't get possessed by the dagger because the dagger has no possessional abilities.
Well, Ishmael can make it happen. So
No, he can't because that possession power comes from an alternate evil, which has not been introduced in this outside of the fact that Moraine pulls it out, eats it, and then spits it out or something. I don't really understand what that is.
Again, I don't think there's going to be any. What you're doing is making Matt look good, so making Matt look smart.
No. I'm not making that look good. I'm saying how they get to that scene and explain it while maintaining that Rand's alive. Otherwise, they could just kill Rand and then bring him back the next episode because they've already shown they can do that.
I think
so. Death means nothing.
I think that your explanation would make Matt look good in the show. I think that they can't do it because it would make Matt a man look good.
Well, I mean, he stabs his friend, which doesn't make you necessarily look good, but the reason he'd be doing it potentially
Well, the
can make
reason,
him look good, but it's a more
whatever
ambiguous thing.
reason Matt stabs Rand has to make Matt look bad.
Which is possible. But my point is that I'm just saying it not to make him look good or bad. I'm saying how they get to that point and argue it away since they put themselves into the corner. There has to be a reason. That's all I'm saying.
It feels like there aren't 19 minutes. There's more like 10 or 12 minutes left, but like it feels like we've been watching this for
12 minutes because it's 5 minutes always in the credits.
Yeah, it feels like we've been watching 17 hours of content.
I don't know. It feels like 5 hours to me, but that's because it's been 5 hours.
We'll see 5 hours.
Well, let's get through it.
Like,
I guess.
like when they keep playing it, but it's like when they play it, it drags and drags and drags.
I ran into him in a bar up in Shinar for no reason. Nope. Women bad. Twang. that is horrible. That's the funny thing is like, this is such bad writing. They're literally spelling it out, which anyone under the sun with a hint of a brain cell would figure out this is going to be the outcome. It's like when you go to a movie and you're like, this is going to happen next, and then it happens. It's that level of obviousness. She's going to obviously be like, well, I did it because I am your friend. I told you that. Like, we know that's what she's going to say. It's obvious.
Yeah.
It's one of those called it moments because it's so blatantly brain dead obvious. It doesn't take any brain cells. Well, it takes about one brain cell to tell that that's going to happen. If you're like, well, I didn't see the comic. Well, sorry, you don't have a brain cell. My bad. I can't help you with that. Like, it's very obvious because the writing is so stagnant. It's so easy to tell what's going to happen next. But this whole thing it's painful.
Yes, it is painful indeed.
But if she's like, oh, if you love him, stay away. I was like, well, how does he know that she's not, tricking him into not keeping him alive? Like,
okay, can we pause here for a couple minutes? My
say no more.
my middle-aged bladder is saying no mas. I need to have a few minutes.
Well, I'll keep them occupied as you vanish for a minute because I have some things to say about this already. So
there you go. Be back in a
hey.
minute.
All right. So from this particular scene, she's basically taken over the house. But when she's gone, this guy's not going to be listening to her or serving her in any shape or form or function. He's old, for one, so he knows he doesn't have a whole lot of time left. So rebelling for him wouldn't be that big of a deal. But he's been serving her sister and Barthanas for a lot longer. So she comes up and is like, hey, deliver this for me. Well, he doesn't have any obligation to her. What's she going to do? I'm going to stop paying you. Get out of my house. Well, yeah, but then the other lady's going to be like, well, I have some wealth. Or her sister's going to be like, I have some wealth. I'll put you up and we'll go somewhere else. Like, this will be a big empty mansion. She's going to just damage the Damage-Red name. Pun intended. What would be the point? Like, there's no actual point to it. Like, she just assumes that this guy, like, what she should be doing is hiring her own servants. If that's the case, if she's going that route. Galdrian's been sex swapped because reasons I don't really know why, but Galdrian and House Damage-Red were not on friendly terms. They were rivals, so why would they try to get together in any shape or form? I don't know, because one's going to want full control, the other one's going to want full control, and you don't get full control by giving half of it away. It's just not how it works. But how this guy is going to deal with this letter is just like, but why? She's just randomly picking a guy, which assumedly she knows from childhood or something. I don't know how long this guy's been serving House Damage-Red for, but she's like, I need you to do this for me. And he's just like, who are you? Like, I only serve you because your sister has me. And it's like, well, I run the house now. Probably here in about a couple seconds is what she's going to do, the whole I pull rank on you kind of thing. But it's just a little odd that this isn't thought by somebody. Like, nobody actually thought about this. Like, really? This physically hurts. I am starving, and I've been here for 5 hours, and I haven't eaten before that because I slept for like 2 hours before that. So I'm on like 7 hours, no food. And this hurts me more than that, which is impressive because I like my food. So, to conclude, since Matt should be back in a second, I don't know, one, why are they making Moraine so evil? Unnecessarily evil. Not like she's evil out of necessity, but like, she's not necessarily evil for any reason. Like, if you were to hunt Moraine, the first place you would go would be to her family, because it makes sense to check to see if she'd be there. But if she's just in a tavern, or not a tavern, if she's in an inn somewhere in the inner city or something, under a false name, like Lady Alice or something like what she did in the books, would make a lot more sense because she gains nothing here that she doesn't in the inn, except false drama, which she does get false drama, lots of false drama, and the whole drama thing is kind of, well, not kind of pointless, utterly pointless. And again, brain cells are required to write, and this is not brain cell powered writing. This is horribly bad writing. And there's so many issues with all of this, but so far all I've seen is the men go, the women are strong, and then the women are like, the men are stupid, and that's literally been nothing but any character in all of this. And I don't know. It's like almost like Ishamael, instead of being like, I want you to get them two together, but knowing that she would say no, and then her being like, I've been using you, and then him being like, well, how can I trust you? And she's like, well, don't do it. So he goes and does it like if she wants him to, and it's just like, that's not clever writing. It's obvious writing. Like, if Matt was a smart character, which he's not in this show, he would know that. The only thing that would make Matt do something he didn't want to do would quite literally be Taviran nature, the Taviran power. I'm going to sneeze.
I'm back.
Apologies. Yeah, I had to sneeze for a second, so I had to off cam and mute. But yeah, welcome back. I was just talking about how stupid the scene is, because why would this old guy listen to the things she says when he works for her sister? And even if she takes dominion over the house, he could just say, screw off, and I'm leaving. She has no servants. Like, none of this makes sense, because if the little sister could just take her little bare minimum wealth, she could easily go get another house. Whatever. Find a place, set up shop with Lord Barthanes, who, since Barthanes is apparently going to marry into... Well, if Barthanes is going to marry into Galdrian, sex swap Galdrian's line, she's going to have way more power and way more wealth than anything Moraine's going to be able to conjure up. So what is the point? Why does Moraine need the family manor? She could literally have anywhere. And I was trying to make the point of, like, an inn would do just everything she needs. She has unlimited wealth due to her ties to the White Tower. She has pouches and pouches of gold coins, not to mention letters of a whole bunch of stuff. She has access to wealth and can get it at any point in time. She also has bills of IOUs or whatever, where that basically people can turn them into a money changer. They send the requests to the White Tower. It's basically a bank transfer. And it's like she has access to everything she could ever want.
Had they actually written, used Robert Jordan's much superior work, we would get that. You know what I mean? But
well, I'm saying, like, even in this, we know she has money. So, like, a gold coin will last her, what, 3, 4 months, 5 months, 10 months, a year in a regular inn? And that's if they even charged her, because if she goes to a place that worships Aes Sedai, they're probably not going to charge her anything to stay there for a time. So it's like, it's pointless to understand this. Only when she's hiding is it really that big of a deal. And even if she was hiding, she goes by Lady Alice, she could still be an Aes Sedai, and all that anyone ever knows is an Aes Sedai here. They wouldn't know which one. And then she just stays hidden. Like, there's a million possibilities, but that was my point for going with this. So we'll just continue on so we can get somewhere. Of course, Minity. So he's going to do it, but why would he? And then Barthanes. That's because I own the place. I
mean, it's not like I have something on my, like Tarman Gadan on my shoulders or anything like that,
That's not that's not how nobles are. They're not kind and proud. This is kind of
like, you can't do any worse than the last king from our family. It's like
none of this makes any sense.
No, do you get the reference I made?
What was the reference?
The
Sorry,
last king from their family, the Aiel War.
Oh, layman.
It's like, I mean, just don't go cutting down any trees that some other nation gave us protection. You got one up on our cousin. You know?
Well, that was the stupid thing is that Layman, if he hadn't cut down Avendeldara, they would have been the richest, most powerful nation this side of the spine of the world. Hands down. Bar none. Because they would have all the wealth while everyone else is suffering. They would have been just drowning in the markets. That's like, it's that stupid that pride and stuff does that types of thing. But again, that's my point of like humans and the chosen and everything.
I mean,
like, evil guys always make bad decisions because they think they're the greatest ever, and that's always their downfall. They do stupid things, but that's mostly because people would tell them. Like, if you knew the power of the Aiel, which I don't know if Layman did or not, but if you did know that power as like a good villain, and you're like, I'm going to do this thing, but they're like, but actually, what happens if I do this thing? That's what a good villain would think. He's like, I'm going to think about all these things, and then boom, this is what's going to happen. Layman doesn't do that. He gets his head chopped off. Chiron gets overrun by the Aiel, and basically takes on the whole world and beats the snot out of them and just leaves because they're like, we're done later.
Well, it's kind of funny. Like in book 5 or 6, when Tyrannus found out his entire backstory, like his mom was Tigraine and all that. And he's musing, if Tigraine hadn't just left out of nowhere and create a power vacuum and drove my family crazy, maybe my uncle would have been there in, Carhane, because he had to marry Morgause now, right? Remember all of it. To stop my other uncle from like cutting down a tree
or
cause the Iowa War.
What's the other guy?
Tarangil or whatever.
Tarangil,
yeah. So like he has this weird. Not 100%, but he's based on his character knowledge. He's musing. Like, cause my mom went crazy and went to. I'm paraphrasing. And went to the Aiel.
To be fair, she didn't go crazy, but yeah.
My uncle had to marry this other chick, and couldn't be in Carhane when my other uncle went crazy and cut down a tree with no one to stop him, caused an Aiel War, which caused me to be born.
Cycle of life, man.
Yeah. His thing at the end, he's like, I'm paraphrasing. That pattern is pretty fracked up. It's like, he's commenting about the wheel spinning,
Well, that's what was necessary for things to happen the way they happened.
Yep.
Otherwise, technically, Rand would have gotten caught by Robin. So there's that. But yes, they're embracing what happened. Why is the Armelin seat here in Kyrian? Demanded an audience. She doesn't have to demand an audience. She would just send a thing saying, hey, come see me. The pineapple hat! Why is Leandrin here? Wait, this is the tower. Right? Oh, Kyron, that's Kyron.
So, are they going to forget that Swan knows about the Dragon Reborn?
Probably. This is so many levels of ridiculous. Oh, now we're going to have the moral dilemma. Do I go with him and kill him, or do I stay here?
Should I stay or should I go?
The other point is, why is he leaving when he still has to learn from Logain?
He already learned from Logain.
But he didn't learn anything. He just literally is like, hey.
You only have to embrace the dark side.
Oh, it's Lan. Because everyone carries their swords on their backs, not in the front. Oh, fudge nuggets. Force push. They're mixing so many storylines together that none of them make any sense. One thing they never really make clear in the books is if you run a certain distance away from the bracelet, will it do anything? You don't need power. You need to know the like. Oh my gosh. You need to know where it actually is.
But she's okay. I'm about to say if they make a channel when she's not angry, I'll be pissed.
This is how she breaks her block.
Do they have a special knock? Is that the Damane knock?
Excuse me, please open your doors.
It's like they have a special Damane code.
They could just get outside. I mean, why would you not get outside of the city to a place like a shack and then try this?
Why not pass your water on to one of them so he doesn't get killed?
Well, because he's supposed to stay there and die with her because he's a slave. He's not a person, remember?
Yeah.
I mean, the Shan and the Aes Sedai are literally the same. They're literally the same, just flipping sexes. The Shan use women as tools. The Aes Sedai use warders as tools.
Why not sever yourself? Say, try to put me on those collars now, bitch.
Well,
that's what I would do.
Why would you not do a whole bunch of things that would make more sense? I don't care if I'm thirsty. Like, literally, if you didn't want to learn, you could just be like, I'm not going to learn. And then what are you going to do? Kill me? I mean, if anything, that's a benefit for me and a net loss for you. Mind breaking somebody? That would show that she's weak.
There are 3 cups.
Yes, there are.
Did you get?
But here's the funny part. Why is he carrying a sword like that? Okay, hold. What the heck is going on? The Damane aren't even at the door. They're not even at the door. It's not FBI. Open up. Like, they're not even there.
The Damane are coming knock. You know.
What? Then you have time to leave. Like, if you have time, like, I know I'm going to die. Take my ring.
When they're filming this, like
the premises.
Like the actress who plays Rima is probably like, she's about to say, we could just leave. Should we write this? And the actress who plays the water goes, no, we're about to get out of this stupid show. Stop. It's like,
It's ridiculous. Like, this is all the time in the world for the water to be like, here's a back alleyway. Yeah.
And if you're Rima right now, when these Damane come, I would be stealing them. I'll be like going for the sever like right away.
Or the chokehold, because whatever you do, or no, kill the Soldam. You kill the Soldam, you kill the Damane by default. Yeah. But they might not know that, so I'll grant them that they might be stupid, because they typically are. They're Aes Sedai. They are pretty stupid. Yeah. They don't know that killing the Soldam will kill the Damane. So what they can do is kill the Damane. The Soldam, who is not trained in the use of the one power, but can use the one power, becomes problematic. But we know that this is a particular Damane. She's the one that we see in all the scenes because she's the main Damane. And her Soldam, who does literally nothing, says nothing, and is useless in every possible way, and worships the Damane on the ground she walks on. We know they're not going to die. But you have this guy with, I have a sword. Well, your best chance would it be acting like a normal person, walking by, pull a sword as soon as she's not looking at you, and cut her head off. Boom. Problem solved. You cause a huge ruckus. The Shanshan guards rush at you. You kill them both because you're a blade master and they're a bunch of wusses who can't do anything without the one power. Boom. You've caused another problem for them. Now everyone's like, oh, that's a crazy dude. They're not going to want to interact with anything whatsoever. So they're going to keep their eyes off of you as much as possible. And then guess what? You stopped the demone from getting to you. You might even possibly stop her before they get to the house or even has a chance to wield the one power so no one knows where they were last seen. They have to go get another patrol of demone, which may not be anywhere nearby. And then they just away. But then, anytime the one power is used, it could be a demone, literally anywhere in the city, causing that thing to happen. So how do they know it's specifically these people? It's like, it doesn't make sense. It's like firing a gun in Nazi Germany. It's like, well, yeah, that could be literally anyone. Like, you have an entire military that could be the culprit for this. Why are you saying, oh, it must be these people? Well, I heard that sound. It was the pacing of feet. And pacing of feet, I tell you, that's actually only Marat Damani. We don't have pacing feet under Damani, man. Let me tell you what. Like, it hurts my brain. Because instead of like, we should leave, they're like, take my ring to my sisters.
Yeah. Well,
Do
a
this
lot of
thing
things
for me.
a
It's
lot
like,
of could have.
What? They literally don't have an excuse for it, though. It's like literally he doesn't know that they're coming for them. They're literally a patrol walking down the street.
The term for the audience listening is called there's plot-induced stupidity and writing-induced stupidity. This is both.
I was gonna say I think both of those pretty much go hand in hand with each other in every situation.
Well, no, one you could have like good writing, but then they use plot-induced stupidity. Like instead of writing their way around a particular point,
by default that would be bad writing. That would be good writing.
Let's say they wrote the whole thing really good, right? But then in one scene they get to, they decide rather than write a good scene, they just hand wave it, and it's so that's a particular point of plot-induced stupidity. They just jump to get through a scene without writing their way through it, Whereas writing,
I just call that bad writing. I don't call that good writing.
Well, they're particular terms, like
Well, even in particular term, if you have to force the plot, or like Robert Jordan did a really good job with this because he uses the pattern and the Taviran aspect to make up for plot holes. Because they're not plot holes.
Well, he has a mechanism for it, correct?
Yeah, it's a mechanism. It's not the story being poorly told. This happens because of necessity due to the Taviran.
I'll try to come up with a couple of good examples of each where you have good writing, but still want to be applied. It's something that happened a lot in comic books, for example. But it's a sidetrack right now.
I wouldn't consider that good comic book storytelling. It might be necessary because of the way that
it winds up being bad storytelling because you have this really great, well-written comic arc, and all of a sudden, a hero forgets about an ability just to get to a particular plot point.
It happens in TV and movies all the time. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Screaming, shouting. Why are they screaming and shouting? Just from looking at people. And what's he gonna like? This showdown literally makes no sense because she can just use the one power and go kapooey. This is like so childish. I kind of like the actor for the warder. He kind of seems like a cool person. I want Egwene to absorb so much of the power that she just breaks the collar.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is gonna be an awkward dance between the two. Because whatever happens to the Soldom happens twice as hard to the Demone. If she's getting her eyes burned off of her face, what is happening to the Demone?
Well, we know that, but let's see if the show continues knowing that.
Well, that's the thing is the show is what told us that. The show told us that when Egwene tried to punch the girl.
No. Like I said, we know that, but let's see if the show uses that.
They're not going to be content. They're not going to do. Pour the water. Pour the water. I hate the flaring of the nose. It drives me nuts.
What the hell?
She-Hulk has arrived. What the heck happened?
Do you know how hard for a man to do that to another man is?
Not well. I mean, it's a woman who's less powerful.
I'm speaking as a man who, when I was 20-year-old, could actually do that to another man. Okay, pick him up by his throat like that. I was physically that strong. Okay,
I had a buddy in high school that could do that. He was played the center for a football team, even though he's not really fat. He could palm your helmet and pick you up and move you.
You have to be really strong, and then to have this, oh god, I just.
Like, if Soldom have superhuman strength like this, why do they need soldiers? Just make Soldom super soldiers. Wait, maybe she's Captain Britain.
Captain Sean-Chan.
Captain Sean-Chan should do this with the bracelets and have Wonder Woman's powers as well.
Yeah.
Shockwave. That's like, well, it's the power of the arm guards. It's not the one power. Oh gosh. And why would you do now? So now she's. I get that they don't value them as people, but they still value them as tools to serve the Empress. This would literally get you hanged or beheaded in Sean-Chan. This is completely unacceptable by any standard of freaking Soldom. Like, the head Soldom who's in charge of the kennels would literally probably kill Rena for this. It's not acceptable. You can't force somebody to do that thing, so you inflict pain on them through the collar until they willingly choose to do it and they willingly break down. That's literally how it's done. I'm not even a freaking Soldom, and I can figure that out. But remember, she's hanging, she's choking, she can't channel because you didn't give her permission to. What is she supposed to? Even if you give her permission to channel, what is she going to do? Levitate?
The show.
I mean, at this point, just kill going off, please.
This is distracting from the sadly much better fight between the Aes Sedai and our water. And
I at least can see a guy slashing some people to death, even though I can't see that because they cut the scene. So all I do is see guys fall. I don't actually see blood and guts. Oh, she got hit by an arrow because everyone. Oh my gosh. How did that arrow in the opposite side of her shoulder kill her? Nothing inside the cell or the door. She's going to get shot.
Just sever yourself and it can't do anything to you.
Harpoonies.
Burn yourself out.
Second Damane just showed up. We don't even know what happened to the first Damane.
She's dead.
Why did she just absorb all the power and just go kabooey? Why didn't you do that in the first place? Like, at least there's like, this is how silly it is. They're showing that if the Soldom goes down, the Damane feels it. But the Damane is like holding my stomach. Oh no, I feel like I'm going to puke. You feel twice.
So they're showing the reverse.
You die twice.
So they're showing when the water dies, the Aes Sedai goes berserk.
Yeah, they get sad.
Think about the reach of the Green Aja in this show.
It's like, all right, Water, I need you to die so I can go Super Saiyan mode.
But how many times? Like, I mean, I don't want me to say it this way, but the indirect indication is that the Battle Aja loses waters all the time. That they're constantly going and looking for fights so people die. Right. I'm not saying it's like every one a week or whatever, but over the course of 100 years,
Waters can't outlive them. Like, we don't even know if it extends their life.
Well,
all it does is make them a little bit tougher.
What I'm saying is that since the Greens are always going to look for battle, let's say she has 3 waters at a given time, over the course of 10 years, one of them might get killed in battle, right? So
she goes Super Saiyan mode.
Yeah, well, I'm saying in the books now, right? So what they're saying here, if they're reversing that, is every time these Aes Sedai, the Greens, go into battle over the century more of life and they lose waters, they're gonna go freaking berserk and just like
It goes Super Saiyan every single time.
yeah. So why
But
wouldn't you kill your water?
but
Hey,
it's
you
just funny.
suicide charge those guys, and you go Super Saiyan.
It's just funny though, because 1 second she's sitting there with the arrow thing shot through her, and she's like, "I'm dying," boom, and drops. The next second she's going and just breaking things. I'm like, but what about the archer? Why did you not hit the archer? Why didn't you see the second Soldom? What happened to the first Soldom? The first Soldom I thought died from burning eyeballs or something, but we don't know what happened to the Damani because you didn't show the Damani after that point. Now that there's a second Damani and a second Soldom, what happened? Like, you are completely unaware to everything and oblivious to everything. The warder contradicts himself. Instead of saying, like, my Aes Sedai asked me to do this, she's gonna die. I'm definitely going to die. She's gonna die, or she's better off dead than being collared. Then lop her head off quickly. But he's also the swordsman who can kill a couple dudes, but can't block or pay attention to his surroundings, which is what warders are trained to do.
So before they get back to it, if they show Rand again in this episode, do you think he's going to go with them, or he's going to channel the one power and just blast his way out of there?
Sorry, I just sneezed.
Just make a quick prediction.
I don't know.
I'm predicting he's going to channel the one power and just go.
I don't know why Nynaeve isn't just crying and causing her to come back to life.
While Rand is going, Alana is going to tap him, and then he's going to Rand out of it and just keep going. So that
Are you talking about where Alana and Lan stop him?
I don't think they're going to stop him.
I think he's just going to go force push.
Yeah, because he has to get to Falme sometime next episode.
I don't understand Lan. Like, he doesn't make any sense, even in this story, not including the books. It doesn't make sense. Like, we found the Dragon Reborn. Okay, and that means what? Well, we have to find Swan, and we have to find Moraine. What are the odds that Moraine and Swan are both in the same place when Rand's there, and they show up from wherever they teleported in from, and get there, know where he is the city?
Do you remember the beginning of the Great Hunt when Swan showed up with the giant retinue in where was
Faldara?
it? Was it Faldara? Yeah, right. This scene, this is reminding me as if they're doing that scene now. But we'll see, one way or the other.
I'm hurting inside. Pour the water. That's the size of your world. That's the size of your world. Like, how have you not killed her? Literally, she's just sitting there going, ah, like she's doing she's doing the ragdoll effect from freaking Skyrim.
I'm pretty sure most of the bones in her body are broken by now.
But not even the bones. Why would you go through that and break every bone when you could just head, move to the next one, head, move to the next one, head, or fireball, 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 fireball. Like, way more efficient, more powerful uses of the power.
Yeah, but we don't. We see very little of that in this show.
She's wasting all this time on this stupid.
No. Think about all the uses of the power we see in this show. We see it used more like telekinesis than anything.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I mean,
we can make swords, but we can't make shields to stop arrows.
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe in the battle when they were capturing Logain, there might have been a couple fireballs thrown around. And obviously what Moraine did in the first episode or second episode, one of the two. But beyond that, it's been mostly telekinesis.
It's so bad, though, because, like, this is
highly
inefficient. Yeah. Like, you're using the one power, but you're spending so much time on one Damani and Soldom that 3 other pairs could show up and you would be useless. So you have to kill them as soon as you see them.
Yep.
You have to. Which is what she...
Kill them or sold them.
She somehow magically knows that you have to target the Soldom. She knows that. Apparently, this is the thing. They know the Aes Sedai, who have no knowledge of these guys at all of a sudden know stuff they have no business knowing, and they're not even listening to their own advice.
Yep. Let's
Because I would have just taken the freaking one power and just chopped her head off.
yeah, so we got 5 minutes. Let's see if we can.
We have 3 minutes, technically. They're using contortionists. That's it. But I also like the part. It's just keep saying, pour the water, pour the water, pour. How is she going to pour the water when she's unconscious there, Sparkle Pants? She can't. It doesn't work that way. I don't know why this is sad. Like, nothing in this show is sad except the show itself. But, like... Like, nothing here is encouraging Egwene to even try to do what she's supposed to do. And the Aes Sedai is too stupid. And there's the little one that's just sitting there. Careful, they heard your footsteps. They might hear your gasp. Like...
This is like 5 minutes of stupidity. Well, it's 45 minutes of stupidity, but it's like,
This is like 30 hours of stupidity, but... I mean, we already know Aes Sedai are completely and utterly incompetent in every possible way imaginable, because every single time an Aes Sedai tries to do something, they do something stupid. It always leads to stupid things. You don't like Cadsuane? She was the smarter of the Aes Sedai. The wise ones are way smarter than Aes Sedai. Hands down. But the wise ones actually have to do things that are tricky.
Well,
they actually have to work.
Stuff. Obviously, I don't want to. We can get into the whole side discussion of this in our 7 hours in or whatever right now. But Jordan was depicting the Aes Sedai as a dysfunctional organization, on purpose, where there were individuals who were competent, right? But which is basically Swan and Moraine and Varen.
In the books, yes. I'm talking even in this.
Yeah.
There's zero competency.
Yeah.
But even in the books, the Aes Sedai are highly dysfunctional, highly stupid, and when they're playing their games, they do so because they wield power over the nations, because the nations are terrified of them, not because they're actually good or smart at what they do.
Yeah.
It's literally just because there's a fear effect, because the Aes Sedai are unknown demigod type characters. They're
also like the devil, the other options are what? The white cloaks who torture everyone?
Yeah.
Or the blight?
But I don't even think the nations behave like they know that the people that are in their territory, like if you're in Gildan or Amadisia or anywhere else, and the White Cloaks get a hold of these random villagers, they don't even really know what they're doing, because they wouldn't let them do it if that was the case.
Yeah. So
in the books, force go through and just burn through your villages because hey, the darkness.
Yeah. Well, in the books, the Aes Sedai are protected because they have the alliance with Andor and the Borderlands. So,
just if anybody even attempts to defend this show, they don't have a brain cell. They don't.
Oh God.
Because there are certain scenes that might even make sense in their own telling outside of even Wheel of Time. Just there might be a couple scenes. Not a single one of those has happened in this episode.
Yeah.
Not a single one. None of these make sense within this, and they're gonna be, but you're just not seeing it because you hate the show, because you want to hate the show. It's like, I don't want the show to be bad. I didn't make the show to be bad. I wanted a show that was good. Everybody who's quote unquote a book cloak at this point wanted the show to be good. You will not find a single one who wanted this show to be bad. It's just non-existent. This is the response of people who don't know the books, don't like the books, whatever, making something with the bare minimal information, but no training and actual ability to write scripts or anything, trying to put this together. That's the raw side of it. There's no way around it. But when you say, "Oh, book looks just want to complain about," no. we didn't want to complain about this. We wanted this to be good. We wanted this to make sense, even if you were going to adapt it a little bit differently. Make it make sense at least. None of this makes sense. It's all overlapping. It's too obvious. It's too oblivious to everything else around it in the same world.
I have been on record as saying, okay, that from the beginning they said we're just going to make a woke version of the show for woke people. I'm like, fine, that's for you. That's fine.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
But you can't argue this is good. No way possible. Objectivity exists in art, whether you like it or not.
Again,
Sorry.
if you ignore all the woke stuff, just pretend it wasn't woke. Pretend they weren't making.
I'm not even talking woke. I'm just like continuity issues, like people that were dead are now obviously alive because reasons.
Pretend Robert Jordan never wrote The Wheel of Time, and pretend there wasn't any woke stuff, right? Pretend Rafe Judkins actually created this, right? It's still horribly written. Horribly written.
Like I'm disconnecting this from The Wheel of Time because it's not The Wheel of Time. It's pretty obvious. Like you don't have to work extra hard.
It's Wheel of Prime or Wheel of Time.
Wheel of Prime. There's no wheel. There's no nothing. There's no time even in the show. Like it's a bunch of people doing a bunch of things, but out of order. It's the wrong thing at the wrong time in the wrong place, doing the right thing accidentally at best. And it's just like
Dane just started his drunken review of episode 6.
Like a live stream?
Yeah, he live streams it.
Oh no.
I usually watch it on replay because I just can't take that much pain.
Well, apparently you can. We're 5 hours and 45 minutes into this.
No, but we're having interesting discussions. We're talking about some cool stuff along the way. If you had any desire to edit all, you have about 17 videos that you can make out of this with some of the talks we've had and all that.
It's not desire to edit; it's the ability to edit.
It's not that hard. I thought it would be, but
I don't have the time for it.
No, just breaking it up into chunks,
dude. Just edit, like outside of editing this, like doing this kind of editing where I just slap the intro and the outro onto it. That takes time because I have to sit there and wait for it to go through and upload the entire thing. That took me 3 days for the one episode we made last week. You have any idea how long this one's gonna take? This is like twice as long. But I don't have the time to go through, watch my own stuff again, and break that down. I'd rather do live streams. I'd rather do everything live stream. I can't because of the algorithm.
Yeah.
Not that anybody watches these long ones anyway, but I'd rather just do nothing but live streams. But the algorithm hates live streams for some reason.
Let's see if we can finish this for 6 hours.
Yeah. I didn't see this coming. I could have totally avoided this. Pointless drama. Boo-hoo. Is this supposed to be sad? It's not her you need to worry about. It's everybody else. I don't know why she cares to do this. She has no motivation to do this.
How many episodes of this are we going to have with Egwene resisting?
Just this one, because she's going to give in now. And that means she's broken. Right there. This also makes Rena think that she's good at what she does, when she's not. She's horrible at what she does. Especially she doesn't drop the jug. Do it again! Wait, she's not a woman, so how does girl apply to her?
The whole was a woman question, my friend.
Is Rena a biologist? No, not a biologist. Is it a biologist? Wait. What? It is a biologist, right? I think it's a biologist with the whole what is a woman thing going on.
Yeah.
It's just like, is a biologist? What? This is sad? Why didn't she just like throw it to the air and be like, well, I hope I get hit by the like I mean, hey, it's the head of the Blue Aja. Your position means crap. I just like, you could easily just run up and jump on the peg and hang yourself. Like, you're not thinking of it as a weapon. You're just thinking as an out.
So we're not even going to go back to seeing Rand. No, this is the end of the show.
Yeah. Look, 5 minutes left.
So they wasted it.
Quick.
They wasted it with that stupid scene with City of the Bellagio. Instead of not having Rand, whatever he's doing over there. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I feel pain. True agony, true pain.
So, for those of you at home, if you were to just skip to the parts where we actually where we're playing the video and not talking, you could cut 2 hours out of this, and the rest of the 4 hours will be great content. There you go.
I mean, we could just always have random chats at times, but I am not happy with any of this. It hurts too much.
This is just, well, I can close the stupid Prime Video window now. But and the rest was silence. That's basically,
Well, I'm trying to see, like, what's the saddest part? I'm assuming the saddest part, that Sarah Nakamura's favorite part of the entire series, like book series, is Egwene giving up, I guess? Is that
Jordan wrote the book version of that so much better. Duh.
I mean, to be fair, a dead turtle could do that.
And like, when did Egwene gain so much gumption? Even in the show. Like, if that was Nynaeve in the show with her anger problem, which they do show in, I can understand that being Nynaeve, right? You know what I mean from the show? Just speaking from the show. Because we know she has severe anger problem. She literally drank sewer water. You know what I mean? Remember? And...
Well, it wasn't sewage water. It was just dirty water.
Whatever it was. It might have all been sewer water. Like we've seen her over and over again, her anger explode. Like, Egwene is always calm. She does nothing. Like, why would she do this for a whole episode? Or 2, or whatever. 17 episodes of Egwene fighting back, but she could fight back?
14.
It felt like it.
14 episodes so far.
Like, literally in the book, I hate to say it this way, but Egwene got toughened up by this experience in the book.
No, she didn't get toughened up. She went insane. Like, to me, I'm like, Egwene stopped being Egwene and started being some other just stupid person, because now she behaves like Elaine does later in the books. Like, I liked Elaine up until she went to Tar Valon. Then Elaine was stupid. Just stupid. There's never an intelligent moment in Elaine's time period. Because
I don't know that I agree with that. I mean,
everything she does, everything she touches, dies. She ruins everything. She puts her own kids in jeopardy, not mention her own life, a whole bunch of things because she knows better, because I'm invincible, and she's stupid every level of the way.
Well, I view it as their flawed function of Aes Sedai training.
Sure. But she's never been formally raised by all the formal means and stuff. So it's like...
she was more than anyone. She was only raised by an Aes Sedai and someone else trained in the tower.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, she was out traveling the world, traipsing around, doing whatever she wanted to do, playing at Aes Sedai, literally playing at Aes Sedai. And all this type of stuff happens, and it's a whole bunch of whatever. I don't care. None of it matters. Like, her entire line is pointless. She is not necessary to the Wheel of Time as a book series, in my opinion. Now, obviously, the things she does are necessary because that's what triggers other things to happen to trigger other things. But she herself, if she never existed, if she got killed off early on in the series, it wouldn't have mattered. Nothing would have changed. Like, her relationship to Rand literally doesn't even matter except for putting the twins. That's it. That's literally it. Like, her purpose to exist is for the twins. That's it.
I think she could have been written better after the 7th book, I would say. Maybe the 8th book, somewhere around there. Like once Nynaeve gets her head on herself straight, like, which is a 4 or 5 book process, right?
That took a while.
But it's a character thing.
After Ebudar. Once Lan comes to her, that's when her course correction happens.
Well, no, it's been happening over the course of several books by then. Again.
She's still a snob. She's still rude. She's still
There's
a whole
nothing
bunch of
wrong with
things.
that. Most of the women in my family are like that.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is like from where she ends up with like on Rand's side when she joins with him to clean the taint, and when she goes with him to Sheol, instead of following the Aes Sedai path and following Egwene at the tower, she does her own thing because she knows that's the right thing to do. She Lan literally reins her in. She breaks her block. She changes her personality and everything. She doesn't need to get angry anymore. She can do things calmly. She doesn't always do things calmly, but she can do things calmly. And she has Lan, which is what she desires pretty much more than anything else, other than the Yellow Aja to heal. She does great in that regard.
Do you have you ever read Dune?
I have not.
Okay, so it's actually one of my
a lot of people who have. I just have never gotten around to it, and I have the sunken cost fallacy and Robert Jordan and Tolkien, where I can't read anything else but them. I just keep rereading them.
So in Dune, there's something called the Litany Against Fear, and basically it's something that the Bene Gesserit teach them each other. It's like a meditative thing. It's called the Litany Against Fear, right? And it reads, "I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I'll permit it to pass over and through me. And when it's gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. And when the fear has gone, there'll be nothing. Only I will remain." That, to me, is very Nynaeve-ish for her storyline. She was so angry and upset and tied up over this fear she had inside her. And she surrendered and moved past it finally. She had a growth that she was doing as she was. Because remember, Nynaeve was a very, in her one area, she knew a lot with the herbs and the lore and all that. But she was kind of stupid in most other things. She didn't know the world very well.
Well, I mean, she knew how to track to some extent. She knew.
But she didn't know, she wasn't book smart per se, Well,
yeah, she wasn't
worldly. She was an expert in being a wisdom of the two rivers who could track, right? So she's incorporating all this knowledge and making her unnerved and nervous, and and her response to that is to be angry and annoyed because the world is not conforming to what she thinks she should be, the way it should be, right? So she's going through that journey. No, but that's her character journey, and I've gone through a little bit of that myself. And the Litany Against Fear is a short version of that. Finally, when she gets Balefired, literally gets Balefired. It took all of her journey, and then to get Balefired and narrowly dodging it, and then almost drowning. The bit, and then she sort of surrenders to the whole nonsense that she doesn't know everything. She doesn't, she can't be everything. It all finally comes together.
The pattern is literally know your place, woman. Go in that kitchen, make me.
But it comes together at the right place. If she hadn't gone through the journey of the last couple of books, she wouldn't have been able to surrender in that instant and embrace the source.
Yeah, when she realizes that she's gonna lose it all, she decides to surrender, and that's more or less it doesn't save her. Lan saves her, but she recognizes what her problem is with the block, and then breaks the block in that moment. But she's not necessarily she didn't save herself. She didn't go poof, I'm gonna just use the water to push myself out or anything. She didn't do any of that type of stuff. But she does grow by moving forward, not having the block, and she gains Lan, which is huge. Everything she could have wanted basically pops right then and there.
The pattern rewarded her for her journey.
Well, part of her journey. She still has more, but yes.
Yeah.
She gets rewarded up to this point. It's congratulations on meeting the checkpoint.
And a lot of people hate on her, but then when you reread it and you know where she's going, the journey makes more sense.
Everyone hates on her early. It's when she gets later, people start being like, man, Nynaeve is my favorite female character. And maybe even their favorite character. I don't know. But out of female characters, she's my favorite in the female characters because of her whole story journey with her character and how she goes through. It starts out as kind of this snob.
Characters like Elaine or Egwene, although I'm not as down as Egwene as a lot of other people are.
I don't like Egwene.
At the end, she redeemed herself for everything with the sacrifice. When you make a sacrifice like that,
that doesn't redeem her. That's where she belongs. That's not her redemption. That's literally what she's only made for that point. I don't think she has any redemptive clauses to her because she's ruined so much in her arc. Even when she repaired the tower, you'd be like, oh, she's redeeming herself. And then she goes and pulls the same crap that they pulled in the Age of Legends when Lews Therin's like, we need to join forces. And they're like, no. She does the exact same thing.
Well,
and it ruins a lot of
because
things.
anyone in the tower was trapped into that logic.
Sheer bloody flaming hubris, as they say.
I think anyone who would have been Admiral at that point would have done the same thing because they were trapped into that path of logic.
The thing is that when Lews Therin was around, he was the Amerlin.
Yeah, but anyone who at the time now, when you just have no male Aes Sedai, no balance in thought, no balance in philosophy between strength and surrender.
But she was taught by the wise ones, not the Aes Sedai.
They're in balance too, though. There were no male challengers among the wise ones.
It's not a balance thing. They understood the importance of the clan chiefs, their husbands and stuff. Like, they understood for the survival of their people. In other words, if you went to the Aiel, the survival of their people versus the Aes Sedai, the survival of their people, you had to make smart decisions. It doesn't have to be balanced.
Yeah, but Egwene left them at one point. She didn't. She did. She got, and she has our negative Seanchan experience, and she has our tower training.
Well, she had the negative Seanchan experience before she meets the Aiel, and the Aiel are like, "Hey, we'll beat everything out of you, worse than the Seanchan."
In the totality of our character, I thought she had a good journey in the novels. You know,
I mean,
I think had Sanderson
time period with her.
I think had Jordan written it, it would have been people would have been more accepting of her than
I just didn't care. Like her and Elaine, I didn't care. Nynaeve, I was kind of invested in it once I figured out what was going on with her. But when every time Egwene came to do something, it just seems stupid considering what she did know. Once you have somebody who's the Dragon Reborn, it's like, yeah, I'm 3,000 years old because I am the dragon and I have all this stuff, which
I think
makes
Egwene,
sense older, but
until she makes her sacrifice, I think she's reacting to have been a Seanchan prisoner for the entire rest of that book.
Yeah, she does not get rid of her trauma at all.
Correct. Until
she's at peak power.
Until she does when she decides to sacrifice herself. That's when she finally does.
No, she's still in it at that point. She's just saying, I'd rather die than be captured. That's literally her mentality. Her mentality is to the end. I would rather die. That's Egwene, Elvier. I would rather die. ... That's all you have to say.
That was the problem
at the early stages of her.
But had she been willing to make that early on, with with the Seanchan, she could have been freed from them by death.
Yeah, but here's the thing. She had to unify a broken tower, which was absolutely useless tower to begin with. So I don't know why it would matter. But she had to do that to get back together to counter Balefire because reasons? Like, I mean, the Asha'man should have dealt with that, but the Asha'man were poorly dealt with because Rand's an idiot up till that point.
Well, the stupid point, the whole, like, if I were Jordan's editor, I would have said, man, this whole thing with Tame.
You were Harriet? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Like, this thing with Tame. Like, here, my list would have been the Shadow should have been dealt with by book 6. Okay. No Seanchan at all. Make them the sequel.
No.
Seanchan
would have been fine.
Are
you saying book 6? Is that what you're saying?
I would say make the Seanchan the sequel. Like the Seanchan invade after Time and Gaiden.
But they utilized them in Time and Gaiden.
Just because they were there.
Well, yes, but that's how Matt as a Taviran plays the role to bring in, because Perrin has what he does, which is Wolf Brother, and so Perrin brings Army of Wolves.
I'm pretty sure that the Wolves and the Aiel both outnumber everyone else combined. I'm pretty sure. There's do you realize how big he made the Aiel when you think about it?
The Aiel are huge because they're clans.
There's like 10 or 20 million of them, or some crazy number like that.
I don't know if it was that big. I think they were close to 250,000 per clan, maybe.
Per clan, right?
So there's 13 clans. That's only a couple. That's a couple million. That ain't 20 million. That'd be like maybe 6 million.
There's like 250,000 in each army for each clan. So back in Aiel Waste, to raise that number in medieval terms, there's at least 3 more people.
Not every person in the clan is a soldier. So if you have 250,000, say, in a clan, Probably, the typical rule.
Yeah, but the thing is,
the typical rule for military force is 10 to 15% of your population is military.
Yeah, but
That's
remember,
the typical rule.
in the books,
Even
all those
then,
non-soldiers,
they're way more deadly, so they don't need 20 million soldiers to be that. But I believe at the fields of whatever it's called outside of Tarvalon, where they have the stage of the last battle, they said that it was about 1 million strong was the light versus the shadow, and the shadow had them outnumbered by a lot. So that was 1 million strong, was a lot of people, and that was all of Randland combined.
That's probably more than half of them are Aiel.
Yeah, but my point is that the Aiel could use 10% of that and still do more damage than 1 million. Like, they don't need the numbers in that regard. But the Wolves would have lost a lot for the Darkhounds because they were focusing on the Darkhounds and the Neverborn. But my point is that Perrin brings the Wolves. He also brings Dreamwalking skill. Like, he has to basically teach Egwene, like, it's just a weave. Like, she wasn't picking up what her whole thing was about, and he's like, I've been here forever. It's just a weave. Balefire, boop, it's just a weave. Like, he brings that, but he brings the protection from the dream world to Rand. Those are the two things he brings entirely. I mean, obviously, he brings the two rivers and everyone that comes to the two rivers, so that's three things that Perrin brings. Matt brings the Band of the Red Hand, gunpowder, cannons, dragons, whatever. He brings the Shan-Shan, all of the power of the Shan-Shan, and he brings the strategy Mindus. So he brings a lot of things to the table. He has to bring those things to the table. If the Shan-Shan are gone, he loses a whole chunk of the force that they need. He can't deceive the Shadow by making it seem like the Shan-Shan decide to withdraw and then they come back.
He could have.
Can't do that.
But he could have Jordan could just increase everyone else's numbers by 10% or whatever. I mean, like,
But
just
you
wrote
have
it
to have a
differently.
reason where it came from. Like, where are these soldiers at earlier where they weren't anywhere else?
From the beginning, just make them bigger from the beginning.
Well, but then you have these massive groups of nations, and then the Shan-Shan come over, they would probably be rebuffed just by the sheer numbers. Like, even if you were to do that, you're still going to cause a problem for later on, was my point. Like, if they make the sequel with the Shan-Shan, which would make no point or no sense, because if you kill the Dark One, it's over. Like, at that point, you could save a sequel for Avienda, with the Aiel being the arbiters of law or whatever amongst the Dragon's Peace and everything. You could do that sequel and then have a whole bunch of stuff with the Shan-Shan there, but the Shan-Shan were required early on for this particular reason. We also, without the Shan-Shan, wouldn't have the tower broken and wouldn't have Elida and others being taken away, which resets who gets to be the Amerlin and a whole bunch of others. Not saying he couldn't run it differently, but I'm saying all these things, they're domino effects where the one hits the other, which knocks down and hits another. It's a consequence plus consequence equals consequence, which plus consequence equals consequence, plus consequence equals consequence, repetitively. It's a logical summation of what you have to tell in a story for the story to make sense. So he hypothetically could have, but it would have to be made up somewhere else for how all these other things. That's why I don't like change in stories, because when you change a story, it triggers a whole bunch of other branched off choices and multiverses. I just don't see how things happen.
From whenever I reread the series, and I'm getting to it now, the only parts of the Shan-Shan I read are the ones where Matt is involved with them or like Rand is involved. I tend to skip through.
You can personally skip them. Like, it's the same thing where it's like, sometimes there's a character in a story you really like and you don't care about the other ones, so you just skip the other ones until you get to the part where your character you like. That's perfectly fine. But for the overall story to work, for all those characters to get where they're going, other things have to happen, and those things have to happen the way that they're already intended to, in order for it to even get to that point.
And my point is, he could have written the story differently if he didn't need them at all.
He could have. But then he has to account for all the things. Like, if you go to the Wheel of Time and you just remove Shan-Shan influence completely, 100%, not even the name is brought up until the after part. If you removed everything, you now have to fill in all those holes.
Well, you can. Just make another 2 tribes of Aiel, and there's your military right there.
Yes, but even if you have that, you'd have to give the Shadow something too.
No, you don't.
Well, where are you going to get all your countering to the Dreadlords? The Damani where you're countering. They were the one power force on the side of the line.
You increased the number of you just increased the number of wise women by 2 whole tribes. So they.
Yes, but even the wise women admit that they are limited on knowledge, where Damane are specifically weapons of destruction in the uses of the ever-victorious army.
You have the Ashaman introduced earlier so they can train more of them.
But they're still going to get turned because of the things. Like, that's not Sean Chan.
Well, that's another thing I would have done, was not have them turned. I would have. That was.
But it wasn't a bad plot point to do that, because it makes sense.
I thought it was. I thought it was completely stupid.
Well, but the reason Mazrin Taim gets elevated to the Chosen was because he brought in basically a Dreadlord maker machine. He could make them, convert them, make them, convert them, make them, convert them over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, but
it makes sense from
I thought point. The whole thing made Rand look weak.
He was. He refused to pay attention to his own side of things and suffered for it. He would not have suffered for it if he had paid attention. He
and
gave everything to Tame.
That is to me a flaw. To me, it doesn't make me like Rand more. It doesn't make me.
I don't like Rand. Like, I never liked Rand the entire series.
Well, he's one of my two favorite characters. So
No, Matt's my favorite character, hands down.
Matt would have been one of my three, but for the Sean Chan, I just can't stand.
Well, yes, but you're not liking them because you have an emotional response to them doesn't mean they're not necessary for the plot. That's the difference. If I read a book and I'm like, man, I really hate this part, there has to be a reason I hate the part. If there's not a story-based reason for it, like it's a horribly written part or this, that, or the other, then it has to be because I just don't like it. And if I don't like it, it's because of X, Y, and Z. But then that's me imposing my view onto the story. I can't do that in good conscience and say it's bad. There might be things I disagree with, like I don't like Elaine and I don't like Egwene. But their existence in the series plays a role in other things happening, which causes the snowball to fall of the story.
See, and I view it as the story could have been rewritten in such a way to not include the Sean Chan, and so everything else work out the same.
It could be, but unless you go through and rewrite the series countless times until you come to a completely satisfactory end, you're never going to finish the series. It's like saying God created the world, but did he create the best possible world? And well, if he changes this thing, then this is better. And it's like, well, why is that better then? Because of this. And then you have to go through that over and over and over. And that's literally philosophy. Like, you're going to be in a philosophical rant for all of your life and never finish your story because you're always going to be like, well, couldn't I write this better? Couldn't I write this better? Couldn't I write this better? And you never write it because you always could write it better. But the thing is that at some point there has to be a reason to stop and be like, well, we stop because this is the best possible world I could write.
Well,
but he wanted to integrate the Sean Shan. You don't like the Sean Shan and don't want them integrated. But them being part of the story doesn't mean they're a bad part of the story. It doesn't mean the story suffers because of that. That's
in my view, they are a bad part, and the story does suffer because of them.
But why did they suffer because of it?
They're just an unnecessary. Most of what happened with the Sean
You don't
Chan,
like them. That's why.
I don't like them.
Semirog utilizes the Sean Shan. It's where she makes her home. Same thing where Demandred makes Shara their home. Shara's not in this whole thing until basically the very, very end, except for a couple notary, like, they mention them. Like, oh, Shara, be on the waist, be on the waist.
The Sean Chan would have been much more interesting if they were a separate book series about what was happening over there with the whole.
What they write books for. That's all we got. But that's my point, is that what happened over there doesn't matter as much as what is happening over there and how they came across.
Like, for example,
they came to be antagonists, and they kind of become not complete antagonists. Because
let's say the return happened, they get kicked out, they go back, and Matt goes back with them, and his whole storyline is over there, converting the Sean Chan and all that with its Taviran nature. And then you see a separate 3 or 4 book series.
We don't know if they say Taviran. That's the problem.
Well, they're Taviran until the end.
Well, why would they be? The pattern's accomplished what it needs to.
Well, yeah, they're Taviran until the end of the series.
Well, yeah, until the last battle, yes. Yeah. After the last battle, there's no saying that they would need to be Taviran.
Well, again, by that time he's married to the Empress, so he doesn't need to be Taviran anymore.
Well, he doesn't need it. I mean, his luck will probably stay with him because that's separate from Taviran. But he would have all these features of himself, but the Taviran pool of things he needs and wants or has to have, or despite whether he knows it or not, that necessarily wouldn't be there. But him being over there would be dangerous for him because his power lies in the Band of the Red Hand.
His power lies in the fact that he never loses and he's Taviran. So, and plus his
Yes,
vast.
but if he's the one person in all of the Shan that doesn't want him put under the Empress's thumb, him being in that area is not going to help him at all. Like his whole point of this is he loves Fortuana to a certain extent. Obviously, he loves her and cares about her, but he's like, I'm not going to be under your thumb so long, and runs back to the hand because the hand's what he has. It's his baby. She can't control it.
Yeah, but
She can't
that
control
again,
him.
that's because by the time we get to them, he has the hand. But if in book 2, Matt went back with the return, right after the whole family thing, and then we have
I
a
think
separate book
it'd be
series.
interesting to see Matt, like if you saw the Aiel. The Aiel, certain branches of them appreciate Matt's, strategic power. Some of the clans are like, we have some societies. We create a new society. We want that society to follow you in certain aspects. So we have these societies, and these guys are going to join you, much like how all the other guys did for the Band of the Red Hand. How all the Kyrian and all the footmen and cavalry and all that stuff joined the Band of the Red Hand. You have a group of Aiel, join up with the Band of the Red Hand, and then with them come wise ones, probably younger ones of variants, whatever, and they go over to Shanshan and kind of conquer Shanshan by showing them what's going on, but then protect Fortuona by rebuilding everything. Anyone who tries to rebel against the Empress, they put down, while also fighting the Empress, and also building this thing of like, look, these people.
Well, that would have
they
been.
can channel.
See, this could have saved the Shanshan for me. So basically, they go back and there's a civil war over there, right?
Yeah. Well, there's one currently going on in Shandar because while she's over here, so she has to go back and shut it down.
So bring her over earlier, have the civil war happen where she has to go back. Rand sends Matt with the band and a whole army of Aiel over there to take care of business.
Well, I guess if you're going to get Aiel over there, that'd be the way to do it. But you'd have to gateway Aiel over there. You're not going to get them on ships.
However you do it, you get them there.
Yeah.
Then Matt and Tuon get into an alignment. He marries her. He then to your point about the smart thing with the making the White Tower over there, they see the wise ones being way better than these stupid freaking Devane. Maybe they adopt some of the Elway.
Send some Ashaman.
A whole separate 4 or 5 book series, and it just merges back in at Tarman Gaiden.
You could. I'm not seeing how that would survive a 2-year time period, though. You wouldn't be able to do all that in one time. Like, you have to literally change culture to get that to work. Like, this would be like if Rand was 20 years old or 19 years old when he leaves the Two Rivers and Eye of the World, and then the books time skip, and then he's like 50 by the time they get to the actual battle. It's like 30 years have passed or 70 years have passed, whatever has passed, and Matt has had that time to redo the entire culture, because culture doesn't change overnight. You have to like literally go through with a fine-tooth comb, change everything, the way people believe and understand things to believe. Like, you need generations typically to change culture that way. So you'd have to have somebody like Matt, but not Matt, centuries before, go over there and refix all that.
Yeah.
But that would require them to be smart and not ego and prideful, and to begin with, for the Shanshan.
Again, my only point about the Shanshan is narratively, when I look at the story of the Wheel of Time, it's basically, the dragon versus the dark one. Right? And just having another enemy from another continent to have more fights, so we can have more people at the end of the fight, it just felt like...
Well, think about it this way. The Shanshan were used as a unifier. They were used to unify the Westlands, or Randlands, into Rand's banner. Or Egwene's banner, if you want to pick one of the two. You have the two banners, one of the White Tower, one of the Dragon. The Shanshan unify people against them. Then the Shanshan have to join sides, so you got 3 banners now taking on the Dark One in the last battle. That's a component. That's a third of that banner.
I will say, I said this before,
don't have it.
Had Jordan actually written the last 3 books, I might feel differently about the Shanshan, because I think he would have written them differently.
Possibly. But I think the sentiment of where he was going with that would be roughly the same. I don't know if necessarily Sanderson wrote them the best, but it was at least understood how things came to get to where they were.
My impression is that Sanderson was basically writing prose to an outline and then plugging around scene that Jordan had already written.
It's possible, but even then, as long as he closes the gap and puts the connection, like connecting the dots, that's the bare minimum required for a story. So, in that regard,
yeah,
it accomplished its goal. Whether or not it could have been done better, could have been worse. There's a lot of possibilities, but it at least it closed. It didn't leave an open-ended story plot, which is what I argue happens with Perrin, Matt, and Rand.
Yeah.
All three of them are left open. There is no closing of that. Rand, you could argue, has some closing. But I don't like that ending because it's just like, well, what does he do? Does he go back to the Black Tower? Does he take over the Black Tower, create the Ashaman Aes Sedai equivalent? Like, he doesn't create dragon mounts, so what does the dragon do for literally the rest of eternity?
Well,
We don't know.
But the Dark One is still trying to get out and get Rand to his side.
Well, the Dark One's sealed away now, and we already know Rand's never going to give in, so that whole story arc is gone until Rand
dies,
might
not give in. Rand might not give in, but when Rand dies, his personality gets erased, because that's what Jordan outright says happens.
Yeah.
When you die, your personality gets erased.
Yeah.
The soul goes out there again. Some idiot's going to open up the door somewhere again.
Yeah.
And then
you can't close a series like that. You'd have to say, and Rand ruled with just and power and all these types of things.
But that's the way Jordan made the whole series. That it happens over and over again.
I know, but if you're going to end the series at a point, otherwise you have to literally indefinitely read it or keep writing it. You'd have to end it, and if you have an ending, you say Rand did this until the end of his days, which is so many, like until the next Age of Legends or whatever.
Well, he died. Then, I mean, the reality is Jordan died.
Yes.
So
I know, but I'm saying even if Jordan hadn't died, if Jordan had lived until he was 160 years old, he would have to end the story somewhere. It can't just be, and then the wheel comes back around and play again.
Ended the Wheel of Time written better, but where it did end, but written better, maybe 4 or 5 books instead of 2.
But how does it end? If the dragon will always be reborn, and
because that's the next story. The point, that's the next story.
I know, but I'm saying but you have to end it like in a circle.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. Because there has to be an ending. Because at some point you're going to stop telling. You're going to have to stop telling story at some point. You have to.
No, you don't.
You can't live forever.
Well, I mean, they're still writing H.P. Lovecraft stories in H.P. Lovecraft universe after he's dead.
Well, somebody else is using his material. They're constantly making things off of his stuff.
So why can't? I mean, I'm not saying they should, but the argument is that they have to stop telling stories in his setting when he dies is not an effective one.
Well, from what I understand, I don't know much about his stuff, but let's say his stuff is made. Is the good stuff the stuff he directly wrote, and everything else is kind of subpar, but still is?
Matter of fact, Robert Jordan's the perfect guy for this, right? Because Robert Jordan's his Conan novels are as good as Robert E. Howard's stuff.
That could be personal opinion, though.
I'm not the only person who says that.
Well, I'm not saying you're the only one who says that. I'm just saying the person who believes that could be off of pure opinion, not necessarily off of objective fact. I don't know. I haven't read any of them, but I'm just stating that, like, typically when somebody's like, "Oh, this person's as good as the original," it's like,
"Hey, Conan fandom," because there have been hundreds of people who've written Conan stories since Robert E. Howard died. Okay, he created as an open universe the same way H.P. Lovecraft did. Okay,
Chuck Dixon did one.
Yeah, he's writing. Is Chuck Dixon writing this?
Chuck Dixon did a book.
Right. Who's writing this one right now? This is the latest Conan series from Titan Comics.
I don't know. Chuck Dixon's doing a novel though.
Oh, he's doing anime. Yeah, I got. He's the new one's coming. I got to order his stuff.
But like, my point is that at some point, obviously the world itself doesn't stop, but the ending for these characters, it's very much like Chronicles of Narnia. Chronicles of Narnia could have technically gone until they were like 7,000 years old, or whatever the case is for whatever the setting is, based upon how time works or whatever. But my point is that at some point, the kids died, and thus stayed in.
And the point I'm making is
Narnia.
Jordan planned to write more stories. Jordan planned to write more stories after the Wheel of Time.
Which is fine. But I'm saying for this particular one, when you have a series end, it has to have a complete ending. And then you pick up something else, like, this event happened.
Have a complete ending.
This story to happen.
It did have a complete ending.
No, That's my point is
The end of
that
the story was the Dark One got re-imprisoned. That was the whole point of it.
okay. And what happened to X, Y, Z, A, B?
It's not
C?
important to the story.
But it kind of is because everything after that is affected.
Okay, what happened to Aragorn?
He goes on and subjugates the Runies. He subjugates.
Nope, that's not in Lord of the Rings. That's not in Lord of the Rings.
But it's in lore.
But that's not in Lord of the Rings.
Well, yes, because what happens to Aragorn in one story that tells very little about anything except him coming to kingship?
Well, Wheel of Time is like Lord of the Rings. It's one story.
No, Wheel of Time is a circle. It never ends.
No,
it
the
literally
series
neither
Wheel of
beginnings
Time,
nor endings.
the book series Wheel of Time in our world is the same self-contained thing as one book, The Lord of the Rings. It's a self-contained story.
Pretty sure I have to go back because I haven't read it in a while, but I'm pretty sure it says, and he goes on and rules justly or blah blah blah. There's an ending to him, but he's not even the main character, so that's not even important for him per se. You have 3 main characters for Wheel of Time. You at least need to close them down. At least you don't have to. You don't have to close the White Tower. You don't have to close the Black Tower. You don't have to close the Aiel. You don't have to close anything. You have to close the 3 main people.
No, you don't.
You have. Yes. You're like, I'm going to create an entire neighborhood and I'm going to leave a pipe just sitting here, just gushing out sewage with no particular place it has to end. It stops because the writing stopped.
Because he intended to write stuff afterwards.
Well, I get that, but he intend to use the same characters? Did he intend to go beyond that? Because at that point, you've
if the plot involved the Sean Chan, we know that meant including Matt, right?
Maybe, but why would Rand care?
But maybe the next series is going to be a 3-book series with Matt. But remember, maybe the next series is going to be a 3-book series about the Sean Chan and Matt.
Maybe. I would love it. I like Matt.
I mean, again, I would too. But my point is,
if you don't get to that point, you still have to cut it off. If you have things planned after that, then there's notes and somebody else can write it. But if they're not going to write it and you're not having them write it, then you have to close it off.
No, you don't.
Well, so
You're
it's
saying,
like,
you're saying
and then
okay. You're saying everything that when a writer writes something, he has to play as if he's gonna die right after the last book.
No. I'm not saying that. Like,
yes, you just did. You literally just did.
Because he had an ending, allegedly, where he was going up to this. Like, he had a whole bunch of story, like 3-4 books worth of stuff, before he even kicked the bucket, and then it was going to be 1 book, but it was too big, so he had to make it into 3 or 4 books.
It was only 1 book because that was kind of what he was outlining. Everyone
it became too big because there's so many notes. Yes, which is
Jordan. But Jordan always only wrote 1 book at a time. In other words, Jordan was like, "Oh, I've written 5 books; it'll end in 1 more book." Then he gets there and says, "Nah, I need another book."
This doesn't have anything to do with the author dying or not. He could be alive, and if he just ended it, he still has to end the character. If he had no plans at all to do the thing afterwards, he'd have to end it at some point. What happens? We get closure in Lord of the Rings because we see what happens with the Scouring of the Shire. We see what happens when they have the last ship.
Well, what happened at the end of Dune?
I don't know. I never read it.
Well, if
we went over this conversation earlier, I never read Dune.
No, the point I'm getting, you don't have to know. The point is, we don't know what happened to the character at the end of Dune, even though there's a gigantic war going on, because there's a sequel.
Okay, but I don't know anything about that story, so I can't really talk to it. But
so
if they're going to do it, but he has a sequel in mind, that's one thing. Now you can leave it kind of ambiguous, like what happens. Like Rand is kind of like, well, what happens? Did the girls find him again? Does he go back to? He doesn't rule Tyr? Does he go back to Ilion? He's the king of Ilion, so he can go back to Ilion.
Well, maybe in whatever sequel he was going to write, talks about that.
But that's what I'm saying. Like if he sequeled it, but you could say, and Rand returned to Tyr. That doesn't mean the story's over. That just means for this story, we know what happens to him. He goes back to Tyr. He takes his place as the king of Ilion, and then that's it. Does he go back as the Kara Karn, back to the Aiel? Does he do X? Does he do Y? What does he do? And then when the next series parts come out, they're like, okay, we're picking up from here. Rand had returned to Ilion. He was doing these types of things. He was improving the lives of people.
Your personal criticism of the story, not the.
No, I'm saying it doesn't have to be Wheel of Time. I'm just saying every story has to come to a conclusion. There has to be
what's in the story has to come to a conclusion.
Yes,
but we know every character arc.
We know what happens to Sam. We know what happened to Merry. We know what happened to Pippin. We know what happens to Gandalf. We know what happens to the elves.
No, you don't. You don't know what happened to Gandalf.
Yeah, he went across to the Valar.
And he's still alive.
I know.
What happened to him after he went back?
It doesn't matter what happened to him back. The closure was he left Middle Earth forever. That's the closure.
No,
He left.
we know they
That's
come
the
back
closure.
eventually because of stuff Tolkien wrote later. That's not the point.
Well,
The point is the
For
story
all
about
intents
the
and
Lord of the
purposes of
Rings
them, they
was
know
the
that.
end of the Third Age. Okay, the end of the Third Age,
That's
destruction of the
closure.
ring, the War of the Ring. Okay,
But we why do we hear about Sam becoming mayor multiple times? He outlives Rosie, and then finally decides I'm going to go to Valinor. Why does that matter? It's not necessary. It's because he gave closure to the character. He went because he was granted the position as a ring bearer, even if for a short time, and he was granted the
yeah,
ability to
but
rejoin with Frodo and
yes,
Valar.
that's an epilogue to the end of the story.
Yes, the epilogue is what ties loose ends, but only the important ones matter.
But yours, see, the thing is, Rand's story and Matt's story isn't over at the end of the book.
Well, we don't know because nothing was written about them.
We do know because he didn't finish it.
Well, I'm not saying like, and then Rand was never heard from again. I'm saying Rand does something so that we're like, okay, so after the last battle, he retired, he became a golfer. We don't know. Like, just give me something to work with. But I don't even really care about Rand. I care more about Perrin and Matt.
The reason Jordan didn't do that is because he clearly planned on using them later.
But that's what I'm saying. You can grant closure and a conclusion, and then pick that up right afterwards.
Well, he didn't feel that was necessary.
Like for example, you could take The Eye of the World as a one book, and it's still a good book. Let's say he did fight the Dark One in the sky, and he killed the Dark One. It's fine. It's the same thing for Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one, Curse of the Black Pearl, by itself is perfectly fine. It doesn't need any more of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. It by itself is a standalone good. It has a conclusion. It has an ending, but it can be revived and picked up and continued. I'm not saying you can't continue it. I'm not saying even use different characters. I'm saying there is a conclusion up to that point, and then after that point, whether you want to continue or not is up to you. But there is a satisfying conclusion. The satisfying conclusion is that Aragorn ruled Gondor and Arnor. What happened afterwards is left open, but we know he ruled, and that's what he was doing. Anything else afterwards changes. That's my point. Is that I don't need to know every detail.
That was the completion of Tolkien's story to do that, right? You with me so far?
But he could have picked it up again if he wanted to.
He could have. Jordan clearly meant that the Wheel of Time was the story of the Wheel of Time, not the Wheel of Time, like the over of the book, right? But that Rand, Matt, and Perrin's stories were not over at the end of the book.
Well, yes, but then something would have implied that they're not finished. Like, oh, the journey's just beginning.
Exactly what he did was not finish it. By not saying exactly what happened to them, he left it open for the next story.
I know, but I'm saying the way it was closed wasn't closed. So like,
that's because he died.
Well, I know, but he died like way before those books were even written. But my point
is
exactly
the point. Had he written himself,
I'm saying a way you could close it but leave it open is Matt being like, "Oh, there's Rand. Man, this is never going to be over, is it?" And then they're like, "What do you mean?" And he just gives him like a little twinkle in his eye. He's like, "Well, we know time to toss the dice," and then sets off on an adventure or something. Like that's a way you can close a character for a series, but leave it open to be continued at any point in time.
Well, maybe had Jordan actually wrote his own books and not Sanderson.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I fully agree. I'm not saying it could. What I'm saying is that the way they were completed now is unsatisfying to me because I have questions that don't have even the slightest hint of a conclusion.
Okay. So let me see if I can get on the same page as you. I am 100% satisfied with the end of the story of the books of the Wheel of Time. Okay. I agree with you that not knowing what happened to Rand, Matt, and Perrin and other characters after the end of the Wheel of Time book series is dissatisfying.
Like, I'm satisfied with how a lot of horde of people died in the last battle. That doesn't bother me. I actually kind of like it, even though I love Ruark, and it's so sad what happened to Ruark. But my point isn't that the story itself, like the series, didn't end well. It's that certain characters were left so open, there was zero conclusion.
See, that's where we disagree. I think the story ended well.
Maybe you're misunderstanding my term of conclusion. I'm not talking conclusion as in we never hear from them again. I'm talking the conclusion that in the restraint of 15 books, in 15 books, there has to be a conclusion. Tarman Gaiden was a conclusion to the dragon's prophecies and saving of the world. It's a conclusion. The One Ring being destroyed and the Fellowship being reunited with whoever's left, and people being like, "Here's
a way to think of it." Okay,
remember the Return of the King, the movies, not the books. and Frodo's sitting there reading. He writes and it says, "The Lord of the Rings." Right after there and back again, The Hobbit's Tale, whatever. Like so, The Hobbit and then The Lord of the Rings. But he writes The Lord of the Rings, and then at the end he's like, "There's still room for more." See, that conclusion is what I'm talking about. The conclusion is that the story's over for now, but there's room. He even says it, but there's room for some more, and he gives it to Sam. That's closing, in this case Elijah Wood, but that's closing Frodo's arc, but leaving open for Sam, even though Sam doesn't have to technically go on any grand adventures to do it.
You're comparing apples to oranges, okay?
No,
the
you're
story, the story of
comparing-
Lord of the Rings required essentially the end of the age, which meant that all the trappings of the age had to go away.
Yes, but the Wheel of Time has ages too, and they have to end for the next.
But the
age to
story
happen.
of the Wheel of Time isn't about the passing of the age per se. It's about Tarmine. You said Tarmine Gaiden and the battle between the dragon and the Dark One at the end of the series, right?
Yeah, but my point is that the continuation of the age, major events are what make an age change, right?
But, okay, bear with me on this.
Doesn't mean
Okay,
the story, because technically the fourth age starts as soon as the ring's destroyed.
Rand,
so
Matt, and Perrin
is the fourth age.
only became Ta'veren when Moraine was riding into town. Jordan said that, right? He said that. Okay.
I don't remember him saying that. Maybe
it's in his interviews.
Yeah.
It's in his interview database.
Interviews. I don't like his interviews.
Well, the point I'm getting at is that meant to me the story of the Wheel of Time isn't necessarily Rand, Matt, and Perrin's stories. It's a story of the quest to defeat the Dark One. Okay. So at the end of the story, the Dark One was defeated. Now Rand, Matt, and Perrin are freed from that to go on to have other stories, right?
Yeah, I have no problems with that at all.
So Rand, Matt, and Perrin's fate. Now,
what are you disagreeing with me on? Because so far we agree. I don't know what this
we
apples
have
and
two issues here, and here's where we're disagreeing. You're saying that something should have been written in the Wheel of Time about to sort of tie up give you a little better conclusion.
Just the three main. Like everybody else, we kind of have a little insight with Avienda's the dragon.
I'm saying that didn't happen because Jordan didn't write the books.
Okay, so the Tarmine Gaiden didn't happen because he didn't write the books.
No, I'm saying that little bit of snippet epilogue thing you wanted for those three characters didn't happen because Jordan himself did not write those three books.
Which is fine. But I'm not saying he had to. I'm saying Sanderson should have.
This goes back to my Sanderson as a whole.
I know. It's Sanderson. My point is it takes 3 paragraphs. 3 paragraphs, one for each of the main characters, and we would have a conclusion, a bona fide conclusion. Because the conclusion we got for Rand is he flicks his pipe into existence. Like either the creator does it, or he's the creator, or who knows what the heck is going on. I don't have any idea what's going on. But if he flicks that on and he turns and laughs and walks off with the 3 women looking at him, that's his conclusion. That's not a conclusion. That's a what just happened and where are we going with it?
That's Jordan setting up for a sequel.
Was that specifically, those specific parts were written by Jordan instead of Sanderson?
Well, I'm sure they were outlined in there for it.
Well, maybe outlined, but outlined and definitive, because you can outline this and then Sanderson can go, well, we're not going to have any more, because I'm pretty sure Harriet said no more. But if we're not going to have more, then you close that door because he left it open because he expected to be able to be there to close it himself.
But what if he wasn't allowed to?
Then I would say
Harriet said, no, this is what my husband put in the outline. This is what you're writing in the book.
But that's the thing is there's a whole bunch of stuff that Sanderson added himself to flavor text it. He could have gone to Harriet and said, I have an idea.
Maybe none of that stuff was, maybe that was just filling in gaps in the outline and wasn't conflicting with what Jordan outlined.
But my point is that he could have gone to Harriet and said, look, we all wanted Robert Jordan to write more. He is unfortunately no longer able to. And the whole point of me writing this story for him is to make a conclusion for his viewers that would have been left with an incomplete series. He has notes. I'm going to use these notes. What if I close off these, if I conclude these character arcs that are important arcs, you could write books and books and books of all the individual lines that would always create more arcs, and just the 3 main characters that we're basically raised with, because Egwene's arc ended when she died. Elaine's arc doesn't even matter because she's going to rule Andor, and then she's going to pass at some point. She's going to be a blight on history. Avienda has more of a role than Andor does. So with this being said, she can go and say, "Look, Harriet, I'm going to write this stuff, and I'm honored to write this. Can we have a conclusion for the audience? Can the
I
viewers
don't think he's a
have
good enough writer to do that. To have even thought of doing that.
to ask her to write? Because I mean, all it did. Okay, it does like a high schooler could write an ending. You could be like, okay, for Matt, he's just like, well, I'm going to run off and I'm going to live the life as a married bachelor, which doesn't make any sense, but he's married, but he's going to be a bachelor and like dice and drink and all that stuff and look at women for obviously Talmanis, and move on with his life. That makes sense. Like him joining the Band of the Red Hand and going back to that until he decides what he wants to do about for Tuona or Tuon, and Perrin going back to the Two Rivers and saying, I want to reestablish the kingdom of Manetheren or something like that. Like, all these things could have been easy conclusions and then just been like, and that's the end of this story. And then you could even enter it with like almost a Princess Bride ending where it's like, but there's another story that I'll tell you another time. You could even technically lean into that to be like, there's more to the story, but for now we're just going to leave it this way. And then that's the point, is if when you write a book, you don't want to leave it on a cliffhanger unless you have more of it already written. Because
I don't think the story ended on a cliffhanger because Rand defeated the Dark One.
But what I mean by cliffhanger is just like in the first book, he beat the Dark One, arguably. Like you could make the argument that he beat the Dark One because he kills Baalzamon over that. And we don't find out that's Ishamael until the next book.
Yeah.
So you could have just ended it right there, just like Pirates of the Caribbean. Everything finished in the first movie. Everything else afterwards was extended. It has nothing to do with the story. You could do whatever you wanted with it. It's not relevant. The first movie itself was closed and concluded, but there was room to make more. That's my point. Is that he might not be the best at it, but having anything that was at least somewhat makes sense, which if you look at, I mean, he claims to be a fan of the series, which maybe he is, maybe I don't know. He at least did a reasonable job with just bare notes and very little of much to work with. He kind of filled it in with a lot of filler and all that jazz, and people might not be happy with it. But I don't know anybody else who would be willing to do it that would have done better. I don't know. And you like Tad, and if Tad had been willing to do it, then maybe that would have been a possible.
There were 4 or 5 authors who
really popular.
right around the time that he was looking for someone to do it, all came out and said, who wrote for Tor Books, who all said, I can never let someone finish my work. Ted Williams is the one that comes to mind the most. Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of people like that. I think George R. R. Martin's the same way too.
Well, yeah, but Martin would never.
Martin would never finish his own work anyway.
Yeah, that's the point. But no, the thing is, I love Martin's work, but he's not as good a writer as Ted Williams.
He's leaving it completely open-ended for forever, and you're never getting your ending or your beginning.
like I would put, as much as I love A Song of Ice and Fire, even if it were completed, it's like a tier 4 to me. Tier 3.
Like tier C in my book, but that's just because I
have only like 1 or 2 things in my tier 1. So yeah, you can't. There's nothing to make Lord of the Rings better or The Hobbit better. There's nothing else you could have done to make them better. So
the high fantasy style limits them greatly. If they were low fantasy or grimdark, then it would have a lot of things you could have changed.
Well, the whole high fantasy, low fantasy thing is kind of a funny whole other separate show. But
I enjoy series, like I don't really like the hero journey as much as everybody else does because it's overused so much and it's obvious how the ending happens.
By the strict definition of high and low fantasy, Lord of the Rings is low fantasy. Low fantasy, in the definition from the 70s by the author who wrote it, Lester something or other, he wrote an essay that defined them. And people have taken those terms and redefined completely. But on the original essay he wrote them, low fantasy took place on Earth or Earth-like worlds. Like high fantasy is A Song of Ice and Fire because it's nothing like the real Earth.
Well, but one could argue that Middle Earth is an alternate world until it warps into it. Like, When I
Well,
say high fantasy,
that's the fine point of argument you could have on it. So I don't go crazy over it.
like
But
what I'm saying is, it's like, I mean, they're saying high fantasy like Star Wars, where there's different planets, different species, interspace, galactic, like things that are obviously not in our world. I get that, but when I say high fantasy, I usually think of like the
well, you
quality
have
of
like
writing
the
and the
sort of
type
more
of
modern
story.
definition with no amount of magic in it or whatever type of stuff.
Oh no, I mean, I'm talking like high fantasy to me is a type of writing style. So, for example, Tolkien wrote very much the hero's journey and very much good versus evil conflicts. And it was always like, it was a very particular type of writing. Then you have George R. Martin, who's writing like, everybody dies, everyone backstabs, there's liars, there's horrors, there's this, that.
Because he
That to
thinks
me
the
is
real
low
world works like
fantasy.
that.
Well, that I'm saying that's the low fantasy. Even if the world of Westeros was actually our world, it's low fantasy because they're written totally different. Excuse me. So like,
But
that's how I've always pictured them. I mean, I understand the concept, but by that definition, then Wheel of Time is low fantasy, which, I mean, I don't know. Ogier aren't in our world, so that's kind of high fantasy. But then we have
that's why.
Gunpowder, which is in our world, which is
Well,
low
no,
fantasy.
you
So
get the
there's
whole like
aspects that are high and low.
well, Wheel of Time might be considered high fantasy because like there's no Wheel of Time in our world. There's no alternate realities. There's no ages
But
where there's a
Robert
one
Jordan
tower.
explicitly stated that it is our world.
No, but like when I say our world, I mean our real world, not our fictional
Yes.
version. Right?
Yes. But I'm saying that he based it off of this is
No,
our
I
world
totally
was
get that.
in the early ages, and now we're in the late ages, and then it has to recycle back to our world again.
Yeah,
Like they'll
no,
build
I
back up to
totally
our
get that.
world,
Like
Age of Legends, and then
the,
drop again.
the argument I'm saying is according to the original definition of those two terms.
Yeah, I would argue that the guy mistermed them. Like he misdefined.
No, he was
low and
talking
high.
about does your fantasy story adhere to reality with some fantastical elements, or is it fantastical elements with some reality?
Every story relates to a form of reality. It's which reality you're picking.
For
Because
example, Dracula, in his concept, Dracula would be a low fantasy
why?
because it's almost identical to the real world except it has some fantastical elements in it.
Okay, but one could argue that Lord of the Rings or any fantasy period that has armies, that has people who have to eat and
Well,
breathe air,
again, the
that has
argument
everything.
comes down
Like
to
the reality is not limited to our reality or a non-reality. Like everything can possibly intertwine in some area in some shape or form. My point is that if he's saying, well, Dracula is in our world but with fantastical stuff, and it's like, well, okay, that's called fantastical. But if you're saying fantasy, it just has to have something that's not in our world as of our world. But then you have high and low, but it's like, well, how much are you putting into it? I'm like, well, if you go to the Transylvania and then you break into the whole world of Transylvanianess, where you kind of have a whole other world with inside of a world, then you technically have a whole other world. But reality itself isn't bound to a world. Reality is just a function of how the universe behaves. So if in one world, like Star Wars, you have to breathe oxygen because like you go into space, you can't breathe. Then you go to Lord of the Rings,
unless you have the Force, which allows
no,
you to.
no, unless you have Disney. That's the
No, in the old Legends EU, characters would go in space all the time and use the Force.
I don't know how much I would consider that canon, but okay.
But even if George Lucas wrote some of it, it's canon.
Yeah, he also wrote midichlorians, good sir.
Unfortunately, as much as I dislike midichlorians, I have to accept them as canon because Lucas wrote it.
Yes, but if they contradict his own other prior stuff, aka 4, 5, and 6, then that's
they don't really conflict it. I mean, it's
do they know? Yeah, they know. There's entire like fights in the fandom about that. But my point is that if in one universe they have to breathe air in oxygen, now in that case you could say the Force grants them oxygen, but if they stopped using the Force, they would die. Like if they weren't using the Force in the void of space, they would die because they would not have oxygen.
Star Wars high fantasy is the Force could overwhelm reality pretty much.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying outside of the Force. Like the reality is they all have something in common. If you take Han Solo and eject him into the freaking void of space, he's going to die from asphyxiation or possible other things. Now, if you do the same thing to Aragorn, same outcome. If you do the same thing to Aragon, same outcome. If you do the same thing to freaking Ned Stark, same thing happens. The reality exists in all of them. The same thing will happen. That's my point.
I got a real life thing about to happen in 10 minutes, so
That's fine. Yeah, we had down it anyway. But my point was just I don't agree necessarily with the high and low fantasy definitions given by a guy after the fact, more or less.
well, he defined the terms. They didn't exist before him. I'll dig up the essay somewhere.
I just don't know if it works because it's very limited in that regard.
Well, it works for his essay, and then other people will decide, well, we're going to take his word to make something else out of it. I mean,
that's not how I would consider high fantasy a very specific. It's like high art versus low art. High art's very detailed.
Well, that's like saying I consider general relativity to be something else than Einstein did. So,
No. I'm saying like if you go to an art, you have Leonardo da Vinci or any of those like great painters, painting something amazing, and then you have a high schooler like person who thinks that putting a dot in the middle of a canvas is art. That's the difference between high art and low art. Low art is something that takes not as much skill.
Well, I understand that. That's your definition of it, right?
Well, that's how I've always perceived it. And when I look at something, I'm like, okay, one of these things is not like the other.
But your definition is your definition, right? This guy's definitions were brought into from an essay he wrote up until like 1995 or 2000 were the definition of what the words meant. Then after the year 2000, people started redefining high fantasy and low fantasy by like terms like you're using it, basically.
Which I believe are the proper terms, mostly because I don't know.
But you're not you don't have the weight of authority.
I don't have that kind of stuff, but what I can point out in those types of things is that if I'm like, let me create high fantasy and low fantasy, well, you could literally make whatever definition you want under the sun in that sense. But I don't see that necessarily as applicable because one could argue that Lord of the Rings is low fantasy because it's supposed to be the story of humanity and everything before it gets to our modern point. Thus, it's a myth. It's a myth or a legend.
It's a fictional mythology of the earth.
Yeah, it's the coming of how like Britain came to be or whatever.
Yeah.
But my point is that takes literally every single possible thing, Dragonlance, D&D, whatever you want, and just poofs them out because all you have to do is slap on before our world or after our world onto it, and you instantly fill in those things. That's why I don't like that definition.
Okay.
Because
I gotta go. Something's be here in 4 minutes. I have something arriving, so I gotta.
Wait, you went 10 minutes to 4 minutes, so that would excel really quick.
The map is updating. I anticipated us being done 30 minutes ago when I ordered my groceries.
I anticipated this being done 4 hours and 50 minutes ago.
Okay, man. Talk to you next week then.
Thank you, sir. And everybody who's watching, thank you for participating, even if you probably didn't make it to the end because most people don't. But thank you, Matt. I'll let you dip out. I'll close so you don't have to be here. So thank you, sir. But yeah, everybody, thank you for hanging out. I know we got somewhat off topic / round topic. I talk in a big circle. It's a very big circle. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming in and taking the time to do this. If you made it this far, you are a gem. you have mind of steel. And yeah, we'll go ahead and close it here. Sage doesn't have anything going on that I know of, and because he's not on YouTube quite yet. Unbearable is on other streams and everything, and he has his own channel. Go check him out. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be here back for the next 2 episodes because I just don't have the will to live anymore. Thanks everybody, and remember, walk in the light, my friends.